ahead and get started this evening. This is the September 3rd regular meeting of the Littleton City Council. Roll call, please.
Mayor Brinkman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallman.
Here.
Councilmember Beckman.
Here.
Councilmember Cernanek.
Present.
Councilmember Cole. Here. Councilmember Taylor.
Present.
Councilmember Valdez.
Present.
Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, Council, I have one recommended change on the agenda. Given the public hearing that we have, I would propose that we move the general business up to directly under consent. We don't have any consent agenda items, but we do have 4 items under general business. 2 of those we do have guests here this evening for, and so if there's no concern with that, we would move that up before, move 8 to 7 and 7 to 8. Any problems? Okay, we'll go ahead and make that change. Any other changes on the agenda? The only other adjustment I have is that it is the 25th anniversary for the Center for the Blind. Okay, so the agenda will be approved with those changes. Minutes from the study session of August 13th. Any changes? Okay.
I have given minor changes.
Okay. Did you have any, Bruce?
No.
Okay. So those are approved with changes that had been submitted. Minutes from the August 20th council session. Any changes? Bruce?
Wendy, on line 517, I don't know if anyone else gave that to you, but it was it says 1:45 p.m. It was decidedly 1:45 a.m. Just
I'm sorry, what line was that?
517.
Thank you. Sorry.
No worries.
And
Okay.
that credit, are you?
Yes, darn right.
yes,
Any other changes? Peggy?
yes, on 568 to 74, there, and I don't mean this as an insult, but there are 2 incomplete sentences, but I couldn't figure out how to sort them out right. Did you got that email? Did you yet? Anyway, so I figured you would know what they were supposed to be saying in complete sentences, and
I'll fix them.
thank you.
Okay, any other changes? Okay, seeing none, then those were approved as amended. Okay, so the next item is citizen appearances. We have no guest citizens this evening, but we do have a scheduled presentation from Julie. I don't see that Julie's here. Center for the Blind. Brent, you want to come on down? This is Colorado Center for the Blind, and they're about to celebrate their 25th anniversary.
Help them. Give me a hand there.
Well, thank you very much. Well, we appreciate the City of Littleton and its support, and I want to pass on Julie's apologies for not being able to be here tonight. We were having a Colorado Center for the Blind board meeting, so that's where she is. And so we appreciate all of the support of the City of Littleton, and we are celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. We started in 1988 in the city of Denver, and we just have flourished since moving to Littleton in 2000. So I want to introduce Dan Burke, who's one of our newest employees. He's been with us since May, and he's dedicated because the first order of business was to participate in our strategic plan. So I want to introduce Dan Burke to talk about our anniversary.
Okay. Hey, Dan.
All right, here we go. Okay, thank you. It is my honor and privilege to tell you a little bit about our 25th anniversary celebration and to invite members of the council and any guests to come and join us on September 13th, next Friday. We will be having an opening ceremony, which will include an unveiling of a new stone relief tactile sculpture that's 12 feet long, done by Colorado artist Dan Cunningham, who's also been teaching art at the center for the last, I don't know how long, for a long time. And it's a unique thing that we have at the Colorado Center for the Blind. So we'll have that. And then we'll have the Blind Driver Challenge vehicle there. This is the car that drove on the track in Daytona, driven by a blind man. It's not a car that drives blind people. It's a car that blind people drive. And it's here in Littleton right now, and we'll be giving, Mark Riccobono, who's the man who drove it in Daytona in 2010, will be giving rides. So you're all encouraged, welcome to come and take a ride with the blind driver. And if you need more incentive, our students will be grilling brats and we'll be feeding folks. So please come and join us on Friday. On Saturday is our gala event, which will be held at the Renaissance Denver Hotel at 5 o'clock, starting at 5 o'clock, and the banquet. We have a banquet and dancing with the Bluesinators, which is $40, and you're all invited to join us for that as well. And if you wish to come, please call the center and make reservations. 303-778-1130. Is there anything else we need to say? You want to close it?
Yeah, that's right.
And Dan, did you want to mention what time it begins on Friday?
It'll be from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. As part of this as well, we'll also be showing off the history wall, which is not only the history of the Colorado Center, but it's also a lot of history of the Shepherd Mansion and the people that really have gone into founding the city of Littleton. So please come. We'd love to have everybody in Littleton come and be part of that. One of my neighbors told me that he would rather be in the car than on the streets while the car's being driven. So we want you guys to all be there for that. And then I have flyers here that I'd like to pass out to
Wendy.
everybody, and we hope that everybody can be here for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And congratulations. Okay, now is the time for any unscheduled appearances. These are an opportunity for any citizen to express an opinion or ask a question regarding city services, council policies, or other matters of community concern that are not part of the scheduled agenda. Generally, an immediate response should not be expected, and typically issues are referred to the city staff for follow-up information or research, and then are reported back to the council and the individual that initiated the comment or the inquiry. If you'd like to come down, please raise your hand, and you have 4 minutes. We'll need your name and address.
My name is Brenda Stokes, and I've lived in Littleton for over 10 years. Been a patron of Littleton, the community, for over 20. My children have attended Littleton Public Schools and have successfully graduated and moved off to college. I now have a second-year law student and a daughter who is a med student working on clinical trials for the feds.
Need your address,
My
please.
address is 5949 South Bemis Street, and I'm here to speak today. My general comments about our Littleton community, the merchants, and express my overall opinions based upon the research I've done on your website and the future planning and sustainment of Littleton. Although I've been employed by Microsoft Corporation, my employer takes me to many places where I act as a business strategic architectural planner. I provide high-level expertise to large companies to help them figure out business and alignment strategies that both benefit their customers, the communities, and the people that they serve. Give me a few minutes. So Main Street is currently owned by maybe 2 handfuls of property owners, boutiques, shops. They make Littleton what it is today. They brought charm, they brought character, they've brought a sense of community in their establishments, whereby I believe that they continue to sustain the traditional values of our community and the historical sustainment of our community. In these establishments, not only is it just community, but it's also friendships, historical facts, and fellowship amongst the citizens of Littleton. And for that, I'm very grateful for, and that's what keeps me here. Some of these merchants who know their customers pretty much on a first name basis, we're actually quite a tight-knit community, and I think that's a beautiful thing for the city of Littleton. Often I talk to these merchants, and some of their greatest fears are, wow, I'm worried about my next rent increase. I'm worried about my landlord who maybe hasn't made the improvements that are necessary for us to continue to accommodate our customers. I'm worried about the committed patronage of our customers so that we could ensure that we are providing a valuable service to them and the community, and ultimately so that they can stay in business. Our zoning laws do not protect these unique spaces from being expanded on or added to, potentially by bringing in the Starbucks, the McDonald's, and or the Chili's of the world. These are hidden efforts sometimes that the little guy doesn't quite realize. Developers often call it progress and planning. I don't. Sometimes these businesses and the landlords, they load their pockets thinking about how they're going to monetize their future investments, leaving what may be a community straggling behind and disenfranchised for what they were, the tight-knit community, the fellowship, the close places where people can come as a community together and feel like they are at home and not in a larger, expanded upon suburb. Although the current parking situation in Littleton, or the lack thereof, may seem like a temporary shield to local merchants from expansion and potential lease protection. However, the reality of that is that Mr. Ranke and his brothers are in an optimal position whereby they can gain by providing additional parking facilities to support future expansion of this community, all in an effort to monetize by possibly converting this lot into a parking garage. The way I see it, things today in Littleton, and when I read what's on the website and all of the planned development coming our way, I almost see this as diminishing the value of the future of Littleton. And the very thing, such as charm and character, that brought us all here, that have kept us here to thrive in this community. I see that some of the plans that are out on your website are short-term strategies to long-term failure. What I haven't seen is a sustainable economic plan that includes the future of the community, the citizens, and those who have made Littleton the charm and the beautiful place to live.
You'll need to wrap it up, please.
I'm concerned about I'm concerned about the things that are being ignored, such as our historical significance, the quaintness of Main Street. And I'm concerned that we are leaving it in the hands of greed and the small handful, or 2 handfuls maybe, of the current landlords of a place which we call home. Sadly, there's no such thing as statutory priority, because if there was, then maybe we would have a little bit more consideration for the citizens who have provided service for the many years in Littleton, such as Mary Bradford, Jose Trujillo, and if I had more time, I can give you a full list. I take exception to the smoke and mirrors, the bait and switch tactics used to push high-density housing projects to benefit the short-term renter, the short-term merchant, the short-term
ma'am,
city manager,
ma'am, I'm sorry.
and
Could
the
you please wrap
short-term
it up?
city director. Littleton has come together as a community, and I'm asking you all here today to demand that from our city council a long-term economic sustainability plan that will provide future for our community and not detract and align better with the Highlands Ranch of the world. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I ask all the citizens who are here today to stand behind me and demand additional planning and consideration of the recommendations that have been made by our planning board for future sustainment of our community.
Thank you. Thank you. I would ask everyone this evening to please be respectful of the 4-minute time. We are very cognizant that we have a number of people who are interested in speaking at our public hearing on those specific issues, the Broadstone development, and anybody else who wants to come down and speak during are unscheduled. But in order to be able to hear everyone and keep this from going into the wee hours where we all start to fade, I would just ask that we all respect the 4 minutes. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to come down and unscheduled? Norm?
Norm Brown, 6081 South Spotswood Street. Got 2 items, and I will be brief. Good evening. The first is coming up, an event announcement. I will read most of this so I get the things in here. Get your sleuth on. It's the annual Historic Littleton Scavenger Hunt. It is Saturday, September 21st, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Gather in historic Vega Park, east end of Main Street, where you will have clues to follow to uncover the treasures, return to Vega Park at 3 p.m. to party with the other scavengers and win prizes. It says top prizes $500, $300, $150. Again, that's Saturday the 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. A treasure hunt, let's see, treasure for the present and hunt for the past. So that will, I think, highlight downtown Littleton and the rest of Littleton. The second item is something I would suggest for consideration to the candidates for council and to those of you on council. Frequently in the documents, there's a legal opinion included. The city attorney has reviewed this document and approved it as to form. I've asked you a few times, some of you individually and here before, who is it that considers the charter, the city charter, and defends the charter? There's a committee that is going to consider it and make recommendations to you. I would ask you to add a review and add language under that legal opinion in the next council after the review has been completed by the committee. I would ask you to have the city attorney review whatever it is that comes before you for compliance, for agreement, and to try to ensure that it is not in conflict with the intent and the language of the city charter. I don't think it is difficult. I think it shows respect, and the charter, if we're going to review it, should get that respect. Otherwise, I don't know why we would bother. So candidates out there, council members, incumbents, and so on, I would love to have feedback about that, but as a member of that, I will propose that to that committee. I don't know where it will go, but I think it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty?
Good evening, Council. I'm Betty Harris. I live at 6281 South Cedar Street, and I brought you some useful information, and I will need the overhead. Since we were talking about all these wonderful people with all this money that are coming into Littleton, I thought we ought to look it up and see what kind of jobs are actually out there. And this is the top 20 jobs. I thought it was very interesting to look at number 5, dancers. Okay. And I add just asterisks there, the ones that will probably qualify for some of these luxury apartments. And if you'd like the full list of 100, I did email it to Peggy Cole, and she can pass it along. Thank you.
Hey, Betty. Betty, I think this was yours, and it was in with the other documents. Sure.
Carol?
I'm Carol Breezak, and I live in the 4th District. I'm going to talk tonight about process. I will be mentioning Broadstone, but only in regard to the process. On July 30th, the second and final reading on the Broadstone rezoning request was on the agenda. But something very different happened that night, and I and others would like an explanation of what we witnessed that night and what is before the council tonight. First, the municipal code states that revisions shall not be made to a final application after review by the planning board unless such revisions are limited to incorporating recommendations made by the planning board. Why were substantial revisions allowed to be introduced when the municipal code clearly states that revisions shall not be made after it leaves the planning board? Second, Section 1012.4B3C of the Municipal Code provides 3 options for the council on a rezoning matter. Council can approve, deny, or table the matter. But council sent a revised application back to the planning board, a revision that is not allowed by the Municipal Code. Third, the applicant did file a new application. It's dated August 12th. Where conditions were integrated into the plan and the substantial changes were also added. On August 26th, the planning board denied the applicant, and according to the municipal code, the next step in the process would be to forward the matter to the council for a first reading. But in this case, there has not been a first reading on the application. Remember, it's a new application dated August 12th. It is not the same application you were considering on July 30th. It couldn't be. It is dated almost 2 weeks in the future of July 30th. So please provide the portion of the code and or the charter that allows the council to skip a first reading on any matter, much less a matter of a quasi-judicial nature. Now to the ordinance itself. The charter states that the council shall set a date and time and place at which the council shall hold a public hearing, otherwise known as the second reading, and that notice of the time, hour, and place, quote, shall be included in the first publication. The first reading set the date for the public hearing to be July 30, not September 3rd. There has not been a first reading of this ordinance to date, so the requirements of providing public notice of the second reading has not taken place as required by the charter. If I could have the overhead. It's not necessary particularly to read this, but I wanted to point out that the charter that you passed on the first reading is the one in yellow. And there are 1, 2, 3 whereas statements. The ordinance that you're looking at tonight is on the white, and there are obviously more than 3 whereas statements. So they're 2 completely different documents. They're supposed to be the same. How can you say that you've had a first reading on the ordinance that's on the agenda tonight when it's perfectly clear that you have not? You had a first reading on the ordinance in yellow. You have not had a first reading on the ordinance in white. In fact, the ordinance before you tonight is labeled amended. That's in the packet. Can you tell me when the vote to amend the ordinance took place and which one of you voted for the amendments? There are so many steps in this process that do not comply with the municipal code. Some have been mentioned at prior meetings, and I won't go into them again. But there are others. An example, you will be accepting into evidence tonight a draft set of minutes from the Planning Board meeting. In your rush to avoid a first reading, you have not allowed sufficient time for minutes to be approved. Is it really a good idea to use draft minutes as evidence in a quasi-judicial matter? From where I sit, some of you appear to be asleep at the wheel. Wake up. If you can answer these questions in your own mind to your satisfaction, then by all means take action on Broadstone tonight. However, if you can't, then ask the questions and get answers. To violate the municipal code and the charter is an affront to the citizens and might very well land you in court depending on the outcome this evening. I would like to see it behind us, but following our charter and the municipal codes are by far more important than my desire to have this over and done with. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor?
Yes.
If I could, just to clarify for the record, Ms. Breezak opened her remarks by saying this had nothing to do with the Broadstone hearing tonight and was just about process, and she proceeded to discuss process, but as it impacts the hearing, and I believe her conclusion was to suggest that the process was not appropriate to go forward on second reading tonight. So I have to advise the council that none of what you just heard, because it was not part of the public hearing, should be considered by the council as you move forward tonight. If the same kind of testimony is made during the public hearing, then it would be appropriate, but it is only appropriate to act in connection with the public hearing based upon the testimony that you hear once that public hearing is open.
Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We will allow public comment, but at the time when it's appropriate. I would appreciate that we respect the process and not yell from the crowd. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come down and unscheduled? Yes.
Can I have the overhead, please? My name is Andrew Benedict. I live at 5905 South Crocker Street. Have the overhead, please. Having attended multiple meetings regarding the redevelopment of the Sheriff's Building site.
Sir, yes. If this has to do with that, you'll need to wait till that public hearing.
Dan, it does not.
Okay.
Okay. One of the issues that's come up is the need for improved pedestrian access to the light rail station. That's what it has to do with. Right now, the only access is over the Alamo Street Bridge. Or for the blind school students to walk along a dirt path behind their school and then climb over a traffic barrier to access Prince Street. And I'm sure that everyone has seen multiple students from the blind school trying to jump over that barrier on twice a day, actually. It's been suggested by the City Development Office and agreed to by the developers of the Broadstone project that would pay to have the sidewalk along Alamo Street be widened by 2 feet and a splash barrier installed which would cause traffic lanes to be narrowed by several feet. I'm in full agreement that there is a need for pedestrian access to light rail and it's inadequate, but I would like to propose to council as a much better solution available. What we need is a bridge for the exclusive use of pedestrians and bicyclists across the railroad tracks. I've suggested this several times and have been told that it would be too expensive and it would take about 3 years for the railroad to give us the right-of-way needed. However, the bridge and right-of-way already exist. The overly engineered flume that carries the excess water from Little's Creek already crosses the railroad. In 1999, the city ordered an engineering study to see what it would take to utilize the structure for a pedestrian bridge. Oops. While the engineer said there were issues, such as the grade difference from the top of the bridge to where the light rail tracks are, they said it could be done. Costs in the year 2000 were estimated at between $500,000 to $1 million, depending on which one of 3 different options was chosen. It seems to be, and this is one of the 3 options, It seems to me that it would be a much wiser use of Littleton's resources and any money that might come if Broadstone Development is approved to build this pedestrian bridge. 4 reasons. 1, the city would not narrow the already tight lanes on Alamo Street. Secondly, the city would provide safe access for the pedestrians and bicyclists to the light rail, including proposed residents of the Sheriff's Building site. This would also be tied into the city ditch trail. Third, Littleton would provide much-needed safe access to transportation to the students of the blind school, and they're having to cross a dangerous traffic barrier. And lastly, the city would gain by giving citizens easy access to the Littles Creek Trail, which then connects to the Platte River. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have your address again, please?
5905 South Crocker Street.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Pam?
My name is Pam Chedborn. I live at the corner of Crestline in Nevada in District 1, and the projector's already on. Thank you very much. I'm going to echo the comments of the first speaker tonight. Missing long-term scenarios essential for planning, public information, and decision-making. 2 weeks ago when I spoke to you, I said that the burden of proof is on you folks to tell us what the impacts of rezoning applications are in the long term. And that's missing. That night you decided to proceed with the application that was before you then. This can't continue. This is broken in our city and needs to be fixed. So here's my list again of the city level impacts that need to be assessed for rezoning applications. We're already zoned, and we should have a scenario. There are lots of tools, planning tools that already exist. We should put in our current planning, zoning, and you will get models out of those tools. There are many of them. There are people who are trained to use them. They depend a lot on initial conditions. And some of you are familiar with Monte Carlo runs, where you run the simulations over and over to get the most likely outcomes in 10, 20, 30, 50 years. We have not seen that for a single application that's been presented to the city. Now, for one, you owe that to us, the public. For two, that would ease our discussions and help us come to consensus far more quickly and more amicably. And three, you can't vote for these things if you don't know these impacts, if you have nothing before you that gives you a clue of what this is going to do, what a rezoning is going to do to Littleton. You don't even know the impact of our current zoning. So here's a list of some of the things that go into these kind of tools. So I'm going to talk about radicalism. Radicalism in Littleton. Rezoning is radical. There's a reason for the current zoning, and it has an impact. We should define that and know what it is built out over time. What is the impact of a proposed change? What are the damages and advantages, the trade-offs, the pros and the cons, the risks of not rezoning compared to rezoning? And high-density apartment housing is radical. They have limited value to a city. They cost services. The demand is cyclic and limited. There was a risk of poor management, poor ownership, vacancy, and degraded living conditions, and they affect the entire neighborhood. The market drives overbuilding and then underbuilding. It's essential to integrate differing income levels in large projects. And one of the failures that we have in not seeing the long-term planning is that when you folks approve these large-scale, high-density apartments in one corner, where have you provided the offsetting income level apartments or housing elsewhere in the city? You haven't shown us that, and that is a reason that you must deny these applications, if nothing else. They also have limited appeal. They're appropriate to some for some life phases, but they're very much not appropriate or desired during other life phases. And let me just illustrate. Have you ever asked if the units have in-unit washers and dryers or laundry rooms. That's a huge driver for people to want to get out of apartments. So even more radical is to rezone and build high-density, high-volume apartments with no analysis, no rationale, and no understanding of the impact they have on the city. I've got a question. Do you realize you're missing the technical basis of these approvals?
You need to wrap it up.
You've heard from elected officials, businesses, and economic experts, but you haven't heard from nor asked for land use planners and projections, traffic projections, and targets for growth in Littleton. There are software tools. We need to get them. We need the city staff to present those as part of the city's impact of these rezoning proposals, not just the applicant's view. So thank you for your consideration. Again, many of us are pointing out the lack of long-term impact assessment by the city. We've got to have it before you approve any more of these rezoning applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one, we will move to general business because we don't have any items on our consent. So we approved a change on the agenda to move general business up. The first item is 8A. This is a resolution approving the amended and restated consolidated service plan for the Littleton Village Metropolitan District. Glenn?
Mayor and Council, thank you very much. As you mentioned, this is the amended and restated consolidated service plan for the Littleton Village. And as you remember, that's 77 acres north of Broadway Road on the east side of, north of Mineral Road on the east side of Broadway. Sorry, he's getting ahead of himself there. I do want to mention that they have, there's always been a Littleton Village Metropolitan District. They've recently changed its name to Littleton Village Metropolitan District Number 1. And the reason for Metropolitan District is a way of collecting funds for the construction of public improvements. I think those were some of the questions that came about as we did some amendments to the plan development. So the district will be providing those funds. And the major change with the Metropolitan District is instead of just one district, they divide it into 3. So we have District Number 1, which is the coordinating district. District 2, which will occupy or include all the residential development in the project. And then District Number 3 will be the commercial end of Littleton Village. So number 1 is the coordinating. Number 2 and number 3 generate the revenue for the public improvements. And really there's another reason for this is really to promote equity within the project. This way, the folks that are taxed in the residential area are taxed for the improvements within the residential area and not for overall improvements that may primarily serve the commercial district. Staff went through a number of criteria that's required by code that you find in favor of to approve the resolution. I won't go through all those, but with that, I know the district's council is here, so between us, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, any questions? Jim?
Glenn, the service plan says that no revenue or property of the city can be used as security for the debt. Does that clarify that the city has no financial obligation or responsibility for any of the debt?
That's correct.
Okay. It also had in there one of the prohibitions is that the city would not be providing design review services. And can you tell me why that may be true?
We actually do from the point of we will provide design review as we go through the various site development plans. I think, and that would be the initial approval. From there, they would have CC&Rs and they would have their own HOA I think primarily on a residential standpoint as individuals amend or change their house, then that goes back to the HOA in essence. So we have, through the PD, we have the right to approve those design standards, and then through the commercial and the residential end, we basically approve the initial design guidelines.
Okay. So District 1 and District 2 and District 3 are all being proposed as 100 square feet initially. And when the boundaries are exchanged or expanded, is the city notified of that? Or who is going to provide oversight of the expansion of the boundaries of particularly 2 and 3?
I believe the requirements of the district are that they notify any change, they notify the city on a yearly basis. So perhaps their council can provide a little bit more update to that. I don't know if it's as each development expands, whether they notify us or whether it's once a year. If I could, I'll turn it over to Kristen Bowers and give you an accurate answer to that question.
She may answer the next one anyway for me.
Good evening. Kristen Bowers, attorney for the Littleton Village Metropolitan Districts 1 through 3. Address is 2154 East Commons Avenue, Centennial, Colorado. To answer your question with regard to the inclusions of property, the overall boundary of the districts is set. It's the 77 acres. So as properties developed, it'll go either into District 2 for residential or District 3 for commercial. And the process for that is the property owner has to submit a petition in writing to the district board to include that property. There's then a publication in the newspaper of the hearing of the district board, and then there's a public meeting of the district board to approve that inclusion. There is no separate notice per se to the city, except, as Glenn said, on an annual basis. We would provide by August 1 of each year any inclusions that have occurred. But we're always constricted by that 77 acres. Unless somebody from outside that 77 acres wants to come into the district, then we have to come for city council approval before we could include any of that property. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but I'm going to ask you a little bit more detailed one,
Sure.
I think. Since the districts can be mixed use, and they can have the ability to create sub-districts within each of the 3 districts, and move, as I understand it, money from one district to the other for helping cover the debt. Why not just create the 3 districts by having the western half be one district, the eastern half be a separate district, and not have to go through all of this process you're going through in order to expand the 100 square feet?
It's a good question. Part of the reason to allow property to include over time is so that property isn't overly burdened by taxes before it's developed and before it needs the improvements. Generally, before a district issues bonds, there's constraints on time periods to pay it back. So you don't want to include property that maybe isn't developed, hasn't gone vertical, paying for public improvements that it's not benefiting from for a finite period of time. So it allows for flexibility in the financing of improvements, sort of on a tiered basis as property comes in, as it needs the improvements, as it's developed.
Is only District 1 doing the infrastructure?
Correct. It's anticipated that the 3 districts will enter into intergovernmental agreements where District 1 will enter into the construction contracts on behalf of all the districts.
You have a maximum mill levy debt for this, but as I understand it, there's an unlimited amount for maintenance and operation.
Correct.
So the mill levy can go substantially above the 50 mills.
It could. Right now, we're anticipating approximately 10 mills for operating, but it could go up depending on the level of improvements that the district will maintain over time.
And the maximum debt limit for each of the districts, can it be applied to the sub-districts as well?
The sub-districts, if there has been no talk about creating sub-districts yet, but if that occurs, the sub-districts are limited to the overall debt and limitations in the service plan of the overall district. So it wouldn't be able to go beyond 50, and it's an aggregate. So all the districts, all the sub-districts together couldn't issue more than the mill levy cap and the mill levy and the overall debt.
I have one other question.
Sure.
And it actually is doing with the next item on the agenda, which is the directors for the district. Are the directors for all 3 districts going to be the same?
Initially, that is the plan, and then as properties develop, there'll be more eligible electors to serve on the district.
Okay, thank you.
Phil.
Kristen, I'm not sure whether the question is best answered by you or by staff. With other metropolitan districts within the city, the budgets for the districts ended up being submitted to the council, and the council needed to evaluate them and actually endorse or approve, even though the city had no financial obligation. With these metropolitan districts, is the same process going to be used?
No, and I'll defer to Glenn on what type of districts, because there are various different types of special districts in Colorado, but typically special districts like these do not go through that sort of review process by the overlapping jurisdiction. Once it's approved, the district is a completely separate quasi-municipal corporation, much like the city, confined within the boundaries of the service plan, but the city doesn't have ongoing budget review, et cetera. But as a government, the district will have public hearings for its budget and have to go through the same process that the city does.
Any additional comments? Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Bruce?
I'll just ask a couple, and this may not be within our purveyance, but I'm going to, just from a broader perspective, the timing, how long does the 50 mils, how long does the debt stay in place and the 50 mils stay in place? It's probably in here, and wasn't able to go find it again.
Well, ultimately, it's until it's defeased. So typically, it'll be 40 years from the time that the bond is issued.
And with an imposition of 50 mils at a minimum plus the maintenance, is there an estimate of, for example, what that would translate into in terms of some dollar per square foot rental rate? In other words, what I guess I'm concerned about is it's a large mill levy, and if people step up because it's attractive to be there and the revenue is such on the individual commercial side that they can afford it, that's great. But what's the contingency if for some reason the economy turns sour or you don't see the rental rates that can support this? Can you talk to that?
Well, I think, as you know, that the commercial would be assessed at a 29% of its market value rate, and the residential would be 7.96%. So speaking on the residential, and I crunched some numbers on residential but not commercial, but I can grab my calculator quickly. For example, on a residential unit, a $200,000 market value would result, if the district imposed 40 mils, would result in about $630 per year of taxes due to the district. I can grab a calculator and run the numbers for the commercial, but I don't know that off the top of my head. But what I can say is, although the district has the cap of 50 mils for debt service, typically it doesn't like to or want to go to that cap. When the district goes out to the bond market, the bond purchasers are going to want to see some coverage. So they'll want to see that you can make the debt pay at, say, 35 or 40 mils, so that if, speaking to what you're talking about, the economy goes down, if the district absolutely has to go up to the 50 mils, we can still pay the debt back. So there's usually a cushion when you issue the bonds to be able to pay it.
But it's sort of a chicken or an egg thing. I mean, you can raise the mill levy if you need to, but that's not going to entice more businesses to come in and pay if they're not finding it advantageous to do so. So I guess how do you avoid the problem of having put the infrastructure in, having had the bonds issued, and then not seeing the take rate as far as the commercial is concerned and coming up with a shortage? I mean, what happens if you're in that position?
Those are very specific questions related to at the time the district issues bonds. So how a lot of deals are being done lately to accommodate for potential downfalls in the economy or development. For example, the district wouldn't just go out and issue all of its bonds at once and have the cash that has to be paid. This is, for example, there may be limitations on being able to issue debt in stages as development occurs so that you're not over-issuing and not able to pay it back if development doesn't continue. Or you may have some deals we've seen lately, given the economy, are you issue $10 million, but it's held in a restricted account with a trustee. And as, say, certain square footages are developed, or as COs are issued, or as building permits are issued, then you can start pulling that out. And if you don't reach a certain threshold, all that money goes back to pay the bonds. So those are things we're seeing lately to sort of accommodate for the market conditions.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Jerry?
Now that you put the crowd to sleep. But I think my question is for Glenn, actually. Okay. On the report that you put out, on what is this, page 2? On number 6, you said the proposal is substantial compliance with the city's comprehensive plan. Now, isn't this property not included in the comprehensive plan?
No, we found that the original zoning, actually, I believe it's in the Broadway corridor plan.
It doesn't go to the east. Marathon that I'm aware of has never been in the comp plan.
My understanding it was, but I'll defer again to another expert in the room.
Thank you.
It's in the South Neighborhood Plan.
South?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, I think it is. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Need a motion?
Madam Chairman, I move that the City Council approve the resolution that approves the amended and restated consolidated service plan for Littleton Village Metropolitan Districts number 1 through 3.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay, item 8B is approval of a resolution appointing directors to fill vacancies on the Littleton Village Metropolitan District Number 1 Board of Directors. Glenn?
Mayor and Council, this is before you tonight related to the previous item in that there have been 2 directors from the original district. However, because of a snafu, a bond wasn't put in place, and those 2 directors were not reappointed to the district. So in that case, state statute states that the City Council then takes that role of appointing the directors. And so what the request is that we have 2 owners, and that's the 2 Richardsons laid out for you, David Richardson and David Richardson Jr., and then the 2 buyers of the property who do have a contract to purchase the property, and that will be Gardner Hammond and Theodore Cox. So with that, we are recommending that you approve the resolution approving those 4 directors to the new Littleton Village Metro District.
Any questions? Bruce?
Glenn, can I direct you to Section 5 of the resolution? And it says that the City Council finds that the director candidates are duly qualified and willing candidates to be appointed to the board of the district. You know, I really don't know if they're qualified.
Right. There's actually 2 qualifications. You're either an owner, or maybe it's 3, an owner, or you live within the district, and or you're a contract buyer. So nobody lives on the site. We know that. So in this case, I think duly qualified would be the contractors to buy it and the current owners.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Peggy?
So after the people who have an option to purchase actually purchase it, will the current owners still be eligible to be directors?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of what you asked.
Will the property, when they purchase, will the current owners still be eligible to be directors? Because I don't know where they live, but they won't own it at that point.
The council of the district is shaking her head no, but again, I'll let her answer that.
Good evening again, Kristen Bowers for the record. To answer your question, no. As soon as the closing on the property occurs, the 2 individuals, David Richardson and David Richardson Jr., will be conveying their property to the buyer, and so that will make them no longer eligible to serve on the district.
But then will we need other directors?
We will, and, well, we already have 2, because you're also appointing Ted Cox and Gardner-Hammond. So the district can operate with as little as 1 and as many as 5 directors. And then every May of even-numbered years is the regular district election. So those positions will sit vacant until there's another election or appointment.
So just a short period, we would think. They wouldn't be on there before somebody fills those slots?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I must not have understood what you said. So, I mean, once the property changes hands, the 2 people who now own it won't be eligible to be on that.
Correct. They won't be on the board anymore, and nor do I believe they wish to be. So the board will consist of 2 members, Gardner, Hammond, and Ted Cox, for a period of time until someone else wants to serve on the board.
But depending on when this occurs, right, there might be a couple of years.
Before other persons are appointed to the board? Correct.
And that's okay?
That is okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Need a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move that the City Council approve the resolution appointing directors to fill the vacancies on the Littleton Village Metropolitan District Number 1 Board of Directors, and those initially will be David B. Richardson, David B. Richardson Jr., Theodore E. Cox, and Gardner G. Hammond.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
All right, item 8C is certification of citizens' initiative petitions and resolution to set ballot language on an amendment to the city charter, section 27. This is again, a section 27 of the charter regarding executive, what's the word?
Executive session.
Sessions. I'm reading committees. Executive session. I need a motion.
I move to approve Resolution 31, Series 2013, setting the ballot title for the citizen initiative to amend Section 27 of the city charter.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ready to vote? Oop.
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay. Item 8D is a certification of a citizens initiative, petitions and resolutions to set ballot language regarding amendment to the city charter, section 37. This is in regards to rezones, and I need a motion.
I move to approve Resolution 12, Series 2013, setting the ballot title for the citizen initiative to amend Section 37 of the city charter.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just quick, it's not 12, it's 32.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
that's right.
Resolution 32.
There you go. Thanks.
Got that. Okay. Any other discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay. So now we will move to 7A, which is really our new 8A. And this is an ordinance, which I will read. This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, conveying by quitclaim deed the city's interest in public street right-of-way for West County Line Road and slope easements to the private property owner. Mr. Bloston.
Good evening, Council. I'm Charlie Bloston, City of Littleton Public Works Director. I'm presenting to you an ordinance on second reading that would vacate the city's interest in some right-of-way adjacent to County Line Road, just east of the railroad tracks, and also some unnecessary easements related to the Littleton Commons development. If I could have the overhead projector for a moment. On the map, this is County Line Road. This is the railroad tracks over here. This is the unnecessary right-of-way that the staff is suggesting to the council that be vacated. The easements are adjacent to Erickson Boulevard and County Line Road, and they are slope easements that are necessary to stabilize the road. However, with the development of the project, we no longer need those easements. They can be vacated, and it'll facilitate the development of this project. With that very brief description, Council, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to respond. The developer and his engineer are here as well.
Any questions? Jim?
The original objections to doing this, those objections have been removed?
No, actually, they're still working with CenturyLink and Lockheed Martin, and as we proposed in the council report, that the deeds and the ordinance would not be executed until those objections are resolved. I do have emails from them that indicate that that is moving along and probably will be accomplished. My guess is within 30 days.
Bruce?
Charlie, I alluded to this when we had the first reading on this. I still just don't know why, if you would explain. Staff can withhold the final approval of the Littleton Commons offsite grading, utilities, and drainage plans until adequate provisions are made to accommodate Quest and Lockheed Martin. I'm wondering why you would not have had that process happen first and then have a completed agreement on all parties with the work identified and agreed upon before you bring it to council.
Well, Councilman, on the east portion of the property, which is the residential development, the objections don't affect those easements. And as a result, they can move ahead with their final design and begin construction on the apartment complex east of Erickson Boulevard. If it does take some time to resolve the two utility conflicts, they can still fully develop the east portion without any concern for the Quest or the Lockheed Martin issues. So at least the developer can begin the construction and start work on all this on the east portion without any conflicts whatsoever.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Charlie. Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing. We have two people who have signed up to speak. Rosalie Summers. Actually, she is not in favor and does not wish to speak. Rosalie, did you intend to sign up on this? Is Rosalie here? Okay. And Dave Benson. He is not in favor and does not wish to speak. Okay, seeing no one else, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to come down and speak on this issue? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, and I need a motion, please.
No, I move the ordinance authorizing conveyance by the City of Littleton of its interest in a part of West County Line Road right-of-way and adjacent slope easements be approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Council, any discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 7 in favor. The motion carries.
Okay. So that takes us to 7B, which is our public hearing on Broadstone at Littleton Station rezone from B2 and R3 to PDR at 2100 West Littleton Boulevard and 5759 South Bemis Street. And I will read that ordinance. This is an ordinance of the City of Littleton, Colorado, approving the rezone of property known as 2100 West Littleton Boulevard and 5759 South Bemis Street from B2 Community Business and R3 Single Family Residential, respectively, to PDR Planned Development Residential. Glenn?
Mayor, first I have the list of exhibits for the project.
Thank you.
As you mentioned, this is 4.5 acres located at the southwest corner of Bemis and Littleton Boulevard. The site is zone B2, which is a general commercial district. However, it does allow residential units at a ratio of 50% of floor area, commercial versus residential. And the site shown here in the highlighted yellow. And Councilmember Cole asked that we take a look at, I wanted to put this up early in the presentation, and the footprint in yellow is what is proposed. And of course you can see the existing buildings on the site right now. So you can get a pretty good gauge of where the current buildings are set back and what is proposed to you tonight. As you can see, they're certainly closer to Littleton Boulevard, a little bit further away from Bemis Street from what is there currently. So just give you a rundown of where we've been with this project. The Planning Board first heard this case back on June 24th of this year, and they voted unanimously to forward a recommendation of denial to the City Council. At that point, we were at 250 units and an overall residential density of 56 units per acre and 5 stories in height. July 2nd, City Council had their first reading on the ordinance. July 30th, Council remanded the project back to the Planning Board because of 3 changes proposed by the applicant. And that would have, were proposed to drop the height from 5 stories to 4, drop the residential units from 225 to from 250 to 225. That changed the density from 56 units per acre to 50 units per acre. And then they also increased the setback on Littleton Boulevard by 5 feet. The Planning Board heard this case on August 19th, 2013, and they are recommending denial again of this zoning case by a vote of 6-1. There were a number of concerns from the Planning Board, and I'll mention a few of those here. There was concern over the recommended height. I think because when you actually calculate the height by our code, it would be 4 stories, but of course the site slopes down and a portion of the basement level is visible on the west side of the project. So you could certainly read that as 5 stories. There was really a concern with preserving the #1 goal in our comprehensive plan, and as you know, we have to zone consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that very first land use citywide goal is preserve the unique character of Littleton. And there were several Planning Board members that mentioned they didn't feel this really did that. And I think a lot of concerns had to do with they felt that perhaps it was the right land use, but not the right physical design at this point. And then I think we also heard that perhaps the B2, the existing zoning, is what's appropriate for the site. That does have some potential economic benefits for the city as well. So just to hit real quickly the differences between what you first saw in July and what you're seeing now. Again, they dropped the units 25 from 250 to 225. That dropped the density from 56 units per acre to 50. The overall height they've capped at 49 feet, whereas they had a 59-foot height. And again, it was 5 stories, with the 6th story being the partially submerged basement level. Now they're at 4 stories, with the 5th story being the basement on the west side. Littleton Boulevard setback, again, increased 15 feet. And then we had a recommendation early on to increase the setback on Bemis. They've done that, and they've shown that to now be 25 feet. One of the other changes that the applicant is proposing is to actually provide a berm on the west side of the site. That would be in the area that is now an easement area where we have, I believe, the city ditch is undergrounded. And what this would do from an architectural or a design standpoint is from the light rail station, basically you lose that, that basement level. So it would actually screen that level. We had a chance to just very initially touch base with Englewood, who controls that easement. They have some initial concerns, so it's not something we can guarantee can happen tonight. And I think their concerns are along the lines of you're putting more dirt on top of our pipe, and that causes potentially structural issues, and also it's more difficult to maintain. But if approved, we will work through those issues. As you increase the setbacks, it pushes back the step backs. So this is a real tongue twister here. As we push it back from Littleton and Bemis, what we wanted to make sure is we didn't lose the stepping back of the building towards the southwest of the site. So what these couple of tables show you is, this table shows you is we haven't lost that. So the building is still stepping back per the guidelines of the Littleton Corridor Study. These are all the development conditions that you initially saw in July. As you remember, we had 12 conditions that were added as a part of the ordinance. By remanding it back to the planning board, they were able to actually amend their development plan to include all these requirements in that plan. So there's not a need to have separate conditions on the rezoning ordinance. And real quickly, this was to increase the setback on Bemis, dedicate the easements for open space. This will be a LEED certified gold building per their recommendation. We propose a little bit more expanded architectural review process that we would include the planning board in as a kind of initial sounding board, and some of the adjacent residents to provide additional input on the architecture. We also asked the applicant, and they've agreed to provide a small cafe space at the corner of Bemis and Littleton Boulevard. So we have a condition in there on that they would try and find a tenant for that retail space, and I think we gave them a 5-year period that if they can't find anybody within 5 years, then it could go back to a residence. They're adding additional measures to reduce traffic from a management standpoint of traffic heading south down Bemis Road into the Stern Park neighborhood. They are providing a traffic signal at the developer's expense, and they are also widening Bemis Street. There is a noise study done, and they have to incorporate different construction techniques to make sure they mitigate the sound from the railroad. They're expanding the sidewalk on Alamo Bridge because we think one of the big advantages of providing residential close to light rail is, of course, you want to provide an easy alternative to getting in your car and taking a trip to work. So, but we have an issue on Alamo Bridge, and the engineering department and public works department has a proposed design that would widen that sidewalk, narrow the lane down a little bit, but we think it would really benefit for pedestrian movement. We had additional articulation required with the top floor. That's number 11, and they've incorporated that into the PD plan. And then at the time when this project initially came forward, we did not have an impact fee system, and we do now, but the developer has agreed to pay those fees. And then, of course, the 3 conditions that they provided to you in July, that was something that they worked out with a group of neighbors that they had been working with. So looking at the comprehensive plan, and we boiled it down to what we think are really the key issues. And again, this is really that #1 land use, preserve Littleton's unique character. And we could certainly argue whether this does that. I think the difficulty that staff has is the existing zoning potentially would allow a very intense redevelopment of the site as well. This is actually a down zoning of the property. And we worked our hardest to try and break up some of the facades to help it fit in as much as possible with the neighborhood. And that is by providing architectural details to the west elevation to get a look of perhaps several 3- to 4-story buildings. So that kind of fits a little bit with the context of our downtown. Variety in housing stock. I think staff would state we don't have a project like this of this price and amenities. So I think this would be an addition to the housing stock for Littleton. and attractive and helpful living environments. Again, we spent a lot of time on the architecture of this project, and if it goes forward, there'll be additional time provided. But I think from a healthful living environment, if we can get people out of cars, I think we find that to be a benefit. And by providing this residential density close to light rail, then putting in improvements to make walking more easy, we think we are creating a healthful living environment. There's a condition about economic independence. And again, we're losing the B2, which does provide for office, retail, and residential. So there is a potential loss of economic dollars from the site. However, by providing the population base, we feel that's increasing the market area for the downtown. I think the applicant showed you that the office vacancy rates and the retail vacancy rates are in the, I think, 10 to 30% range. So what's better, to add more square footage to that vacancy rate or provide a population base to hopefully provide additional revenue from the retail that we have existing? Energy efficiency. I mentioned that the applicant has agreed to go through rather rigorous review through the leadership in environmental design, the lead organization, to get a gold standard. So staff will oversee that, as well as there will be some third-party review involved in making sure they meet that standard. Then our comprehensive plan gets in a little bit more detail with the Stern Park neighborhood plan, and again, preserve the unique character of the neighborhood. Well, any development, I think, on this site will, you could certainly argue on either side whether that impacts the neighborhood. It certainly adds to the mix of architectural styles. The applicant is trying to preserve as many of the existing mature trees on the site, including those on Littleton Boulevard. Quiet atmosphere. Again, I think the largest noisemaker in this area would be the railroad station. And I could argue that this structure placed between the Stern Park neighborhood and the railroad will help, hopefully, reduce some of those noise. Improve transportation traffic controls only to the extent necessary to improve circulation. And I think this is an interesting part of our comprehensive plan. And it's not just improve transportation, because I think most traffic engineers would say, well, you add lanes and that's how you do that. You provide smooth movement through a neighborhood. But this really keeps it down to, let's keep it on a neighborhood scale. And I think with this project and the widening of Bemis, still retaining parking on the road, and again, some management requirements to help reduce the amount of folks that would perhaps choose to cut through the neighborhood versus go out to the easiest route out onto Littleton Boulevard, I think helps meet that recommendation. Prohibit encroachment of commercial uses. I think, of course, the zoning is there today for commercial uses. I think this helps meet that standard as far as providing a residential use in the neighborhood. And then again, emphasis in decision-making should be on preservation of the neighborhood as a sound, desirable residential area. And that's what we're afforded here by the applicant asking for this rezoning, is you have a process where you get a lot of input from the neighborhood to make sure that this project is still does not affect the Stern Park neighborhood being a sound, desirable residential area. We also have the downtown neighborhood plan that steps a little bit out of the downtown and says there should be, you should respect iconic structures. It's very clear that the courthouse directly north of the site is said iconic structure. And in this case, we've again done a lot to increase setbacks, increase the stepping back of the building so that it defers to the courthouse. And you'll see a little bit more detailed architectural drawings, and you'll have to make your own mind up of whether it does that. Now, one of the things from the downtown neighborhood plan is there should be some kind of gateway on this site to kind of match the the courthouse, so you know you're coming into or going out of the downtown area. I think what we heard from the neighborhood is, you know, maybe not in this case. Maybe we should really step back, and what they've done, and you see it in the elevation in the lower right-hand corner, is they've taken that large, the white portion of the building, and they've pushed it back. It was, I think, originally up at the corner to be kind of that gateway, but they've pushed it away from the intersection, again, to defer to the courthouse. And then going down a little bit more detail, we have the Littleton Boulevard corridor study that talks about massing and height. And this is the wording directly out of that corridor study, is that for the sheriff's site, there should be 3 stories next to Littleton Boulevard and Bemis Street, then stepping up in height as you go to the south and to the southwest. There's also this very clear diagram that shows lower buildings adjacent to Littleton Boulevard, in parentheses 2 to 3 stories, and then higher buildings in to the south with, in parentheses, 4 stories. In our mind, we think that the proposal of 3 stories and then stepping considerably back and going to the 4-story meets the intent of these statements in the Littleton Boulevard corridor study. It goes on a little bit further about architectural character, and again respecting the historic context that's surrounding this site. Sloped roofs are preferred over flat roofs. We do have some flat roofs that have been improved since the design guidelines. I'm thinking of the Littleton Station project a little bit further east. However, the applicant did incorporate some sloped roofs in the lower floors of the building in order to kind of bring it down to more of a pedestrian scale. Provide an attractive west facade to light rail. Again, we've tried to break up that facade and give an appearance of 3 to 4, 4 to 5-story buildings along that, similar to a downtown where you would have different buildings adjacent to each other. And then this is described in the guidelines as a development catalyst site. So what's a catalyst? It's something to kind of create a reinvigoration of Littleton Boulevard. And in this case, they talk about, for this site, I think primarily because of the adjacent neighborhood, that the appropriate land use would be medium density residential. Now the guidelines, and I think the planning board struggled with this, and quite frankly staff struggled with this. The guidelines don't have a definition that says medium density is X. However, there is another part of the guidelines that state in another location, medium density is, I think it was 3 to 4 stories at 50 units per acre. So I think in staff's opinion that the recommendation is for 50 units per acre, and that's where we are today. So I guess just to wrap up, it's what we gave to you is a recommendation based on the comprehensive plan and the design guidelines, which you are asked to find that the project meets the general welfare of the community, and it's consistent with those comprehensive plan and those design guidelines. We think it meets most of those boxes. It checks most of those boxes, but certainly not all of them. Again, the comprehensive plan is we're revising it now because it is a 30-year-old document. And so you really have to ask yourself, if this was a case for a rezoning to B2, there certainly would be fewer boxes checked, and it would certainly be probably very inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and the design guidelines. Some of the things that you are getting, because they are going through the process to amend the zoning for a lower intense use, is you're addressing traffic impacts. And again, you're getting a commitment from the developer to build a traffic signal at Bemis and Littleton Boulevard, widening the street, doing some management techniques to try and get people from moving south. And one of the things that staff doesn't talk about a lot, but it's certainly an issue with new development, is trying to build jobs and housing close to the light rail station, and we think this is a site that does that. And then again, how the project, I think, benefited is there's been a robust amount of community input and influence, not only in the public hearings that I laid out for you, but the applicant has had a number of neighborhood meetings and meetings with smaller groups. So just to hit the transit-oriented development, I think really the benefit is trying to reduce the column on the right, and that is folks that live in Littleton, but they're employed outside of Littleton. So there's 15,000 folks that are commuting out of Littleton, and then there's folks that are employed in Littleton but living outside, and there's 26,000 folks that are commuting in. So we think this development kind of meets the goals of reducing those trips. I think ultimately reducing traffic is best done through land use changes, but there's other mitigating ways to address that as well. And I wanted to show you, we did map the number of folks that have either given us letters or come to a planning board hearing, speaking in favor or against. It doesn't look like a little bit or a lot of dots that are in the pink to red range, which are folks that are definitely against the project. But if you zoom in, you would see that it's dense around the particular project as well. So that's probably not a surprise to you, and I think you'll hear a lot of that. But again, going through the plan development process allowed that input, which if they develop the site under B2, I can't guarantee that would happen. So with that, Mayor, we are recommending approval. Your planning board is recommending denial, and per our code, you have several options. Approve the proposed rezoning request, approve it with additional conditions, again, to meet some of those requirements of the comprehensive plan, approve a higher classification than requested, and this is going to take some explaining, but if you have a question, a higher classification in Littleton is actually a lower intensity of rezoning. So you could actually drop the density of this project, for instance, and approve it that way. You can deny the request, or you can table or continue the hearing to another date, specifically with some direction to staff or the applicant if there's additional questions. So with that, I don't have anything else to present, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Bruce.
Glenn, I did have on my list, my very first question to ask was about the process. I was the one who, at the hearing previously, stated that I felt that the changes had been substantial and they were not what had been reviewed by the Planning Commission. At that time, laying that out, our understanding was that the option that we had was to return it to the Planning Commission. Since that time, in talking to several people and trying to understand the Planning Commission role and the role of first and second readings, and first and second readings has been a challenge for this council for the last 20 months anyway. Are we where we should be in this process? I spent a lot of time in the criminal world, and I understand from the court process that many things allow something to be thrown out of court or retried because of process, and I've always depended upon district attorneys and defense attorneys to work with the judge to find that out. I'm questioning whether we are at the right place, and I want to have a firm understanding that the council proceeds with a vote tonight as if this is the second reading of this, that we are on firm ground and not subject to an appeal like I experienced, or a mistrial like I experienced in my previous life in the criminal justice world.
Councilmember Beckman, I think I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you. Councilmember Beckman, members of council, to be clear, and you know, we're still learning this relationship. I would encourage any of you prior to a meeting, if you have questions such as these that you may wish to have answered at a meeting, especially if you're discussing them with other people, please feel free to contact me so that I'm not in a position of looking it up on the night of the meeting. Fortunately, in this case, Councilmember Cole raised these issues with me, and I've had some opportunity to review it. Under the council procedures in the code, and I'm specifically in 10.12.4 subsection 3 or B3 about council procedure. The council notices a public hearing after first reading. You did that. After the public hearing, the council has the opportunity, as Glenn just described, to approve, to deny, to approve a higher classification, to table till a date certain pending provision of further information. What happened prior to the opening of that public hearing is the council determined there was new information, and the council sought additional feedback from the planning board, so the council continued the public hearing. So in other words, you had a first hearing on this ordinance. The council approved that ordinance on first hearing and set a public hearing. And prior to that public hearing taking place, the council continued it to this date, during which time the planning board has reviewed the modifications, the amendment that has been proposed by the applicant, and provided council with additional feedback. I am confident that council has followed its procedures, and if there is a legal defect in any decision that this council may make, it is not the one, Councilmember Beckman, that you just described concern about. So I'm comfortable that we are on solid ground in the process that the council has followed.
Thank you.
Other questions? Jerry.
Glenn, could you go ahead and put up the first proposal versus the changes today? Your earlier slides, please.
Is it the table, this one?
No.
No, it's like one of the first. Yeah, there we go. So were these changes made at the planning board's request?
No.
So it isn't the same plan that the planning board saw the first time around, right?
But they did review this plan that you're reviewing tonight and gave you a recommendation.
And to our city attorney, that's where I had a problem last time not reviewing the original plan. That's why I voted against coming back to us again. How is this different? How is this the same proposal that was originally submitted? And my point is if they weren't requested by city staff or by the planning board.
Councilmember Valdez, it's an amended proposal. My understanding was that pretty much from the start, city staff had been making suggestions to the applicant as to changes that might be make its plan more palatable, and that at least the changes that are proposed address some and not all of those issues. But like any other application that is made before the council, the applicant always has the ability to modify it. Had the application been modified 2 or 3 weeks before the day of the original public hearing that was scheduled, staff probably would have had an opportunity to review it and comment and provide information to the council, and you would have been able to proceed that evening. But basically, this is an amended version of the original application, which in and of itself is not uncommon, and the definition of an amendment means there are some changes from what was originally applied for.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Bruce.
Glenn, we some period of time ago, and I don't remember if it was over a year ago, I think we removed the TIS review component. I guess one of the things I just was wondering is if that particular attribute of what we had as far as the planning review process was still in place, what impact, if any, would that have had on this process, out of curiosity?
Well, certainly with the rezoning, it wouldn't have affected anything. It would go through the process it did with hearings before planning board and city council. Now, what the TIS described, that any redevelopment within that circle requires a plan development overlay that would be heard by the planning board and ultimately approved by the planning board. So if the TIS was in place, they were redeveloping the site under the B3, even if their proposed project met all the requirements of the B3 or B2 district, they would have to have a hearing with the planning board. I think part of the reason staff was concerned with that is, so what is the planning board reviewing? Generally, the plan development overlay is if you're modifying a setback or one of those requirements of the underlying zoning, then you go through that process. And the way it was drafted in Littleton was any change from a current land use would go back to the planning board.
Okay. All right, thanks. I wanted to ask a question with respect to, I guess, drainage issues. There's obviously some drainage issues in proximity to the site with the floodplain and so forth and so on. Are there, it may in fact be in here, and maybe I didn't quite get it when I read through it X number of times, but the drainage with respect to the railroad depression, are there any specific issues that need to be attended to with respect to the development of this type of a project and the proximity to the railroad depression as far as any drainage might be concerned?
I don't know if there's specific requirements. They are meeting the code as far as retaining that stormwater on the site.
Right.
But I don't know if there's additional protection. Charlie's saying no.
All right. There's nothing, the railroads aren't involved with anything having to do with this, given the proximity of their easement?
No.
Okay. All right. Last thing I wanted to ask, at least at this stage, is on page 310 of the packet, it talks about 1,496 daily trips with, this is a traffic site generation question, 1,496 trips, call 150 of them transit-related trip reduction, so you're left with, which is 10%. So you're left with 1,346 trips, but the vast majority of those do not appear to be peak hour trips, as in you've got 104 a.m. in and out and 126 p.m. in and out. So 130 of the 1,300, 10%. So we're saying 90% of the daily trips are occurring non-peak. How did you assess that? Is that a?
Certainly.
I can wait if it's a applicant inquiry.
I think part of it is the reduction due to light rail proximity is coming out of those peak times because those are go to work, come out.
But it only says 150 is the transit-related trip reduction. So theoretically, that's been incorporated in the analysis. So I'll wait. I'll ask them when they come up. That's fine. That's all I've got.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you, Glenn.
Good evening, Mayor Brinkman, members of the council. My name is Mackenzie Jellum. I'm with Alliance Residential Company. Business address 2000 South Colorado Boulevard, Suite 10500, Denver 80222. I'm going to begin by telling you a little bit about who we are. Alliance Residential is a fully integrated, nationally operating company that focuses on acquiring, owning, developing, and managing luxury multifamily properties throughout the United States. Andy Clay is our managing director in Denver. He's a Colorado native who's worked in the real estate development and property management for over 10 years. In that time, he has developed more than 4,000 units and managed more than 1,000 units in the Denver metro area. Currently, we're under construction on 2 residential apartment communities in Denver. Broadstone Gardens at Cherry Creek recently opened in July, and Broadstone Blake Street, which is directly across from Coors Field, will be opening in January. I want to run through briefly some photos of our Broadstone Gardens at Cherry Creek project, just to give you an example of the type of product we build. Similar to Littleton, Broadstone Gardens is built adjacent to a residential neighborhood. We had great collaboration with the Cherry Creek East Association. There were 3 architects on their board that collaborated with our architect to come to the facades that are in front of you. They wanted a very unique building, lots of color, and we delivered on that vision. The bottom left picture is our Wi-Fi cafe. This is a similar concept to what we're proposing for Littleton Station. We planned it so that if the right tenant expresses interest in the space, we could easily convert it to a private use. But in the meantime, it can function for our residents as this Wi-Fi cafe. The upper picture is our leasing clubhouse. We like to provide a lot of great amenities for our residents. A fitness center is a huge part of our building. We have a variety of cardio and strength machines. We also have a yoga or CrossFit studio, so our residents have access to all of the cutting-edge equipment. The upper left-hand corner is our media lounge. This is equipped with several TVs, and it's a fun space for our residents to gather, and they can also rent it out for private functions. And to the right is our conference room. This is also a popular amenity that we like to provide. We find that a lot of our residents work from home, and so it's great for them to have a professional space where they can invite clients in and conduct meetings. As for our interior unit finishes, they're top of the line. We have the vinyl plank flooring, full stainless steel appliances, quartz countertops, upgraded plumbing and light fixtures. These are very luxury finishes that you could expect in a new construction single-family home. So tonight we're going to walk through the summary of our application. We're going to discuss the evolution of the design, our justifications for rezoning, and lastly, a fiscal benefit analysis. And with that, I'd like to invite Andy Clay up.
My name is Andy Clay, Alliance Residential Company, 2000 South Colorado Boulevard, Tower 1, Suite 10, 500, Denver, Colorado, 80222. Mayor Brinkman and members of the council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this tonight. I recognize that it has been a somewhat circuitous route along the way, and I appreciate the patience of both this council as well as the planning board. And I hope tonight it is clear why that circuitous route has been taken. It certainly was not because we take for granted your time, the residents' time who have been working with us and against us, or the planning board. A common question I've gotten from folks who are not in favor of this is, why don't you build this at another location? Many times they've said, we think this is, you build a good product, we think that what you're presenting here is nice, but why here? Why not someplace else? Part of the reason is because the guiding documents that have been presented to us, most recently the Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study, but the comp plan and the Stern Park Neighborhood Plan all seem to indicate that this was a probable site for a community that is similar to what we develop. It's also because we believe that it is arguably one of the best locations for a luxury apartment community in the city of Littleton, because of its proximity to downtown Littleton, Stern Park, the Rose Memorial War Memorial Garden, and of course the light rail. It is an amazing place, and we believe that we understand that it really does capture some of the essence of why people love Littleton. Again, it is identified as a development catalyst in the Littleton Boulevard corridor study, which would indicate that not only that this site should change, but that it should change to the degree that it would initiate further change within the surrounding area and along along the Littleton corridor. That is one of the things which I'll point out in a few minutes here, that we believe this will do, that this will actually, that the vacant commercial that's within a mile radius of this location could be invigorated by a labor pool that would be attractive to employers who would come in and either renovate or redevelop locations with older office and retail stock. The rezoning application allows the opportunity to solicit resident comments, and which we believe we have done to a great degree, and I believe it's actually, excuse me, resulted in a better project because of that. We believe that there is probably some type of use by right that will occur if this doesn't go forward. What that is speculative, and I won't necessarily weigh in on that. We have ideas of what is possibly allowable and that might be financeable that we'll discuss later in our economic study. But it eliminates the uncertainty of incompatible uses under the B2 zoning that don't fit into the guiding documents. At 50 units an acre, per the guidance of staff and our understanding of the Littleton Boulevard corridor study, we believe it fits squarely within the guiding documents at this point. We believe it also strikes the right balance of economic benefit to the city, as identified in the economic plan that was adopted, while minimizing the impact on the immediate residential neighborhood, which would occur under the B2 zoning. I propose that there is no multifamily community of this quality that's currently in Littleton. And again, because of the extremely special location, we believe that this will draw the type of residents, and that this demand exists not just outside of Littleton, but in Littleton as well, for residents to live at a community like this. It is, we believe, the only multifamily project that's currently proposed that will really draw the high-income and tech-savvy residents that the housing study that the staff or that the city commissioned that's needed to draw the Class A office employers. I'm sure you're aware that a lot of times employers look for that. And then finally, these changes have been a result of work with neighbors who are now in agreement with us. They fought us and will, I believe, testify tonight. They fought us and now are currently supporting us, and we expect and hope that they will continue to be part of the site plan review process, where we do get into more of the architectural design. Again, just to clarify, it was never our strategy to propose a building that was too large for the site and then negotiate down. That would not be cost effective for us. It certainly doesn't win us any good PR, and we understand that. What has happened is the initial guiding documents were later supplemented after a couple of submittals of ours, and the residents who are supporting us now, along with the city in a meeting in, I believe it was March, came together and determined that the Littleton Boulevard corridor study was actually a guiding document, and that it should weigh on the design of this project. We asked for a continuance at Planning Board when that came to our attention and after we had already been scheduled. So we asked for a continuance in order to further address that. And then after the first Planning Board vote of denial, the same residents echoed some comments that came from Planning Board that maybe 50 units an acre is medium density. We didn't necessarily, weren't necessarily planning to go forward with that because it was unclear that that was medium density. But the residents who have spent the most time with us and worked the most on this design and have their fingerprints on it said, if we have some ideas, if you could incorporate them, we would support it. That's how the other conditions came about. We were unable to get a meeting scheduled with those residents for a couple weeks just because of schedules. And then I was unable, once we got an agreement and understood what changes they were looking for, we were unable to incorporate those because of contractual obligations with our investor until, unfortunately, the 11th hour before City Council. And that's when we sent them to staff and said, we can commit to these now. We understood perfectly why the staff and the City Council remanded that back to the Planning Board to make sure that these conditions were thoughtfully incorporated. We've gone out of our way to continue to work with staff, with the neighbors, and with Planning Board to incorporate all of the concepts that we possibly could support. Again, this is a list of some of the concessions, which I'm going to skip through a little bit because I want to respect the time and give the residents the time that they're looking for as well. But I think Glenn has pretty much gone over gone over all of these, which are in our plan. I'm also going to skip through the proposed zoning. I'm positive that you all are familiar with it, and I'm certainly happy to answer questions. I will highlight that it's a roughly 60% two-bedroom, two-bath, 40% one-bedroom, one-bath, $1,550 average rent. That means that the one-bedrooms are roughly $1,200 to $1,250, and then on the high end, the larger two-bedrooms go up to $2,400 to $2,500 a month. Again, I'm happy to answer more questions about that. The LEED certification, we have a LEED consultant here as well. There's an additional guiding document that we believe is also incorporated as it was adopted. And there are some highlights I'd like to point out. In the Economic Plan 2013, under the subheading, by implementing the comp plan and economic plan, the city can achieve the following results. Promote new growth and development located along major transit lines and proximate to retail and service hubs in order to increase the customer base for Littleton businesses. Identify and improve undeveloped and underdeveloped properties along major corridors to meet the goals of the comp plan. Under the assets section, it identifies light rail and diverse residential areas, and it states it is counterintuitive to attempt to move forward with the practices and beliefs held from the past. The city cannot rest on its laurels if it is to remain vital by attracting new businesses and residents. Again, I'm quoting from the plan. And then under priorities, priority number 2 was to engage property owners and developers. And under opportunities, there are 3 that we believe specifically apply to this project. Number 1, infill development. Number 2, redevelopment. Number 3, transit-oriented development. And a couple of the relevant quotes under those sections. These opportunities may involve areas where current zoning is not reflective of development potential under current and future market conditions. This potential may include changing or broadening uses, or may also include significant density increases over what is currently allowed by zoning. And then redevelopment in some cases might mean demolition or rebuilding, while in other cases it might mean increasing density to re-energize uses which are not otherwise viable. Again, re-energizing uses, that seems to point to this idea of a catalyst site, and that's where we're taking some cues. And then it concludes that now is the time to take the calculated risks that will allow the city to prevail in a highly competitive market and succeed as an economically vital community. I understand the challenges that you're faced with in voting on this and in considering it tonight. It is, I recognize it's an extremely high-profile site and has a lot of sensitivity. We've tried to, we've done everything we can to consider that sensitivity and incorporate comments. The housing study, which I don't believe is necessarily a guiding document, but was commissioned by the city, and I believe has some relevant points to make about this site. It states that transit influences on residential growth patterns, that TOD benefits are reflected in higher property values, which can result in increased tax revenue. In fact, proximity to transit stops typically increases property values by 10 to 20%, a phenomenon known as the transit premium. It also notes that when compared with other apartment attributes and amenities, only CBD locations and green building certifications contributed to higher premiums. So out of 3 of the highest impacts to land premiums and property premiums, we are accomplishing 2 of them. It's next to the light rail station, and we're also obtaining a green certification. And we believe that this translates into not only increased property values for the residents around us, but also an increased property value at the location, which would enhance revenue to the city as well. In the looking ahead section, it identifies the aging boomer generation as well as attracting young workers. Again, those are 2 demographics that are our targets. We believe that there's a significant demand for high income and dual income young families and couples, late 20s to mid 30s. And we also see a demand from the boomer generation, empty nesters who no longer need a full-size single-family home. And it concludes with, while single-family home ownership remains a goal for many households, it is no longer perceived to be the ultimate goal for all. As residents of the Metro Denver area become more familiar with higher density living, many households are choosing the lifestyle that rental properties and higher density provide. The bottom line is that healthy communities provide a diversity of housing options, diversity in price, in style, in location, and in amenities. Our analysis indicates that certainly at this light rail station, this is a diverse housing stock that's not currently being provided at that location. And again, that was the housing study by Patty Silverstein's group. This again shows, she had highlighted in there that while Denver as a whole, on average, the metro area increased in 15 to 44-year-olds. The Littleton age group was decreasing in that population group. And here it compares Littleton, Arapahoe, Douglas County, and Metro Denver. Again, these are residents that we believe will be attracted to this community and our design. The evolution of the design, we have on the left you can see the original design was 1 building with a courtyard in the middle, and it was, as you stand on Bemis and Littleton Boulevard, it was 5 stories. It was 3 stories stepping back to the additional 2 stories, both very visible from either location. Again, this was prior to the Littleton Boulevard corridor study being brought to our attention as a guiding document, and at that time we were comparing it to the B2 zoning, which did not have any required setbacks or stepbacks. As it evolved with the involvement of the residents and further staff guidance, we have come to the design on the right, which has 2 separate buildings, and the building on the north is exclusively a 4-story building. There is no basement condition on that, so it goes up 2 stories. It steps back to 3 stories, and then it's a single loaded corridor, meaning there's only 1 bay of units on the 4th story, so that it's not visible to pedestrians from Bemis or Littleton Boulevard. On the other side, there's a cross-hatched area where it does show the portion that has the walkout condition, and certainly we defined the 4 stories based on the way the city code highlights it. There's no question that when you're standing on the sidewalk that's located on the west side, that appears to be 5 stories. It is 5 stories. So I am certainly not trying to mince words with that, but only 22% of the entire perimeter of the project has that condition. And again, our elevators would show a ground level and then a basement level. But you know, regardless, I hope you all understand what it is, and I'm certainly happy to answer questions about that. And here's the evolution of the design. Again, the 3 stories stepping back to 2 on floors 4 and 5. This is what we understand is certainly allowable under B2 zoning as far as the height and the step backs. On the lower right, and that was our original proposal, because we still felt that it did limit the commercial use. On the bottom right, that's the current proposal in our SketchUp design that shows 2 stories stepping back on the 3rd story. This is looking north down Bemis Street. And then our clubhouse area is only 1 story right there. So the 4th story, you can barely see it at the top there. It does step back far enough that it is difficult or impossible to see from most of our frontage. And here is a different rendering of the same at Bemis, going back to the left there, and then Littleton Boulevard to the right. Again, on that hard corner is that cafe space, which, to clarify, I believe what we had committed to in our application is that we would market it for 3 years after our final CO, which we expect to get would be approximately 24 months. So I believe that's how we came to the 5 years. We would love to have a retail operator there. They would bring in revenue, but more than that, it's a better amenity for our residents. They would prefer to have a private retailer operating and selling coffee and breakfast sandwiches and things like that. We would be happy to do that. But what we're concerned about, and we think that is not in the neighborhood's best interest or the city's best interest, is if that's dark space. And so rather than have that be vacant space, if the market demand is not there today, we would propose that we finish it out and that we use it as a resident amenity. And we agreed that we would also, we would allow the neighborhood the opportunity to reserve that space as well for, meetings, for if they wanted to have like a neighborhood meeting, things like that, we would allow them to reserve it. So that's the 2 stories stepping back on the 3rd floor, and then the 4th story is barely visible there. And then this is the view from the west at the light rail station. You can't see the component on the far left that you see is 4 stories. That's the north building right where the break occurs. So you can't see because it steps down the 3 and 2 story component of that. On the right, you see essentially the same, what looks like the same height, which it is, but it goes down and steps down to a basement level, which if you were standing behind the potential berm, you would see 5 stories there. Here's a cross section to better explain that. And our conversations with Inglewood about the potential berm are that they had concerns about understanding the landscaping, the dirt that would be added and how much. We have also considered the ability to add the berm where it's not in the drainage area and then step it down more quickly with with retaining wall that's landscaped in tiers. So that would be our kind of our fallback position if Inglewood was unwilling to accept it. But you can see there you have on the top one, that's what's existing right now. On the middle section, that would be the north building, which it's showing the pool courtyard there, and has 4 stories all around. And then there's the bottom one, which is the south building, which you can see there on the facade. It shows the basement level, 3 stories, the 3rd story stepping back, and then it shows a 4th story in a white square and a gray area as well. that reflects the step back that happens along 33% of that facade. So the white block represents where it's not stepped back and where it would be, that includes the parapet height. And then the gray block that's right next to that would be the areas where it is stepped back in that 33% range. I'm going to skip through this again for the sake of time. I think that the package clearly indicates the total trips under the under our proposal, our current number of units, and a potential mixed use scenario, which would be 50% residential and 50% commercial or retail, live works, something like that. That would result in significantly smaller units. And then an all commercial scenario that would generate that would say it was office or something that maximized the FAR limit, would generate about a little over 2,000 trips per day and require 586 parking spaces. Again, this was in your package, so I'm happy to answer questions, but I've already stated a lot of this. The uses, these are certainly not inherently bad uses. They're all uses that are necessary and needed in cities, but our understanding is that these are uses that wouldn't comply with the comp plan and the Stern Park neighborhood plan for this particular site. Wanted to highlight that we've had a lot of questions about the what will this property look like in 20 years from now, 30 years from now. We've compared what we're proposing with other projects in the current pipeline, just to highlight some of the differences that there are. In our case, we're certainly the highest percentage of masonry exterior than any of them. Several of them are not specified. One is identified at 20% minimum, and we're proposing a minimum of 35% masonry. Height limits, they're anywhere from 45 to 55, 35 to 75 at one site. We're at 49 feet based on the ground, the main floor elevation. You could certainly say that if you measure from the very lowest point of the site where that 22% is, that would be 59 feet. That would add another 10 feet. But the height limit, the way that it's defined, is 49 feet. And again, I'm showing 4 stories here. We can easily agree that it's 4, with 22% of the perimeter actually being 5 stories. We're the only one that's proposing that LEED Gold standards be actually approved along with the zoning document. Whether or not anybody else is planning to do that on their own, I'm not sure. But this is something that, because of our particular investor especially, we're willing to actually put that into this and put the standards into that, so that staff in the building department can continue to track as they review our construction plans to make sure they're being built to those standards and designed. Primary parking on 3 of the communities approved is surface. Ours is structured. There is another one, I believe, that has some structured parking as part of it as well. I'll note that our roof system would have a 20-year warranty and a 30-plus year lifetime. Your typical shingled roof is going to be a 5-year warranty and roughly a 20-year lifetime. So when asked what it'll look like in 20 or 30 years from now, certainly 20 years from now, our roof is still going to be under warranty. And now I'll introduce Brian Duffany, who has done an economic analysis. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brian Duffany. I'm Vice President with Economic and Planning Systems. Business address is 730 17th Street, Suite 630, Denver, Colorado, 80202. We're a land use economics and real estate consulting firm. We work for local governments around up and down the Front Range, private developers as well on a variety of land use, real estate, and related policy issues. We were asked to do, so let's advance one here. Alliance hired us to prepare some independent estimates of the major city revenues that the project would generate. Those are namely property tax, sales tax, the fees and permits, and the property tax that goes to the school district. We prepared 2 scenarios for comparison. As Andy mentioned, the site is currently zoned B2, and it is, it's somewhat speculative right now what would ultimately be built on there, but we've come up with a kind of a prototype that we think is market feasible and financeable, and that's shown in the bottom half of that slide. It would be the floor area would be split about half and half between residential and commercial. Commercial, if you include the parking structure as commercial space. So the proposed project would be, that we're considering tonight, is 225 units, an average unit size of just under 950 square feet, average rents of $1,549 a month. The existing zoning scenario is a bit speculative, but we would anticipate that the units would be a little bit smaller, a little bit lower grade finish. It wouldn't be able to command as high of a rent at about $1,000 a month. And so what follows is just a quick comparison of the potential revenues from both scenarios. Cutting to the chase, the left hand, from my perspective, well, I guess it's your perspective as well. The left hand set of columns there shows what we're looking at this evening. Our estimates would be about $110,000 a year in tax revenue. That's total. It's property and sales to the city, compared to about $80,000 a year under the existing zoning scenario that we've outlined. Why don't we back up just one second here? The city, you'll note that the sales tax from resident spending, we think is probably the largest impact at the city. Property tax is fairly low. Apartments recently were, the statute in Colorado changed. Now apartments are now assessed at the 7.96% assessment rate. A few years ago, they used to be assessed at commercial property, which was 29%. So the property tax comes out of apartments is a little bit less these days. I'm going to quickly go through how we get from household spending to sales tax. First, we derive a household income estimate from the rent. We're assuming that households on average are paying 25% of their income in rent here, and that translates to an average household income of about $74,000 a year. The existing zoning with $1,000 a month rent would be just under $50,000 a year in income. We also did a quick comparison of the demographics in some of the projects that Andy mentioned that they've built and managed, and the average incomes in these are Class A investment grade properties. Single people living in them have incomes around $50,000 a year. You combine when they double up, either as couples or roommates, you can see average household incomes of $100,000 or more, and we've observed that. Not only in places like downtown and Cherry Creek, but there's a competitive project that Alta built at Aspen Grove that has some similar numbers. And in Littleton, that compares, it's a little bit above the average. The average household income in Littleton is just over $80,000 a year. The median is $55,944, is shown there. So to get to sales tax, there's a few calculations. I'm not going to get into the details, but basically convert household income into spending potential. And we've estimated by mapping the store inventory, looking at where this project is related to downtown and other retail nodes, that about half of residents' retail purchases would be made in Littleton. So that's the sales tax dollars that you get. Translates to about $89,900 in sales tax. a bit more than what you'd get under the existing zoning. Property tax, we estimate that the project would be valued at about $45.5 million. That's approximately $200,000 a unit. And property tax to the city's general fund, net of the existing buildings there, would be just over $20,000 a year. The school district has a higher mill levy. They'd get about $183,000 a year in property tax. And that it compares, it's a little bit higher than what the scenario we've shown under the existing zoning because of the mix of residential and commercial. It's not substantially different for property tax. Fees and permits, as noted, I think they've agreed to pay the new impact fees. And that would result in about $1.9 million of impact fee revenue. That's a one-time revenue that you'd get during the construction of the project, compared to those sales and property tax revenues I mentioned, which are annual ongoing general fund revenues. Other benefits, less tangible, less quantifiable, as your planning director mentioned, creating more street vitality close to downtown, fewer car trips due to the proximity to the light rail. And because of the location, it's an infill location close to other businesses and services. You would get less pollution, fewer automobile trips than if you were developing on a greenfield site.
One of the things I want to point out about that is that the incomes that we're talking about are not theoretical. The visa expansion that is planned and underway in Highlands Ranch at the Lucent Boulevard and 470 location, the article in January, I think it was January 8th of this year, clarified that those are going to be average salaries for those 400 jobs are going to be approximately $104,000 a year. They're on the light rail light rail line as it is expected to be expanded. I have no question that there is a portion of those jobs in particular who would love to live at this location and in this proximity to downtown Littleton and take the light rail south in addition to jobs that are certainly in downtown Denver. I want to introduce Max Scott, who's done who performed a survey in their area, and he's going to explain what some of the support, once you drill down into it, what some of the support and opposition really looks like.
Good evening. My name's Max Scott. I own and operate Oedipus Incorporated. We're a professional survey firm. We've been in business now for 45 years. Most of our surveys are for private business, also not-for-profit business. And we have had and do have numerous municipal contracts where we do surveys, generally door-to-door, using a petition format. However, we've also done telephone surveys. The last project that we worked on that was similar to this was the RTD proposed location, RTD stop at 64th and Federal, which was generally changed from the northeast corner to the northwest corner. In meeting with the applicants, I was asked to design a survey within a defined neighborhood, and I'm going to kind of, if I may, I have copies of the report, which I can pass out. There's original for evidence. I'm sure glad you're walking over here. and the actual petition documents that were circulated.
Thank you. You don't have any cold water thrown on my face, do you?
And those, I can't remember if I said it or not, we've done about 6,000 surveys throughout the state of Colorado, West Slope, but mostly up and down the Front Range. The neighborhood that was defined is on, I believe, page either 3 or 4 of the report, and that's the wrong neighborhood. I would refer you to the neighborhood on page 4 of the report that I tendered to you, and the north boundary are the city limits. The south boundary is West Peakview Avenue, east is South Delaware Street extended, and west is South Julian Street extended. And previously you saw a map from staff where they had responses. I believe they were email responses. And that the neighborhood that is here on the map is slightly smaller than the one that you saw as presented by staff, and then the coded responses. When we do these types of surveys, the parties and interests that we talk to, which are qualified electors or registered electors, which would be people that are over the age of 21 that are residents of the neighborhood, and business owners or managers in the neighborhood. And jumping back to the map, the residences that were surveyed are the pink highlighted areas, and the businesses that were surveyed 100% response favoring are the blue shaded areas. When we qualify a person as a party in interest on these types of surveys, they want to know what's the existing zoning and what is the proposed zoning. So in skipping to that,
you just use the overhead?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Perhaps the overhead. There we go. So this is the neighborhood that I'm referring to in the report, and I already stated the boundaries, which are down at the bottom of the document if you zoom out just a little bit. Whoever's running the Zoom machine upstairs, nobody? Nadie, yeah, huh? Okay. Then the this is the briefing sheet document. So essentially, on the left side, it explains what the existing zoning would allow right by use. And then on the right was a proposal. And at the time the survey was done, the number of apartments and parking spaces were more. However, I think that as a result of reducing that, the primary objections in the survey had to do with density. So presumably the survey results, if we did it again, would remain the same or improve. And then we also had some elevations of the building and the current plot plan or floor plan, for lack of another term. So when you go to the survey results, those are on page 2 of the report. Item number 1, I'm reporting to my client that we did what we contracted to do, and we require that we receive payment in full in advance, since sometimes the survey doesn't come out to the behest of whoever may have hired us. You'll see that we have 190 not at homes or not at businesses. When the survey was conducted, a surveyor went into a particular area to obtain a particular number of completions, what we call completions. And a completion is a qualified elector or a registered elector either signing for or against or giving us some verbal indication. So you'll see there's 190. When the surveyor goes back to the company vehicle, they then return to some of the knotted homes, with the argument being that everyone has an equal opportunity to be contacted. In the gross survey results, item number 2, qualified contacts, we have 42 businesses favoring, 0 against, 122 residences favoring, and 93 against. And we encourage people to write in any reason that they would like to communicate to City Council, and you'll see these remarks on the petition format. So, for instance, 18 people wrote in no change, 21 had traffic concerns, 7 height, 22 density, 10 miscellaneous reasons, 2 crime reasons, and 13 people didn't give any reasons. And it's the signatures in opposition that typically write in the reason, though some people favoring did write in some reasons. So when we get to the statistical analysis for and against, it's 64.5%. You could round it up or just call it 64% favoring the project. I need to back up and mention something to you. When the survey crew was briefed, we went through the briefing sheet and the B2 and the proposed zoning, so they would be knowledgeable about it, be able to answer any questions so that they could be as informed as possible, and then did the presentation and asked, are you for or against, and then took that response either in a written response. We may have had some people verbalize a response, and when that occurs, after we make sure that they're a party in interest, and then record that by address and gender, so we can account for that. So in the final category, we have 64% favoring the application, and that's all I have. Perhaps there are some questions.
Phil?
Brian, with those favoring signatures, do you have a breakdown of any rationale folks would have indicated that may have indicated a favoring?
The reason they favored it, because they favored it, after the presentation over the existing zoning, which was explained to them, and they were shown the briefing sheet.
Thank you.
Jerry?
When I look at the map of where you went to for responses, okay, do you have a breakdown of where the yeses came from or in favor of and were opposed?
Generally speaking, the protestants, the majority of protestants are there adjacent to the site, which is marked with the circle and the X, which would be the Bemis Street area, and then the street to the east of that, a couple of streets to the east, and then south, and I can't read what that map says on. I believe that's
Shepherd?
Somewhere on Shepherd.
Camore, is that right? Camore Street? Sycamore. Thank you. Maybe I need glasses. So it was generally in the area within a few blocks of the site location.
Opposed, is that what you just said?
Opposed, yes.
So then the more you get out, the more likely you're to get a favorable?
That would be correct. And on the original petitions which were passed out, and I don't see where they are, that particular circulator's individual area, this is a summary of all of the circulators. You can look for that highlighted area and then take it to that street and 100 block. And as I previously said, this is generally the same neighborhood as was shown to you by staff.
Thank you.
Bruce?
Well, to sort of, I guess, follow on Jerry's comments, I mean, absent some sort of concentric circles that showed the percentage for and against, I understand what you're representing here, but I'm not quite sure what to make of it by virtue of the fact that pretty clearly if the majority of folks that are directly impacted by the project aren't in favor of it, that's got to carry some level of weight relative to, you know, people that live in the northeast neighborhood or in Aberdeen Village, right?
Yes, I'll tell you why we picked this particular neighborhood. This is a size neighborhood that is typically defined by your liquor authority on a number of projects that we've worked on. Safeway, King, I can't remember the last time we did a King Soup here, Walmart, and so on and so forth. And it's what we call the affected neighborhood, especially in terms of not only the residences but the businesses. So.
Well, and fair enough, but I mean, I guess, help me understand, even if you were looking at the affected neighborhood, wouldn't there be some pretty compelling argument to say you want to sample closer to the site? And
as we did.
So of the 265, you know, what proportion, does it indicate in here what proportion of those are within, say, a half mile, a mile and a half, 2 miles?
I can tell you that each one of the areas we sampled, except for the businesses, are about 20 to 25 completions in a distribution throughout the neighborhood.
What is that? Help me understand what that means.
Each one of those areas where a circulator had occasion to be, with the exception over on the west side, each one of the circulation areas we had about 20 to 25 completions.
Oh, so but it was relatively evenly dispersed then, as opposed to...
Oh, yes, yes.
As opposed to, though, concentrating closer to the proximity of the location.
Right. There's just a geographical representation from throughout the neighborhood, and of course, more people in the Stern Park Bemis Street area signed against after we made when we did the presentation to them. Then more of those signed against than for.
Okay, thanks.
But then outside, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But then outside that area, say Aberdeen Village or elsewhere, what would you say the breakdown would be?
The overall breakdown is approximately 64%.
Excluding the immediately affected neighborhood.
No, that's everything. That's for and against from throughout the entire neighborhood.
But I'm asking you, do you have different breakdowns?
No, I don't.
I just want to see, Bruce, I just want to see those darn
in each one of the neighborhoods, we had maybe one or two against, and the rest of them favoring. Some of them were all favoring.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Group stretch or something?
That concludes our presentation. Yes, Councilman Cernanek.
Andy, if we could go back to our EPS young man.
Sure.
Excuse me. Everyone's young in comparison.
Your definition of young.
On the development scenarios that you had included, you had some assumptions for existing zoning. Who established those assumptions?
Andy and his development team.
Okay, so those assumptions came from the development team.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Or?
Well, the other question. Now, the next question is to Andy.
Okay.
So, Andy, you're the representative of the development team.
That's right. That's right.
So, with the existing zoning assumptions, could you go through how those came about?
Sure.
Mayor, it might be helpful if we put that back up on. Thanks, Doug.
Same as on the questionnaire.
It's the one that looks like this.
Okay.
Your tech guy might help you a little bit.
Our basis for that scenario came from the conversations with the staff, legal interpretation on our side of what constitutes residential GFA versus commercial GFA. I believe there's a letter in our application from our land use council who interpreted that from the code that basically the this one?
That one.
That basically the idea of live workspace, ground floor retail or office, as well as 175 apartment units at approximately 800 square feet, and I will gladly defer to my land use council if that's better, but basically the interpretation was that the parking garage does not count towards the residential GFA if it's not part of the interior building, residential building. If it's basically separated from that building, i.e. a parking structure, that it does not count towards the residential GFA, it counts towards the commercial GFA. And that's how we get to that potential breakdown. If it were, again, what I was trying to do is not get to the worst case scenario, which would be full commercial or a lot less apartments and a lot more office. What I was getting to is what is more likely the most feasible from a financing perspective that in just from my knowledge that would be out there.
Yeah, I know it had been mentioned as the most feasible and financeable
alternative.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bruce?
Yeah, go ahead.
A short addition to that, I mean, I've thought about that same question, and because one could argue, well, if you plop down a big retail project on that same site, you'd have a much more fiscally beneficial project. I'm maybe sticking my neck out a little bit because we haven't done a full sort of retail market analysis for the site, but it strikes me as a little bit of what to use jargon, what you might call a tweener site in terms of commercial development potential. It's not really part of the critical mass of downtown Littleton retail, and it's a little bit separated from the Littleton Boulevard corridor. And retail is sort of strange in that it likes to be with other retail, and so you may, I think, as Andy alluded to, with talking about the cafe space in the corner, it may be. Sure, we could run the fiscal numbers on a complete retail project for that corner. If fiscal benefit or fiscal impact is your main concern, there are obviously other things to consider with this project. But while a prototype like that might be more fiscally beneficial, it might not be realistic from a real estate market perspective to achieve that development.
Bruce?
Yeah, Mr. Clay, I wanted to ask you had a couple questions. You'd indicated a bit ago that part of the process, I think you were coming at the process issues with some sort of representation that the Littleton Boulevard corridor study was a key document. But I need you to reconcile that, because in the packet there's a letter from your attorney, Mr. Raganetti, and the second to the last paragraph basically says, we note the city adopted the Littleton Boulevard corridor study concurrently with the design guidelines for the Sheriff's Department site. It's our view that the particular requirements of corridor study do not have force under the site development plan review process and other review processes relating to the property. No ordinance language dictates that a corridor study would be criteria upon which the site development plan review is based, and the ordinance contemplates that rezonings are based only upon consistency with the comp plan and general welfare. So I guess help me understand how you guys are coming at this in terms of referencing the Littleton Boulevard corridor study as being
a guiding
is critical to the process we've experienced as you're indicating.
The author of the letter or co-author of the letters here, so I'll let him address that from the legal perspective. But in a process perspective, the reason we didn't use it as a guiding document was because it hadn't been particularly referenced as a guiding document until some of the residents had brought it up to our attention and the staff's attention, and so we had a couple applications at which time it wasn't, and so we didn't see it as a guiding document. As the residents brought it to the attention of staff and to us, all of us determined and agreed that it was, and that particular language that you're referring to there, I believe, was drafted
June 11th.
Okay, so it was in March that we identified that. My understanding of the language was that under the B2 zoning, it wouldn't be a guiding document, but I'll let my land use council address that.
Okay.
Good evening, Brian Connolly, business address of 950 17th Street, Denver, 80202. The purpose of this letter was to compare the proposed rezoning with the existing B2 zoning. And under the B2 zoning, I think we've conferred with staff, and staff are in agreement that the Littleton Boulevard corridor study would not have force under a site development plan scenario in the B2 zoning. But obviously, we're considering it tonight in the context of rezoning.
So you're saying that you think your opinion then is that the corridor study would have force with respect to a rezone determination?
Council, in determining whether a rezoning is appropriate, refers to the comprehensive plan and to the general welfare.
Right.
Our position is that the corridor study is part of the comprehensive plan and the general welfare. As part of that consideration in considering the rezoning of the site. Under a B2 current analysis, if my client or anybody else came forward with a site development plan, staff would not consider the provisions of the Littleton Boulevard corridor study in determining whether it meets the requirements.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I want to follow on with another question that doesn't have to do with that, so that's good as far as I'm concerned on that one. Yeah, thank you. I want to go back to the traffic issue, if I can figure out where it is. It was page 310 of the packet. So let me see if I can.
Pull it. Do the sub-index, and then you can click on it, I think.
Yeah, it's. Well, I'm getting closer. All right. Well, long story short, there's a summary. There it is. Actually, apparently it's page 317. I think 317 of the packet. My apologies. Talk a little bit, if you would, concerning the point that came up before. So you've got, call it 1,346 daily trips, but 10% of those occurring at peak hours in the morning and the evening. So, 1,200 roughly trips occurring throughout the day. And I'm wondering what your assumption set is that's driving that number in terms of, it implies that people that live there are basically not overtly going to commute anywhere. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if that's a valid assumption.
Okay. My traffic consultant, I am not sure if was prepared by him or if that was a different table that was provided by a previous traffic study that the city had done or not, but okay. I'll let him answer that.
Good evening. My name is Charles Buck. I'm the traffic engineer on this project. I'm with Felsberg, Holt, and Olivig. And for the record, our offices are 6300 South Syracuse Way, Suite 600, that's Centennial. Trip generation. You're talking about a table that is in the report that we put together. It's pretty much cookbook engineering to get to trip generation. There is an industry standard publication called the ITE Trip Generation Manual. ITE is the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's an organization that I belong to. They put together, they collect data at all kinds of different developments. They do driveway counts, so they know who goes there, how many cars go in, how many cars come out, and they put together this trip generation manual that gives trip generation rates. So the rates for this particular development, we pulled out of the trip generation manual and just applied them. Took 225 dwelling units times the daily rate, you get 1,496 trips. And then there's that 10% transit reduction that you mentioned. That's applied to that. We get to 1,346. AM peak hour is about 8% of the daily at 115 trips, and with a reduction, 104. PM peak hour is a little higher. It's about 9%. And so that's 18% of the entire day is taken up within 2 hours. AM hour, peak hour, when we do counts, we look at some hour between 7 and 9. Well, we count between 7 and 9, and then we extract the peak hour for consecutive 15 minutes out of that 2-hour time period. So it's really typical of residential development that there is, you know, about 7 to 10% in either of the peak hours. That's just what the data suggests. Now, you can kind of understand that some people leave for work at 7 in the morning and maybe miss the peak hour of the adjacent street. I know I do. I left for work at 6 in the morning this morning, and I don't expect to get home before sometime tomorrow. But there's a lot of reasons people make trips. There's shopping, entertainment, coming home for lunch and then leaving again. All sorts of different reasons. Plus, people work, they may live all in this one development, but they work throughout the metro area. And therefore, they have to leave at different times to get to work. Also, people work alternative hours or even shifts. So there's a lot of different reasons why they don't leave during these particular hours. However, these are the critical hours on the adjacent streets. And so the impacts of this development are going to be greatest during these times, and that's why we analyze them.
Okay, so maybe what you've said, I think, has clarified this a little bit. Using the 104 and the 126, you're right. You get to about 83%. Call it 17% of the total is on those peak hours. I guess what's not clear from this is how much more is more or less around those peak hours. The issue is not necessarily the mechanical. I understand what you're saying about the computation or the calculation of the data based on historic from various other locations. But the concern we would have generally is what's going to be the broader impact on the streets, in particular Littleton Boulevard East and more particularly West, at some point in time of the day. And so if the implication of this is that based, maybe Andy, on your other projects that you guys have done or your experience in conjunction with the data the gentleman is talking about, you know, how are we to interpret 1,346 daily trips as impacting traffic flows, for example, east and west on Littleton Boulevard? Is there justification for saying they're going to spread out relatively evenly throughout the day? The supposition has been that we're going to see big slugs and an awful lot of traffic at peak hours. This says otherwise, but this seems to be general data, not necessarily specific data based on the project you guys are proposing. So I'm trying to understand how to reconcile that.
I would just ask Mr. Buck to clarify a couple of things. One would be how peak hours were determined, how 7 to 9 were determined, if that was the existing peak or if that is, you know, generated by the manual. That would be my, I think maybe that would help answer the question. And then the other one would be, I think I know the answer, that it's not based on our existing projects. What I would question is whether it's based on multifamily trips versus single family. So do you have some clarification?
Sure. All right. Let me answer the second part first. The rates are for apartments. And so there's a wide variety of apartments, and they are averaged. As far as how residential traffic generally impacts the roadway system, if you can envision a graph, I'll do it this way, with starting at midnight and going to midnight the next day. You have a gradual increase to your AM peak hour, a little bit of a dip, and then a little bit of a rise during lunch, dropping off, and then coming back up to a peak in the PM, and then gradually dropping down to midnight. So it is throughout the day. However, the impacts at other times are going to be less than they would be during the peak hours that we've analyzed. Now, when are those peak hours and how are they determined? From the trip generation manual, we use the sum hour between 7 and 9. That is defined as the AM peak hour. The PM peak hour is defined as the highest of the 4 consecutive 15-minute periods between 4 and 6 p.m. And we have found in doing counts, daily counts, that is very typical of just about anywhere in the metro area.
So you're saying that your data is representing that call it less than 20% of total daily trips is occurring in those 2 peak windows?
Yes.
That's
very representative.
Okay. It's interesting. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Jerry?
You bet. I've got to ask, are there washer and dryers in the unit?
There are washer and dryers. We have high efficiency washers and dryers front load for the LEED certification, but in all of the communities that we build, we include washers and dryers. It's demanded by the market.
All right, thanks. What, if any, is the relationship between the courthouse and what is Broadstone? How does Broadstone make a connection to identify with the courthouse?
We've being a zoning document that we've been presenting and is our application, we typically don't get into the architectural detail, but we understand and have understood the need for that, and that's why we've incorporated this extra process of review. But to date, what our drawings do reflect are some precast kind of cornices and dentifrice components along the rooftop, and as well as some wrought iron mullions in the windows to tie it to the historic courthouse. So what we're trying to do, again, this is still what I would say very rough architecturally, but we're trying to show where we're taking the cues from the courthouse and how we're implementing them. There's also, we've incorporated the brick color. I think there's actually a couple of brick colors on the courthouse that we've incorporated. And I'm sure my architect could articulate it a lot more, a lot better than I can, but that's the short answer.
Okay, cool. So you're looking to tie it into the courthouse as far as complementing the courthouse and the homes. There's also some incredible homes over there.
That's correct. There's a variety of architectural styles, but we definitely understand that there is a common language that is heavily influenced by the courthouse and translates through the homes along Bemis Street. And we plan to continue to work with the residents on what those components are, and the staff, of course.
Okay. Now, as far as the height of the highest building, will it still be below the courthouse?
Absolutely.
Okay. The community room, you said it'll be available to the public.
Mm-hmm.
How many people will the community room hold, and where will the visitors park?
It'd be about 1,200 square feet, which, Hirsch? He's calculating it. Roughly what that would hold. I know that in a similar space at Cherry Creek, we've held 40 to 50 in there at probably the most. We have, I'll clarify something, that our application is for 1.5 spaces per unit. Our investor requires a higher parking count than that, which equates to 1 per bedroom within the parking structure plus some surface spaces. So our intention, it hasn't really been brought up as a significant issue because we were meeting the minimum in our proximity to the light rail station, but our intention is actually to provide 380 within the garage and an additional 15 spaces on the surface, which would account for that.
Thank you.
That's not in our application, by the way, just to clarify.
Thank you. A couple questions related to the tax projections. I think it's about $100,000 in sales tax, I think was the projection. When would that be achieved?
That'd be at project stabilized occupancy.
Pardon me again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
When the project reaches its stabilized occupancy level, what would that be?
So 95%?
Yeah, 95%, and we do phased occupancy, so while certain portions of it are under construction or floors are under construction, we do start occupying it. So roughly, I would say safely 2 to 2.5 years after we started construction, it would be at 95%.
And then your company, you're contracted to do the estimates. What is your historic record for accuracy?
To go back and audit a project, to audit the fiscal impacts from a project would be a very labor and time intensive exercise, and no one's, to my knowledge, has ever done that.
So 100,000 just could be for grins then, eh?
It could be what?
Just thrown out there, just throw it up. And,
It's an estimate that we made using the same methods we've used, building fiscal impact models for cities and counties.
Have you ever tested this? I mean, surely you must do some testing to see how accurate you are.
No, again, I mean, you'd have to survey the residents of a project.
It's easy, but I would think you would. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I have one last question then. Sure. Not for you. Go away. On the daily,
I just kicked you.
on the, I'm doing that to keep me awake. You know, it's such a stimulating presentation. So, on the daily traffic count, what is the daily traffic count for Littleton Boulevard that you used?
I know our traffic count is 1338, but
for your resident.
For our residents, yeah.
Charles Buck again for the record. We didn't actually use a daily count. All the analyses are based on peak hour. I could estimate a daily count on Littleton for you. It's basically about 10 times the PM peak hour. So Littleton Boulevard carries somewhere in the vicinity of 22,000 trips a day.
It carries somewhere around 22,000 trips a day? Huh?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So it's gone down since 2002? I mean, we're saying in here it was 24,000 per day.
It's in that range. It's within that range.
So Littleton Boulevard, is it at its peak then? I mean, if it isn't increasing, does that mean it's at its peak as far as?
I would say it's been stable. It's not at its peak. I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, what you mean by peak? It's not at capacity, but it has the potential to accommodate additional traffic.
And then I guess this is my last question. Then I'm going to go do some jumping jacks to wake up here. The widening at was it Alamo, of the street?
Right.
Where is that going to be again? On Alamo.
You know, that's probably a good question for staff, actually. Okay. On the widening of the sidewalk.
The walk gets widening?
It's the bridge that gets widened, but...
maybe that's what it was, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Bruce?
Just a couple of questions. As you're trying to appeal to the aging boomers, can you talk a little bit about the walkouts and access to elevators and those kinds of things?
Yeah, we specifically because it's a 4-story building, 4 and 5 stories in some locations. We have multiple elevator cores. We hire a third-party ADA and FHA and Title IX consultant who provides accessible routes through the project, through the amenities, both indoor and outdoor, looks at the units that we're providing. So we're addressing issues that an aging population deals with, but we're also dealing with issues that the disabled community deals with as well. That said, it's probably the most conducive, aside from any disabilities, it's probably the most conducive construction type to aging boomers who would maybe like the alternative of an elevator versus just stairs. And the walkouts would also have a route that would connect them to at that basement level. Again, when dealing with this basement condition, it's a retaining wall or you activate it, and what we would like to do is activate it and make it an area that has little fenced areas, just small kind of wrought iron fenced areas where people could grow some landscaping, things like that, and they would have access to the trail from there as well and be able to walk to downtown Littleton and the light rail.
You talk about the berm a little bit. The berm is a new concept to the plan. When originally it was being reviewed by the fire department, they talked about accessibility and turning radiuses, et cetera, for their equipment. And one comment that they made was that there would be all 4 walls or all 360-degree access. I'm wondering, with the addition of a berm, whether there's access along the western side where the railroad corridor is.
Actually, I'll try to answer this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the fire department access would be on the east side of the berm, and so we have accommodated that space on the east side of the berm.
And have they had a chance to review that suggestion, because it was not part of what I saw in the original project?
Councilmember, we didn't go right back to the fire department on the berm. However, the drive to get the 360 access is not impeded by the berm. So the berm is west of that dedicated fire emergency access.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one other question. The drawings show a couple bridges connecting the two buildings at some height. Can you talk about those?
Sure. Those are pedestrian bridges that are heated, where the concrete has heating components in it to make sure that it doesn't freeze over, and then it's covered as well. At the suggestion of staff and the residents, we limited those to 2 levels instead of 3 levels to allow more light to pass through, with the idea that residents on, I believe, so we put it on 2 and 4 and left it off of 3. If you're on 3, you can jump on the elevator and take it down and walk across the pedestrian bridge to the parking structure there, which is not an uncommon way of doing it, of designing buildings when they're separated like that.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Any other questions? Peggy?
So the proposed northern face is 15 feet from the curb, is that right?
The northern face is, I believe so, 15 feet from the curb. It was 10 feet, and then as part of our conversation with the residents and the support of the residents, they encouraged us to push that an additional 5 feet at the ground level, and then it steps back from there. I'm sorry, 15 feet from the property line.
And where is that in relation to the street?
I believe that's about 10 feet away from the curb, maybe more than minimum 10 feet, because you have the little bit of a landscape area, and then you have the 10-foot sidewalk.
The tree lawn is what now? Less than 3 feet? Is that going to stay the same?
Yeah,
and then
yes.
a 10-foot sidewalk, that's 13 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then from the edge of the sidewalk is
Another 15 feet.
15. And what would be the distance from the current north face?
It would be closer to the current north face is actually set farther back than that. I don't have the exact number, but our proposed building would be closer and more in keeping with the rest of the buildings along Littleton Boulevard.
But it closes in more. And
Yes.
so part of the idea is to have some sun getting access. But if you've got a 2-story building, and I've walked that street an awful lot of times myself, when the snow gets shoveled, then it melts because it's shoveled sideways one way or another. Then at night, it may melt.
Right.
And if it's not getting, it may, but it's not necessarily going to. But if you put salt down, it may melt. But if you're not getting sun in there, and with the low winter sun, you're probably not going to get any in there at all, right?
Well, what we would propose to do, I think, as is often done during like site plan process, is we would do shadow studies, and we can look at a particular profile that we're proposing, and look at it on winter solstice and at the equinoxes to see what that shadow profile is. I'd like to point out that this was brought up before, and when we started this process, to reiterate some of what Andy said, is that we started off with this notion of a gateway element, and our initial plan was a 5-story building, really proud kind of address right at the street. Then over several iterations now, we have a condition where we are about, like we calculated, more than 20 feet away from the curb. Then we have 2 stories, which then steps back 5 more. Then you have the third, which then steps back 25 more, and then you have the fourth, and you don't have a fifth. When you cut that angle at, worst time of winter, it has significantly improved it. Does it completely eliminate the shadow? Of course not. And then I think Andy can talk about what they've done in the past with management and the challenges of that.
Sure. I'll also add that as far as improving the situation, we're adding a catch basin as part of our drainage plan, which will improve it beyond what it is now. Part of what causes the ice buildup is damming, of the water as it freezes and thaws and then builds up. So part of our civil engineering, our drainage plan, includes a catch basin on that side that will allow it to drain quicker during the sunnier times of the day. And my civil engineer can speak in more detail if you like. And then on the management side, we have contracts every year that as soon as there's 2 inches of snow, our site staff comes out, and at any hour, they're on call during snowstorms. They're on call to come out and keep all the walks cleared. And then we also have contracts with a vendor who comes out and is responsible to put down ice melt and clear the snow. So that's something that is a big liability for us. Obviously, ice in the areas adjacent to our community. So,
and then even though we want a gateway distinction there, it seems to me being as close to the curb, being closer than something now, which is certainly very well seen right now, that's really, in my mind, even though it's across the street, it encroaches on the courthouse. It's kind of in its face, even though it's not, but it's going to be closer. I have some difficulty with that. So if you'll bear with me, I have a silly, rambling set of questions here. If I were to do some pictures or little models of architecture, whatever, and then wanted to know, well, are these compatible with the architecture in the neighborhood? I don't think I would ever be thinking that this is compatible with what's across the street or the courthouse or whatever. So, I mean, I don't think you have to be an architect to be able to do pattern matching to say, yeah, that looks compatible.
Yeah, what I know that our architect has incorporated more design than what we would typically do at this point, but certainly we are interested in taking cues from the courthouse and implementing them further in the site plan process. Again, at this point, we are probably, what I would call at a very rough architectural stage, but hopefully we've provided enough, at least enough hints at where we're headed with it and where the residents and planning board and staff would probably encourage this to go. And then as far as stepping back from the courthouse, I certainly recognize that there are a lot of different ideas of how this should respect the courthouse and the neighboring homes. Obviously, from the overlay that Glenn put together, we are a little bit closer to Littleton Boulevard, but we're further back on Bemis than the current buildings are. So we are, trying to accommodate a lot of different things, and that's one component where we're trying to step down in height, and even though it is a little bit closer than the existing building, really step away. And again, this is, it may not be everyone in this room's ideal design, but it is, it certainly reflects the, Littleton corridor study and some of the other guiding documents. So that's where we're taking our cues from and trying to accommodate several different parameters.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel that way to me. It feels like you are trying, but it doesn't feel like you've gotten there. In terms of the traffic, what is it you think you're going to be doing that will reduce the traffic going southbound?
Well, first of all, in our lease agreement, because it's a privately owned property, we're allowed to implement lease addendums. Those are often things that are specific to that property. One of the things that we have committed to staff is that we would write in a lease addendum that allowed us to fine residents if they were turning against the traffic controls that are going into place, the no right turn sign out of the property. Another tool that I've seen used in the past to keep people from turning left in and discouraging them from coming, taking shortcuts from the south to get home, is to do the plastic bollards in the middle of the road. We haven't really talked that through with engineering at all, but that was something I noticed the other day at another location where they were discouraging left turns, is to actually put those in place. They don't take up a lot of space, it's basically the width of the center line. But as the application currently exists, what we're proposing and staff is committed to verify is that those lease addendums that lease addendum is in place, allowing us to find residents and them signing on with their lease that they accept that.
Who would be enforcing that? I mean, I'm not imagining somebody out there watching for a couple of hours.
We have security cameras on the property, both inside and out, so it would certainly be very easy to document that, and we'll be able to identify if people are turning or not, and by a license plate.
And what would keep the people from parking on the street?
Well, that's been a point that we've been flexible on from the very beginning. We do not anticipate that we will need the on-street parking.
No, it's not whether you'll need it. I've lived in apartments. I've lived in several different apartments. Well, I did not recently, but several different apartments as a young professional. And people often did things that they weren't supposed to do. So they tend to, a lot of people like to park on the street so they don't have to wait and queue up getting out of the garage or whatever. And they like to park so they can get out fast. So I'm not thinking these people are going to be any less like those people.
Well, because we don't expect that we'll need any on-street parking, we have been willing from the very beginning to eliminate on-street parking on our side of the street, or whatever the neighborhood decides they want to do for parking. But from the beginning, we've been willing to say if the city wants to eliminate, if the neighborhood wants to eliminate or go to permit parking along anything that we can control, we're certainly happy to comply with that, because we're confident that we won't need that. So we're happy to cooperate with the neighborhood or the city however they want to address that.
I do think it's an issue. What you need and what people do are where I'm seeing a difference there. I'm curious on the survey that was done, and I don't mean to be rude in asking it this way, but I'll just put it out there. Did they ask people, would you like to have this complex 2 blocks from you?
I know this came up earlier. Up on the screen is the respondents. The blue are supporters, the red are opponents of it. So that does give you an idea of how the opposition and the support were dispersed. But to answer that question, what they were given was the location of it, the renderings of it, the specifics of the unit mix, the amenities, things like that. And then they were shown the list of allowable uses under the B2, which included anything.
No, I know that. Because we had several questions already about, it'd been nice to see concentric circle response, scattergrams, whatever. But I think people answer different when it's going to be 2 blocks from them or 1 block from them. So I just want to make that observation.
That was not part of our survey. That's correct. We did not ask if they wanted it by
And I
them.
can't imagine any business person opposing it, because the idea is to bring business. So anyway, I'm not trying to be rude, but
No.
But thank you. Thank you.
You bet.
Bruce.
Andy, I wanted to ask just one other question. In the community-wide goals that are outlined in the packet for the comp plan, it talks about preserving Littleton's unique identity by protecting historic structures. I've not heard anybody talk about the existing sheriff's building per se as an historic structure. It's not what probably would be constituted as a contributing structure from a historic preservation perspective, yet it is an example of mid-century modern architecture. Is there any thought process you guys are engaging in terms of preserving some attributes of that building as part of what you're intending to design?
We are, and that's part of the balance that we're trying to strike between the influence from the courthouse and then the mid-century modern elements of the existing building. Part of the brick that I had referred to is retaining the style and color of the existing brick. And then some other things that we've talked about is rounding some corners in order to make it a little more representative of that style. But that is definitely a goal of ours and has been from the beginning, is to strike that balance between mid-century modern and then the architecture of the courthouse and houses in the vicinity.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we start our public hearing, we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:30. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the public hearing. Again, I would just remind everyone that when you come down, please state your name for the record and include your address. We will be operating with the 4-minute timer. When you see the light go to red, your 4 minutes is up. And I would really ask that everybody please be as considerate as possible. I will ask you to wrap when that light turns red, and just in respect for the time and the amount of people that want to speak. What I'm going to do is call out 2 names. The second name I call will be the next person in queue, so you can go ahead and start coming down and be ready. I think that'll help move things along. So after the first person spoke, and I'll call a name after them, that will be the next person in queue. Okay. Jerry thinks I should do 3.
Next up, and who's in the hole?
Okay, we'll do 3, and if it starts to get confusing, I'm going to go to 2.
You have
okay.
to help you out.
All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. And I will read the name as best I can. Please forgive mispronunciations, and I will indicate whether you are in favor and wish to speak. If you did mark that you wish to speak and you have changed your mind, just stay in your seat, and we'll nod that you've declined. Oftentimes as we go through this, thoughts will be repeated over and over again, and so people may decide to defer to what others have said. So that's perfectly fine. All right, Mary Gravely is not in favor and does wish to speak. And Paul Bingham is not in favor and does wish to speak. Paul, you're next in line. Mary?
Good evening, Council. My name is Mary Gravely, and I live at 6281 South Spotswood Street in Littleton, 80120. I've lived at the current address, a 1901 farmhouse, since 1994. I'd like to go on record saying I'm opposed to the Broadstone at Littleton Station for many of the reasons that have been stated in the previous weeks. I do appreciate that the developer has tried to listen to the community and has worked to modify the building to meet the needs of the neighborhood. But I don't think it's been able to modify the scale and looks of the building to truly harmonize with the historic district where it will be located. Also, since the developer has never offered to build enough parking spaces per apartment in the underground garage, the overflow of cars will spill onto the streets. I urge members of City Council to drive down Bemis Street and the other neighboring streets, especially at night, and see how many cars are on the street. Often, the older homes do not have garages, and mine, for example, has no garage, and therefore people must park on the street who live in the individual houses. Littleton is unique as far as cities go in our areas. Its main street not only gives it a core that draws others to the area, but in a major metropolitan area, Littleton has the feeling of a small town. Let's not lose that feature. Some have compared it to Old Town Arvada, but I don't think that comparison works. Though the restoration of Old Town is very nice, the surrounding area lacks the intimate feel of historic Littleton. First, when a second Wadsworth was built to bypass the Old Town, it split the district from the historic homes to the east side. If a person chooses to drive south on Old Wadsworth, which crosses Ralston Road and goes through Old Town, as the car crosses the railroad tracks to the south and starts down the hill, the view is a huge shopping area with big box stores, fast food places, and a hodgepodge of businesses. There's no transition from one area to the other. Littleton, on the other hand, has continuity as it blends the old structures with the newer ones. To me, Broadstone's design does not blend in with the current district. Finally, there have been rumblings that Littleton has too many old people who aren't interested in the future. We are very interested in the future and feel that this unique community should be preserved with the guiding principles of careful planning and wise decisions. One day not long ago, I was driving through Stern Park neighborhood with my grandson, who is 14 years old, and a freshman in high school this year. He lives in Highlands Ranch and has always lived in a new suburban area. He was looking around and enjoying the shade of the large old trees in the neighborhood when he said, "I just love Littleton. These smaller homes are just wonderful places for people to start out." This young person can see the value of life in Littleton, and I hope you too will see the importance of making decisions on growth that will maintain Littleton's value and this feeling of community that we have at present. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, and then Marty Bolt, and then Lou Sullivan.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Brinkman and City Council members. My name is Paul Bingham. I live at 236 West Delaware Circle. In June, your planning board voted this proposal down by recommending against it unanimously 7-0. In August, your planning board voted this proposal down again 6-1. The primary reason is it's too big. Please, now in September, vote it down again for that same reason. A building sliced in two that's 500 feet long, 5 stories tall with 225 apartments is too big for this location. It violates many of Littleton's design guidelines. Doug, if we could have the overhead projector, please. Thank you. I was and still am appalled by its size, approximately 500 feet by 200 feet by 5 stories high, and the fact that these numbers are magnified by the structure being situated on the hill overlooking historic downtown Littleton. It is actually 59 feet high. 2 months ago, the planning staff's report on this proposal was unequivocal in recommending against it. The reasons were many. Primarily, it did not comply with the city's comp plan, Littleton Boulevard corridor study in many, many ways. Now, after a 10% reduction from the 225 proposed apartments, I think I screwed that up. Anyway, removing 22% of the fifth floor, slicing a huge building into two pieces and adding some setbacks to the upper floors, the city planning department is recommending approval. And the developer is saying, quote unquote, initiated by residents, formerly opposed our project, now support it. Well, I was a part of that group that did a lot of talking with Alliance, and I can tell you the absolute truth of that matter is there are 2 residents currently in that group that support this proposal. I can name them if you want me to. And Dr. Cole was asking about the setback. The current building sets back approximately 49 feet from the street. The fifth floor is still there on the south, largest building. This is clearly shown on the plans in the developer's narrative. The density is 50 dwelling units per acre. There's a picture from the plans that show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories. The planning staff's recommendation for approval is with many, many conditions that have now been incorporated into the application. With all due respect, the planning staff's new report is still not convincing to me. Constructing a berm on top of the city ditch easement on the west side to hide 1 floor of this proposed building, which requires a license from Inglewood, seems like an unwise move. Inglewood has already expressed concern over this, and there's been some concern expressed about fire access to this whole thing, in addition to which this underground pipe is probably really old. So we'd like something that's compatible, period, not something that's more compatible. And we'd like something that is palatable, not more palatable. More palatable is not the same as palatable. 5 and 4 stories are not compatible with a comm plan that says 4, 3, and 2 stories. I've just put on the table up here it's an executive summary, so to speak, for you of reasons why to vote no on this proposal. Thank you very much for your time and your hard work on the City Council.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, Marty, I'm sorry, let's hold our applause, please. Thank you. Marty, you're next, then Lou Sullivan, then Carol Brujak.
Good evening. I'm Marty Bolt from 6187 South Windermere Way. I've heard a few new figures today. One that we're talking about 380 car spaces, and we're talking about 1,346 events or egresses and ingresses into that area where they're building this this apartment. I suppose most of you by now have been out there to see it. We're talking about a little section of Bemis, a narrow street, and we're talking about a couple hundred yards of space where this 1,346 events will occur every day. If you put that in a shorter perspective, 10 hours, because they don't run 24 hours a day, you're talking about, on an average, about 2 vehicles every minute. And you're going to be tripping that electronic sign up there pretty frequently if we have it averaged out that way. But it's probably going to run in peaks and valleys. And the old magazine salesman, he used to, when he was selling a magazine, he says, well, this is $20 a month, but really it's only, about 60 cents a day, or some figure like that. And I think when you slice and dice these figures, it begins to get confusing and you get befuddled after a while. I know I was churning after a while. There was so much data up there, it became just overwhelming. But what is important, I think, is what are we doing to that neighborhood? You know, in the old comp plan, the one thing that it said is that these changes should do something of benefit to the neighborhood, and I don't know of one thing that is of benefit to the neighborhood, the people who pre-exist there. And I feel sorry for them. 1,346 events a day in that little spot, just a couple hundred yards long, is terrible. And what rational person is going to come down there, and once they recognize the mess with the transportation that we're going to have there, do you think they're going to want to live there? No, it's going to drive people out of the market. When the market goes down, they don't want to go there. The prices go down. And so the quality of people perhaps are going to drop. The income is going to drop. It's no good. It is a no-brainer for us if we're going to put that in there. We shouldn't have it there. And I hope that you'll really consider it, because the killer in this whole thing is the transportation mess. And I haven't heard one argument on how they're going to improve it. What they're saying here is provide traffic control on internal residential and collector streets to improve safety and to maintain proper levels of traffic speed and volume. What they're going to have to do is try to improve the devastation that they're going to cause with all of their traffic. And again, the old comp plan said there should be something to offer of value to the neighborhood when you put these things in and change them, and I don't see anything of value to the neighborhood. And I hope that you will see fit to turn this request down. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Lou Sullivan, then Carol, then Leah Burkett.
Lou Sullivan, 5940 South Bemis. I ask that you vote no on this rezone request. I've lived in this area, in this house, for 33 years and love the small town atmosphere.
Can you put that mic right in front of your mouth there? There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry. I would like to thank Alliance for a well-constructed and designed apartment building and for trying to work so hard with us, but this is the wrong location. This revised and revised again plan is still too massive in size, about 1/4 the size of downtown. The comp plan, Littleton Corridor, Stern Park Neighborhood Plan, Sheriff's Building Plan, Downtown Plan, all converge at this one corner. This is an important site that needs extreme scrutiny. This project is not on the borders of Littleton, but at its heart. 500 feet of broad stone sitting on top of the hill. Excuse me. Will look like the town of Littleton instead of what we have grown to love. Dividing the project into 2 buildings does not change the visual impact from downtown. It fails the downtown plan. The courthouse will be dwarfed in comparison, if not in height and size. A walkout is not a basement and is still a floor. 4 stories is not 3 stories on Littleton Boulevard. 5 stories is not 4 stories on the southwest corner. It fails the Littleton Corridor Plan. Because 1.4 acres of this site cannot be built on, I feel the true density of the broad stone is more like 75 units per acre. Nevertheless, 56.8 units or 50 is not 43 units. The Sheriff's Building Plan is interpreted possibly that way. It fails the Sheriff's Building Plan. This project does not complement the character of the existing neighborhood with historical architecture or single-family homes. Tedious cell block architecture is not iconic. I still wish there was a way to incorporate into whatever goes onto this property the 1950-55 Groves REA building. because of its historical value. And I have to differ with what Andy said, because I have mentioned this in several meetings, and nobody ever said that they would work with that design. They were ready to scrape it. This has been our signature entrance into the Stern Park neighborhood. Bemis Street would not be regarded as the entrance to the park, Rose Garden with all the weddings, and single-family homes that are there now, but just become another entrance to another apartment building. It fails the Stern Park neighborhood plan. How much of Bemis will be widened by Alliance? Only their property or all the way to Shepherd? Parking will even become a larger problem. These are pictures taken last Monday before the planning board. And this Monday, today, at about 2 o'clock. Bemis, Littleton Boulevard, all the way down to the park. Line of cars. There was no activities going on in the park today. That's a picture from the Rose Garden looking up toward Littleton Boulevard.
You need to wrap it up, please.
Okay. If you chase them away from here, where were these light railers parked next? Staff has said that 600 feet, it would stack up 30 cars turning onto Littleton Boulevard. It is 390 feet, and at 25 feet per car, it's only 15.6 cars. 90% of the 225 units would be 200 cars, assuming 10% goes to the light rail. Assuming 1 resident per unit, that's all the cars that'd be out there on rush hour. Promise of a street light with traffic engineering won't warrant, and that the engineering won't warrant is an empty promise. Without trees, the berm to hide a floor is a pile of dirt, an empty promise. Without parking, a 1,200 square foot cafe is an empty promise. Littleton is already 36% apartments. We have 2,000 in the works. It's time to take a step back and see what you guys have already been approved, and a little bit further, a little bit more.
Thank you.
But finish off with its wrong location, the wrong time, and would be the wrong decision.
Thank you. Carol Brijak, then Leah Burkett, then Ben Burkett.
Doug, I'll need the overhead as well. I mean no disrespect to our city attorney, and I guess I'm just a hard-headed woman. And I appreciate Jerry and Bruce asking the questions earlier, but the answers you got did not satisfy me. So I'm going back to the code. The code, I'm going to do in a sequence here. The code says for the planning board review procedure, and I'm sorry it's my messy working copy, but you can see that it's the planning board review procedure, and then number 5 circled in orange gives the planning board an opportunity for a continuance. This is the council review procedure. The orange circle gives you the decision that you can make. You can approve, deny, or what was the other one? Table the matter. You don't have an option for continuance. I would figure that since the planning board, it's stated specifically in the code that they have an opportunity for continuance. It's not stated that you do, so my guess is the interpretation would be that you don't have an opportunity for a continuance. This is the limitation on the application revision. And under 2, the applicant may, after filing an application, make minor revisions which are necessary to address comments that they receive from a referral agency. Except for corrections or errors or omissions, revisions shall not be made to a final application after review by the planning board unless the revisions are incorporating recommendations made by the planning board. Number 3, it was referred to earlier that the changes were amendments to the application. And according to our municipal code, an amendment to an application that are not minor, we've all agreed they're substantial, shall be processed in the same manner as a new application in accordance with the city code. So what we have is a new application that was submitted to the planning board, brought forward to you, and it has not had a second reading. A lot of the points that I was going to cover about this project, Mary has stated, Paul has stated, Lou has stated, so I'm going to skip over. I think maybe what I ought to do is address the survey. The survey, it had an apple and an orange. Here's what it's zoned, and here's what we want to do. What if there had been an apple, an orange, and a banana? And the banana was something where we built homes that are more like the homes that are in that neighborhood. My guess is the survey would show that most of the people would prefer the banana over the apple and the orange. So I don't think the survey was, it benefits this process in any way. The economic numbers, again, it's just somebody putting pen to paper and coming up with what they think might happen. There's no guarantee. It's not based on anything but maybe a cookbook. We do have examples, and I think Linda Kay will be presenting some of that information on what actually does bring sales tax revenue into Littleton. I think one of the other concerns I have is the changing conditions element of our code and our comp plan. We have a light rail station that has really created a changing condition, or could be used as a changing condition to justify this building.
Carol,
if this building is approved, then it becomes the justification for a changing condition that creates a domino effect between Bemis and Broadway along Littleton Boulevard. And I think it's a real risky proposition, and if you prove this, you're going to be letting the citizens of Littleton down.
Thank you. Leah Burkett, then Ben Burkett, and then Rob Reber.
The overhead, please. Leah Burkett, 5730 South Bemis Street. I live right across the street from the proposed development site. And this is from the Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study and the design guidelines that are in there. And that is the sort of project that I would like to see happen across the street. I wish that the developer would have shown you their 3D model of the site tonight that they showed at the planning board meeting back in June. I think it's really more revealing than the photos that you are seeing tonight. By the way, I meant to start with thanking you for listening to everybody on this important rezoning application, and especially thanks to those of you who asked questions of the city after the first reading of the ordinance. And Mr. Sinanek, one of the questions that you had asked, I wanted to discuss a little bit more, was about the open space requirement. So that's an aerial of the site as it is now. And with this proposed project, basically takes up every inch of this section. But this parcel is actually comprised of 3 different land sites. And I think, Phil, that would explain why the open space doesn't appear to be there, because it's now right in this section. Back in 2006, the current owner of this property made what could turn out to be the best $10 ever spent in his life to buy this 1.14 acres, which is encumbered by a bunch of easements and right-of-ways and basically cannot be built on, but apparently can be included as the open space requirement for a project like this. So what that does is push that building right up to the very edge of where you can't build on. And I think what you're going to see from downtown is just a massive wall of buildings, 4 and 5 stories. This is a picture from Prince Street, and you can see the low building and all of the trees. If you envision that being pushed forward and none of the trees being there, and I've added this bit to the top, which I think is the biggest bummer about the project, is that there won't be any trees able to be planted along the west side of that building because the Inglewood water line runs through there and they will not allow trees. So this is a cutout I did from one of the packages. Previously, it wasn't in your most recent one, but I think to just stare at a wall of buildings with no trees there would be a bummer for the city. Also, I would contend that this unbuildable acreage should not be included in the density calculation for this project. I think if you take that 1.14 acres out, you have a density that approaches 73 units per acre, and that's really out of character for the neighborhood. The surrounding homes are zoned R3 or transitional, which is 6.7 units or 21.8 units, so that's very far off from 73. Certainly the inability to build on parcel number 4 would impact a B2 zoning change. So I don't think that that threat is as big as the fear tactics would imply. Finally, besides my lament about the loss of open space and trees, I'm upset with the lack of architectural character in this historic area for this building. The project brags that it will use 35% masonry in its exterior design, but the building that will be torn down is 100% brick, and it's also a building of historical merit. The building brags that it will be LEED certified, which means it will be environmental and reduce waste sent to landfills. But where will the rubble from the demolished buildings go? Demolishing old buildings is not environmental. It seems the city is loath to turn away any business while trying to overcome a previously earned reputation. However, over the course of this year, you've approved a lot of projects and sent a strong message that Littleton is open for business. I hope tonight that you will stand behind your planning board and deny the rezoning application for Broadstone. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Burkett, and then Rob Reiber is not for it but does not wish to speak. Christine Brown is not for it, does not wish to speak. Danielle Brown is not for it, does not wish to speak. Brenda O'Connell. Brenda, are you here? Do you wish to speak? Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ben Burkett. Yes, I live with my wife across the street at 5730 South Bemis Street. The house was built in the late 1800s, so we believe it could be the early 1900s. And that's just to give you a little idea of the character of the neighborhood. Something that I wanted to just expand on a little more, what Leah spoke about is, oops, I'll make it face me, is let's walk through the neighborhood. And at the same time, I'm giving you a cutout of the densities straight from the municipal codes. The items that are bold and larger are what the surrounding neighborhoods are. This section B2, that's the sheriff's site right now. And you'll see directly to the right is the transitional zone. Just south of that is R3, which is what I live in. Then you have open space, and then you have R1 just to the south, directly south of the site. Now, as we go down, what I'd like to say is, yes, this is transitional, meaning it has an allowable higher density of 22 units per acre. That's still quite a bit off from what the proposal is tonight. So I would even say, where's the transition between the highest of the neighborhood? But a little further into that, the transitional zone is, I have these houses over here, and you've noticed it has a T. That's the transitional. That's what's here. It's not 22 dwellings per unit. It's housing. It's actual housing, single-family homes. Next, we have the R3 homes. Again, continuous. Oh, by the way, there's my old brick house, which resembles the Rio Grande rail station. Everything else is R3, and they're single-family homes. And again, the R3 is 6.7 dwelling units per acre, quite a bit different. And one of the comp plan requirements, which hasn't been discussed tonight, is new development must or should respect neighboring densities. That has not been discussed. We're not respecting neighboring densities here. Again, the OS, the open space down here, you know, there's Stern Park, beautiful area. The R1 down here, we all know that's the floodplain, and as a floodplain, here's a picture of it here, starting from the peat patch. There's nothing built there. Nothing will be built there. So we're talking about a large mass of wall and density being put in this one spot, which isn't transitioning. I'll leave that up. The other point I want to make it open for discussion, and that is that the site development plan is said to not require to follow the Littleton Boulevard corridor study. Well, I read section H of, oh, I have it here somewhere, but section 8 within the site development, or section 8H, as in Harry, within the site development plan, that does say, oh, I lost it. Development to be compatible with any design guidelines adopted by the planning board, which affect the property to be developed on the proposed plan. I would go far as to say that the Littleton Boulevard corridor study is one of those designing guides that would require any future development, whether it's this or right by use development, would have to follow the Littleton Boulevard corridor study. Additionally, that SDP plan, development plan, is a process in itself. Yes, it may not be as robust as what you're seeing tonight, but there is input from others. You know, I have to agree with Leah. You know, we talk about LEED Gold. That's very nice, but there is a LEED Platinum. As Leah said, what happens with all that waste? You know, I chose to live where I live because it's on the light rail, because I work downtown. I want to reduce my footprint. I get it. I understand the development tonight and that proposal. But at the same time, we need to understand the impact to the neighborhood, which, as we see here, the densities do not match. It's double the max density. We also need to understand the impact to the open space and everything around it. So it's in context as a whole. We cannot be looking at the economic, the positive side of the economic impact that this project would believe. It's got to be a package as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brenda? And, Sheila Donaldson does not wish to speak. Is not in favor. Marcia Wilkinson does not wish to speak. Is not in favor. Katie Mays, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Next up would be Betty Harris.
Hello, my name is Brenda O'Connell. Property address 5791 South Spotswood Street. Littleton resident for over 50 years. I'm against the rezoning and the proposed development of this massive apartment complex. There may be a place for such a development, but not on the corner of Bemis Street and Littleton Boulevard. If approved, this development will forever change the historic downtown Littleton area and drastically degrade the character of the surrounding neighborhoods. Any development on this site should complement Littleton's hometown image and heritage to all who visit and live in this town. This development does not. Instead, it takes away the small town appeal of historic homes nearby and the dedicated efforts of those homeowners who have funded their own renovations of the older homes in attempting to enhance the character of the existing community. Approving a high-density apartment complex of 225 family units on this gateway site is not progress for a small historic town, but an affront to the home-owning community and the quality of life between homeowners who have made a long-term investment to the benefit of the city and a non-vested rental population sharing little or no commitment to honor the historic character of Littleton. Already, individuals who have recently purchased expensive historic older homes in this area stated they would have bypassed this town if they had known the direction it was taking with high-density living, as will other future homeowners bypass this town. Of the traffic concerns, again, the traffic heading west on Littleton Boulevard and waiting to turn south onto Bemis Street will be sitting in the left turn lane on Littleton Boulevard. This left turn lane can only accommodate 2 cars. Other cars wanting to turn onto Bemis will back up and obstruct the active traffic lane heading west by backing up cars to Spotswood, Prescott, or Crocker. Drivers will choose to find alternate routes driving throughout the neighborhoods to reach their destinations. There are many problems with this high-density development. It continues to violate many of the goals and plans outlined in the comp plan for the Stern Park and downtown neighborhoods and Littleton Boulevard corridor study and design guidelines. One big problem regards the pedestrian sidewalk along Alamo on the bridge above the train tracks. A condition was that the developer would increase the width of the sidewalk by a number of feet in order to provide a safe sidewalk for pedestrians using the light rail and visiting downtown Littleton. The citizens learned at the first planning board meeting that the city of Littleton is giving up traffic lane footage for the sidewalk so Alliance can meet this condition. The footage to cover the expansion of the sidewalk will come from the Alamo eastbound traffic lane running along the present sidewalk. This now will make the traffic lanes more narrow than what they are presently, and it will not maintain or increase the safety of the pedestrians or drivers using Alamo. In order to provide pedestrian safety and also keep pedestrians from having rainwater or snow slush splashed on them, Alliance stated they would remedy this issue by lining the bridge with concrete jersey barriers. Well, now we have concrete jersey barriers either taking up the extra sidewalk space for pedestrians that Alliance was just given from the city, or the barriers will take up even more footage from the eastbound Alamo traffic lane. This will be a disaster waiting to happen. Although the barriers may save pedestrians from getting splashed, it will create a shaded area in the traffic lane, allowing for snow and ice buildup, affecting drivers who may then endanger pedestrians. This sidewalk is also a major route used for Littleton's blind community. For those of you not knowing what a jersey barrier looks like, here is a picture, and I just need the You see these barriers during road constructions. It's not showing up too well. Probably within a year, Alliance's concrete barrier will look as chipped and beat up as these in this picture. Remember, this is a historic Littleton area and is the downtown Littleton gateway, the crown jewel of Littleton. If these jersey barriers are a sign of what improvements this developer is making for the citizens of Littleton, we can see where the developer's priorities lie. In closing, there is a picture that for a long time has been hanging on the wall behind you in this room. It depicts a panoramic view of Littleton, highlighting a little heritage of the town. Perhaps this picture hangs on this wall so as to ground and remind city officials not to tip the scales too far in the direction of fast and reckless big city growth, crowding out the mountain views and filling in all the open space with high-density apartment developments and traffic congestion. Littleton is in the process of losing its direction, losing what has made Littleton unique, and what brings new life to Littleton for the enrichment of downtown Littleton. Littleton can remain unique if the right decisions are made on behalf of the citizens and if their voices are heard and respected by city officials. Please deny this rezone. Thank you.
Betty. After Betty, Linda Knufinke.
Good evening, Council. We got to stop meeting like this.
I'm Betty Harris. I live at 6281 South Cedar Street. The developer says that he's complying with the staff recommended conditions for approval, which are listed in your communication. Condition 5 says project shall include at least 1,200 square feet in the area of Bemis Street and Littleton Boulevard of retail cafe or similar neighborhood scale retail. Just as a review, the original plan was 1,200 square feet of retail, and then it became a coffee shop, and then later it was coffee vending machines. And August the 26th, the developer said there was a possibility of retail. Littleton's zoning code requires all land uses to be listed on the general plan for PD zoning. Section 10-2-23C, land uses, says, the land uses listed below, together with accessory uses customarily associated with such principal uses, shall be allowed only if the uses are specifically stated on the approved general plan. But in fact, the land use table on page 1 of the general plan specifically says no commercial uses. Look at it. You cannot have retail cafe or neighborhood scale retail on a property that is not zoned for commercial. This general plan specifically says no commercial, while the applicant is simultaneously saying that he will comply with the staff's condition for approval. The commercial uses that are going to be allowed in this project have to be listed on the general plan. In addition, 10-2-23C2 says that commercial use within the same building as residential use requires a PDC designation for the area of the plan where that building is located, which this plan does not do. In addition, the zoning regulations require off-street parking to be provided by the project for all uses that will take place in the project. Commercial uses must be listed in order to know how much off-street parking is required, in order to know if the applicant is providing the required parking. To list but one example, the parking required for a cafe is different than the parking required for retail. Furthermore, neither the applicant nor the staff can add or remove land uses to a PD zone development. This cannot be done in a note or through a decision of staff, and it certainly cannot be done by a note that removes the use 2 or 3 years in the future if the space is not leased. Littleton Zoning Code 10-23-3I1 says that land use changes cannot be handled administratively. The applicant can read the zoning code just as the staff can and as we can. These requirements are clearly stated in the zoning code. Yet even though this is at least the 3rd revision and submission of the zoning, the applicant has chosen to ignore Littleton's zoning code. I urge you not to approve this zoning because the application and the general plan do not comply with the Littleton's zoning regulation. If this project has been unduly delayed, it has been because the applicant repeatedly submitted proposals that do not comply with the comprehensive plan, the Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study and Design Guidelines, and the zoning code itself. He has only himself to blame for this messed up process. This submission, once again, does not comply with those documents, and it does not meet the conditions that staff delineated for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, and then Norm.
My name is Linda Knufinke at 7089 South Clay Street. And as we get this set up. So is this application consistent with the comprehensive plan? No, I don't think it's even close. And I don't want to go through all of the reasons why, but it doesn't respect the iconic structure, it doesn't preserve the views, it doesn't improve transportation, and doesn't preserve the unique character here in Littleton, which is against what against what the staff has been saying. Okay. So does the application then promote the general welfare of the community? And I would say no, it does not at all. And I know I've got Here we go. It's very quiet in here.
We're
So
listening.
this was a train wreck right next to the applicant's property, and you'll notice the flume over there, but the red circle above shows that that is where the applicant's property is, and notice with this red line that's there, that shows the stacked train cars that were in this wreck. So is this part of the general welfare of the community? I would say no, and I think you as a council has an obligation to protect current and future residents from potential disasters that can occur on the rail line. So if you approve this plan, you may want to amend your existing conditions to include maybe some bulletproof glass, some self-contained air systems to withstand chemical disasters, and specific building materials to mitigate the noise, which the applicant report says is required to meet minimum noise standards. So the economic benefits are nominal, and you've seen this before. This is Alexan, and this definitely correlates with what the applicant has presented. You get $18,000 a year in 2012, and that equates to $51.44 per units, and that's for 350 units. And you've also seen this. This is the Aspen Grove sales area revenue from January 2011 to July 2013. And you can see where the red arrow is. Alta Aspen Grove opened on June 9, 2011, and you notice that the sales tax revenue is not increased. You would have expected a significant increase because you opened 280 units. That's not the case. So then I thought, okay, maybe I'll look at Alexan and see what the impact of downtown revenues were from January 2009 to June of 2010. So you can see the trend line here in red. The trend line really is not going up for this time period. And if you notice, the Alexan opened where the red arrow kind of begins, and the trend is not going up for that too. So, and that's 350 units. I mean, that's pretty significant. So we have two apartment complexes that have gone up here in Littleton, and we've seen no significant increase in revenues, which we would have expected if we would listen to the applicants and their discussions for these units. So, and the third component is changed or changing conditions. It's up to the applicant, not the staff, to show changed or changing conditions. So our rezoning, is it, if I put together this flow chart here, so if your rezoning is consistent with the goals and policy of the comprehensive plan, and it promotes the general welfare of the community, you can approve it. So since it's not consistent with the general welfare of the community, and it's not consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, and it does not promote the general welfare of the community, then you go to see if the applicant demonstrates change or changing conditions in a particular area or the city as a whole. So the applicant hasn't demonstrated that, so then your next option is, do you have to correct a manifest error in zoning, and that's not here. So you can see there's no reason to approve this application, so I encourage you to reject this application. The development doesn't fit with Littleton. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm, and then Dawn.
Good evening, Council. Norm Brown, 6081 South Spotswood Street. I have different train pictures. A train of crude oil tankers parked overnight in Quebec. 47 people perished. That is not a healthy living environment. Those people perished. There were many more people affected, and quite a bit of property damage. A little closer to home, a little more recent. That was Saturday, the 27th of July. I didn't count the number of tanker cars parked there. Those were not moving. I was on my way about 1 o'clock down to the Home Depot and realized that here was a perfect opportunity. The bridge that Ms. Newfinke was showing is further back in this, but again, this is immediately adjacent to this proposed site. I believe the historic zoning acknowledged heavy rail, the diesel fumes, and the chemicals carried. You can look on the internet and find ethanol and methanol involved in derailments and explosions. She had the one that involved a sulfur compound, which fortunately was not explosive, irritating at the very least. But I don't think this is a good, healthy environment for residential units, people sleeping there. I would actually say that the business use, an office building, perhaps with developers and attorneys, they seem to be rather nimble, and in the event of a disaster, I think they would escape. So it would be of an appropriate use in my mind. Thank you, Council. I urge you to reject it.
Thank you, Norm. Don, and then John Schultz.
Mayor Brinkman, council members, my name is Don Bruns. I'm at 7332 South Costilla, and I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. In his excellent advice on strategic thinking, Mark Horwath identifies culture, brand, and reputation as one of 3 key sets of resource allocation assets. We see by the new Main Street banners that a marketing firm has persuaded the council that our city is anything but little. But many of us did not make this our home because we hoped Littleton would become big town. Instead, what drew us here was what remains the most distinctive and marketable product that we are still privileged to share: our community's small town culture, brand, and reputation. Why are we concerned? Broadstone would erode a very important part of that character instead of nurturing it. The transformative what of big development can happen anywhere. It only takes big money. However, we stand to lose some of Littleton's far more important inspirational why, the benefits for life and well-being, if this development is allowed to go forward. Our plea is that you'll go for the inspirational why that makes our city desirably different from the others. Yet there's an even greater challenge. High-density residential is probably not the Main Street magnet to generate the kinds of benefits the council has long sought. Worse yet, this kind of development at this strategic location would erode some of our community's key distinctives, our Littleton culture and reputation. If approved, this project in this location would make it even more difficult for the city to draw future development that builds on our real identity, who we really are right now. After all, this is what the experts who understand the importance of quality life and community well-being regard as our greatest strategic strength and our highest value. I hope you don't regard these words as being inappropriate. A key challenge, then, is how to avoid getting sidetracked from keeping the main thing the main thing. To many of us, it appears that the council has a much higher responsibility than accommodating the proponents' desire for short-term economic gain, and that is to nurture the type of Main Street commercial development that will complement this important site's sense of place. Mayor Brinkman, you have the high and distinct privilege of leading your fellow council members in rejecting this inappropriately suboptimal development. This concern is remarkably the same that you shared with us 5 years ago when we joined our fellow citizens to save your very own community from similarly inappropriate and suboptimal development. So I urge you, do not abandon our cultural heritage, our brand, and our reputation, and our city. One last thing. The eloquent work of Dr. Randolph Hester at UCLA on design for ecological democracy in an urban environment seems particularly relevant to this situation. This can still happen on Littleton's Main Street, but it has to happen in the city council chambers first. It is only by combining the powerful forces of community ecology and democracy that the needed revolution in design will take place. Democracy bestows freedom, cultural ecology creates responsible freedom by explaining and nurturing our interconnectedness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
What's the first book again? Deep Dive.
Pardon?
The first book is what again?
The first one is Deep Dive by Mark Horwath.
Deep Dive. Okay, thank you.
It's a great book. And so is Dr. Hester's. Thank you.
Thank you. John, and then Jesse?
For Deep Dive.
Hi, John Schultz, 5915 South Bemis Street in Littleton. I believe this property will be inevitably developed, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the property being redeveloped into high-end luxury apartments or condos. I just don't believe that what is currently proposed, even as it's been revised multiple times, should be allowed to be built. I find it comforting that the developer continues to adapt the design to work in good faith to have their rezoning request approved, and believe that with some further adjustments, the design could be created which is not just more compatible, as the staff report states, but is actually fully compatible with the comp plan, the corridor study, and the Stern Park neighborhood. With that said, I'd like to highlight some questions related to the guidelines in the comp plan and the corridor study, which need to be answered, or at least their concept incorporated as additional conditions of approval should you decide to approve rezoning requests tonight. So related to parking, the general design has remained unchanged through this entire process, and it's been centered around keeping the parking structure hidden on the interior of the building. I think we can all agree this is a great idea. However, I see a flaw in this design, as the height of the structure must remain at 5 stories to be able to provide ample parking for the number of units. So my first question is, similar to the design of the Nevada Place project, why can't the parking structure be buried underground so it would actually allow the building to match the 2 to 3 story guideline in the Boulevard study? Second question is related to architecture. How would this, what I call a big box architecture, even remotely close, or would even remotely close to complement and reinforce the character of my 1925 bungalow, which is just 1 block south, or even the historically relevant homes directly across from the street? On zoning, regardless of the unit acres per limit that we're focused on, even at 50 units per acre, how does this respect the density of 6.7 units per acre of the surrounding neighborhood? On density, I feel the general theme has been this project is just too big for this site. So back when the developer first came to the residents in the neighborhood, this was proposed as 325 units. It's been reduced to 300, then to 250, and it's already at 225 before it even comes before you on tonight's public hearing. So why can't City Council ask for this number to be reduced even more? One thing that caught my attention earlier tonight was the comment about the traffic and how residents will be discouraged from going right into the neighborhood. And that kind of just, I don't know, struck a chord with me, is that this site, is it really being incorporated as part of our neighborhood and part of the community, or are we creating something that is kind of on its own, in its own world, that no, they're not permitted to come through our community and drive right through the Stern Park neighborhood? And if it was a much less dense, far less unit per acre density, doesn't that create more of what Littleton is in this community rather than segregating 225 units in its own parking structure? So I'll close by paraphrasing what someone had said in one of the planning board meetings, and I apologize, I don't know who it is, so I can't give credit. But basically it was saying that we only get one chance to have this property redeveloped correctly, and we don't get a do-over if something is wrong and we have to redecide down the road. So please deny the request as currently proposed, seek answers to many of the questions that have been raised here tonight, and ask that further revisions be made by this developer who seems genuinely willing to make this work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jesse? And Patrick Sullivan is against, doesn't wish to speak. Last name Lynch is against, doesn't wish to speak. Jared Chipman against, doesn't wish to speak. Jeannie Erickson, are you still here? Do you wish to speak? Okay, you're next. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Jesse Selmeyer, 6091 South Aberdeen Street. Just opening with, my wife and I are proud homeowners and business owners in Old Littleton, and our daughters are in Littleton Public Schools currently. We decided to move to Littleton about 10 years ago because we found the historic charm and nature of the Stern Park neighborhood to really fit with the values with where we want to live, and also my passion for selling historic homes in the Denver metro area. We've embraced that through the years, and with the historic home we had at the corner of Bemis and Shepherd, we did a restoration of that home and really loved the charm and kind of the ability for our daughters to grow and, you know, basically grow up in the Stern Park neighborhood and also the park itself. With that, I want to go into a little bit more. Homeowners typically have a more of a sense of community and wanting to volunteer in their community and also, you know, do things and shop in the community that they live in. Renters typically live there and then kind of obviously go to other places and aren't as invested in the community versus homeowners. The biggest thing too I've noticed is there is so much transit-oriented development with rentals, whether it be Littleton, Denver, anywhere around the metro area. And the big thing I've seen is a lot of these developments, once they hit their occupancy goals, a lot of these developers will package these projects off and then sell them to another investor. So it is good for the developer now, and they seek the goals and profitability that they need to sell this project. But what happens in 5 to 10 years when the rental occupancy rates are not at the historic highs that we're seeing in the current market? That's something we've seen in other times through the 70s and early 80s, and that's a question I think we all have to look at with this rental project. The other thing is this just one key note was brought up was about mid-century architecture, and the site itself has a very unique structure, which is mid-century modern. I don't see any details of that in any of the proposals and plans that they brought forward. So I don't think it works with the site as far as the size, the scope, the density, and I think the traffic has been an issue that I've seen since I lived in the neighborhood a number of years ago, and I think that's only going to get worse. So with all that said, I just want to let you know that I oppose the project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeannie and then John Watson.
Hello. My name is Jeannie Erickson, and I live at 5567 South King Street, Littleton, 80123. There have been 4 high-density apartment complexes approved in the last 6 months for the city of Littleton, which gives us over 1,600 more apartments. I think the city council has added more than enough apartments to the 6,000 we already have in Littleton. This is an enormous increase, and I am not sure why we need so many more apartments. I am a baby boomer, and I don't want to downsize to an apartment. Putting a 5-story apartment complex at Bemis and Littleton Boulevard does not match the historical architecture of this area, and it does not conform to the Littleton Boulevard Corridor Plan or the Stern Park Plan. I care about the long-term effect this would have on this historic area. The traffic would be a major problem for the neighborhood, with the only entrance and exit on an already crowded and narrow Bemis Street. A project of this size and style does not belong on this site, and I urge you to vote against the rezoning and this project. Thank you.
Thank you. John, and then Nancy Barker. Is Nancy here?
Good evening, John Watson, 4500 West Hinsdale Avenue, Littleton, Colorado. Mayor, council, staff, fellow citizens. I don't live in the affected area, but I still have an interest since I'm a resident of Littleton. The local residents can tell you more details about the traffic and the sizing, the effects the density will have on them individually. My concerns are more macroeconomic effect concerns. Those are the financial concerns of what we're doing with these apartments in the city of Littleton. I live in those edge areas that you defined last time when we approved them, which was our fourth approval of 4 apartment projects proposed this year. And obviously, we think the citizens of downtown area have equal rights as the rest of us do to protection of their neighborhoods. Every time we add another apartment complex, we add on another layer of expenses that we have for the city. We're not getting the benefit of the sales tax. We're converting our sales tax properties, our retail properties to residential, and as we pointed out before, we don't get a chance at a do-over. Once that's done, it's gone. It's over. It's done. I think that's causing us to try to take the short-term gain from whatever trend that we're experiencing, which right now is apartments, and we acknowledge that. The apartments are coming in. They've been hot for a couple of years. They're going to turn into a Lexan in a couple more years because that's the nature of that economic cycle. As retail will heat up and we need more retail, we're going to be running out of retail space. We're coming late to the party if we're going to take every site that we have and turn it into an apartment complex. And we've done that 4 times in a row, and I think it's about time to come to an end. We're saturating ourselves. We're creating all the problems that go along with high-density, multifamily residential without solving any one of them. We have all those traffic issues that we've talked about consistently. We've not solved a single item of traffic congestion in any area of the city with any one of the apartment complexes. We've lost all the retail opportunities that we had from the retail zoning for the 4 complexes that we had, except for Nevada Place, which didn't have any. But all the rest of that retail space is gone. We've done a housing study and identified that we had a need for housing at an increasing level of 0.3% per annum. Now, I think that's extremely low, but Patty Silverstein's the economist and I'm not. But whatever it is, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3% per annum, we just created 100 years worth of apartment inventory in the approvals already this year. Because a 2 or 3% increase on 6,000 units is going to be 120 units a year at the max. We're probably talking more in the area of 50 to 100 units. So 3,000 units is going to be 30 years of apartment units we're creating in 1 year period. And that's at a time when the apartment cycle is trending down and we're going to be coming into the retail cycle and we're going to run out of retail space and just shot ourselves in the foot. We have no place left to go. That's the end of the road for us. It's an infill town. We've offered a chance of a moratorium. We understand the council doesn't want to do that. We want to be open for business. But you can't be open for business when you've taken all your property and turned it into high-density apartments and created an overlay of expense for all the traffic and fire and utilities necessary to service the apartments. So we have to be more long-range in our perspective of how we approach the apartment complexes. And once again, we've seen it happen before with the Lexan. Came up in 2009, 2007 to 2009. 5 years later, broke, bankrupt, empty, and then filling back up again. Time for the cycle to turn around. And now we're going into the cycle again. I've always said when I was in business, I wanted to be buying whatever was bad and selling whatever was good, because that meant I was at the right end of that economic cycle. And right now, we're buying all the apartments just as they're trending down. So what I'm going to suggest is I think you'll do the right thing and tell them, let's go back to the drawing board. We need retail. We need lower density. We don't need to build in more expenses, more traffic, more congestion. And the neighbors are going to tell you far worse problems than I can. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, John. Nancy, then Ray Flesher is against, doesn't wish to speak. Wilma Imbush? Wilma?
Do you wish to speak? Okay.
Nancy?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Nancy Barger. I live at 6149 South Bemis. I've lived in Littleton since 1966. And I know that almost everyone in this room, certainly including you, supports maintaining the essence of Littleton and the talk of Old Town and what those things mean to various people. I want to talk about something that is a little bit softer than traffic flow. And I want to say that I think most of the people in this room understand that change has to happen. There are some things, however, about Littleton that don't need change, but need care and support. And I think that I want to show you some pictures that I took this afternoon. And I would like everybody to just take a breath and first look at how you come into the Stern Park area through those trees. They're not the most beautiful trees that grow along the side of the open space floodplain, but it gives you a little feel for country, I think. Now, you could look at this picture another way and see all the cars parked along there, even at 4:30 this afternoon. You can also see the condition of Bemis and what is going to happen there. But there you are, standing on the bridge. And to your left, is the creek that runs through the floodplain. And as I stood there and looked at that, I felt sort of taken back to my childhood when you could play in a creek like that. And I thought of how it offers us a way to relax in this very busy life we have. If you cross the street, you're looking at the park and the pond. And place where people have picnics, where things go on during Western Welcome Week, where people get married across the street in the Rose Garden, and then come over here and have something to eat. And people have mentioned the Rose Garden, which is a lovely place. The War Memorial is there. And one of the other things that's really wonderful about this area is the pea patch and all of the things that go on there for people in the neighborhood. Now, I also, on purpose, put this picture in because that's the School for the Blind, and that's a 2-story structure, and you can see how even that can block out things. So if you think of a 4-story structure and how much it will block out. And that's looking toward where the proposed building would be. So I thought that's nice that they're going to have a summer's end picnic. So I'd like you to think of what a year of construction would do to this beautiful place that we are lucky enough to have in our hands. And we all want what's best for our town. And after this year of contention, where we've all been meeting and getting things signed and worrying about things and looking into things, we all still have to get along. And I would say that you'll all be here, we'll all be here, but the developers won't.
Thank you. Wilma? And then Gwendolyn Moore is against, doesn't wish to speak. Aaron Aldrich. Aaron, are you here? Do you wish to speak? Okay.
I'm Wilma Imbush, and I live at 6603 South Datura Street, Littleton. I've been there for 51 years. I'm 82 years old and still have a full-time job, and I left work 3 hours early to come here. And I just ask that you don't approve of this apartment, and I don't see any reason to have an apartment. And I can just say ditto to what's been said before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron, and then Katie Burney, are you still here? Katie? No? Shirley Huntington is not in favor, doesn't wish to speak. Span Reichert or Ian, and the pin gave out, is not in favor, doesn't wish to speak. Elam Price, not in favor, doesn't wish to speak. Gay Denley. Gay, are you still here? Do you wish to speak? Okay, then you'll be next. Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
Hi, I'm Erin Aldrich, 5731 South Spotswood Street. I've been a Littleton resident for over 30 years, and for the past 12 years I've been a vested homeowner in the Stern Park neighborhood. I'm against the rezoning and approval of this massive and overwhelming development on this small building site. This is not the appropriate site for such a development of this size. Just for comparison, there are 176 single-family homes in the area bordered by Littleton Boulevard on the north, Lake on the south, Prince on the west, and Windermere on the east. There are 57 single-family homes in the area bordered by Powers on the north, Littleton Boulevard on the south, Bemis on the west, and Windermere on the east. Now, try to imagine 225 families with 1, 2, or 3 cars living on the corner of Bemis and Littleton Boulevard, with only one entry and exit driveway for their complex off of Bemis Street. Littleton is on a boom, expanding with massive apartment developments all over town. Why do residents have to feel that their objections against this particular development means they're not flexible or against responsible development? Denying this development will not impact or destroy Littleton, but approving it will certainly have a negative impact for decades to come on Old Littleton, its residents, its neighborhoods, and its traffic. The gold lead standard for this apartment complex that the developer emphasizes may be attractive to a rental community, but I believe the current residents of Littleton will never notice it as we put up with all the new traffic congestion and other high-density problems. Earlier this year, Littleton lost a historic iconic structure when a developer received approval to demolish the former Willowcroft Manor and Farm at 3600 West Bowles Avenue. Quickly, that developer tore down what was the original home of Joseph Bowles, an early settler of Littleton for whom Bowles Avenue is named. A piece of Littleton history is now gone forever. The town needed the revenue that would come from the development, making way for 41 single-story patio homes. After all the letters, emails, public comments, and appearances from concerned citizens against the Broadstone development and rezone, it would be a blow to every Littleton resident if they are ignored by their city officials at a time when the city should represent the voices of the residents who will be so heavily impacted by this proposed development. If approved, this large rental community occupying this massive building on this prominent hill overlooking downtown Littleton will become the new Littleton landmark, detracting from the historical courthouse, dwarfing downtown Littleton, and forever changing the small-town character that Littleton claims and which makes it unique. By the push of a button and the recording of your vote, you will tell the Littleton citizens who have overwhelmingly opposed this massive development in their neighborhood that their home ownership roots in this community and their desire to make Littleton a desirable place to live does or doesn't matter. Let's not lose the gateway to Littleton. This massive development is not compatible for the Bemis site. Please deny this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, just so you know, the Bowles property you reference is actually in Columbine Valley. It's not in Littleton. So just so you know. Thanks.
And I skipped one named Katie Burney. Katie? She is in favor, but didn't indicate whether she wanted to speak. So Gay, and then Peter Teneke. Peter, are you still here? Do you wish to speak? Colleen Gray. Okay, she was not in favor, does not, and did wish to speak. Mike Girardi. He is not in favor, doesn't wish to speak. Grant Langhorn, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Vicki Peterson, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Roger Peterson, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Katie Messenger, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Kay Watson, is Kay still here? She's in favor, did not wish to speak. Jose, do you wish to speak? Okay, you're next then. He's not in favor. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Gay Denley. I live at 2002.
Get close to the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Gay Dinley,
You
at
can-
2002 West Ridge Road. I've
Pretty
lived in
bossy up
Littleton.
here tonight. It's getting late.
I'm sorry?
We're bossy. It's getting late.
Okay, sure.
Move that thing right in front of your mouth and talk into it.
Okay. I've lived in Littleton for about 7 years, and although I don't live directly close to the proposed development, I have been dismayed since learning about the development because of being absolutely smitten by the charms of downtown Littleton and not wanting to lose that charm. I attended to, my initial instinct when I heard about the project was to be dismayed, and I attended the planning board meeting to learn more. After the planning board meeting, for all the reasons that have been mentioned, I'm steadfastly opposed to the project, but the thing that I wanted to highlight was what struck me about much of the commentary from that meeting was the sense of that there's no one who loves this project. We have a iconic, unique, one-of-a-kind spot overlooking downtown Littleton. We have clear documents and plans that represent the vision of the community to develop a one-of-a-kind property or some sort of development that the city could appreciate as feeling like it's part of that plan. But what I felt like I heard was fear that what if something worse is built there, rather than excitement and passion about the project and what it would add to our community. So what I would appeal to you is to not make a decision based on the fear of what might be worse, but to hold out for something that represents the vision of the community as expressed in all of the planning documents and guidelines that were discussed at the meeting and that I felt represented the spirit that the planning board picked up on in their 6-1 recommendation to oppose this project. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jose? And then is Andrew Benedict still here? Do you want to speak? Okay, you're next.
You woke me up. Jose Trujillo.
Back at you.
Jose Trujillo, 5574 South Huron, 80120. When we finally undivided Littleton in 1981, and that was with the passage of the legislation for they called it the depression, where the trains would go underneath. So we got that moving, and after the process that we went through, we said, well, I don't think there'll ever be a derailment there. The first derailment was with a coal train. Now, when that was all done, we said, well, that won't happen again. Well, I did. I said it will happen again, and it did. Then the second time was with a train that was loaded with sulfuric acid or something of that sort, which they evacuated a little bit of the area there. So I think it will happen again. I think just because of the way that the depression is built, when you take these long trains through in there, if you ever are on one end, as the train gets down through there, you suddenly hear the others trying to catch up, and bang, 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 bang. It's like a bunch of people just running after each other. And so I think we have to be careful of what goes in there, because a lot of people could get killed. I've just been reading lately about all of these crashes that are taking place with trains, not just here, all over the world. So that's been my concern, and I certainly am not for this project. And having it being built so close to the depression there, it's they store trains under there all the time. You see them all along Santa Fe. So I'm not for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jose. Nancy Jennings was in favor, did not wish to speak. Francis Pearson, are you still here? Do you want to speak? Okay, you're next then. Andrew?
Yes, my name's Andrew Benedict at 5905 South Crocker Street. When I first learned about the Broadstone development back in November, I was shocked by its size, but not shocked that it was being proposed. Over the last dozen years, there have been several proposals for redevelopment of this site, the last one being in 2008. My wife and I also own a piece of property at 5770 South Bemis Street, directly opposite the south end of the project. And we had contracted with an architect to custom build a very nice retirement home on that property. I immediately told the architect to put everything on hold until we knew what was going to happen with this redevelopment. At the time, I was totally against what I called a complete monstrosity. However, Andy Clay invited as many of us as wanted to tour existing developments that Alliance had and buildings that they were building in the metro area. At that time, two of us did do that, and Andy spent half of his day showing us his units and the type of projects that Alliance builds. I was impressed, but 325 units at that time were way too many. However, we were practical people. We knew that that site would be developed at some point, and we wanted to see if there could be some kind of compromise to make for a reasonable development. There were 6 of us that started a dialogue with Alliance. Through a dozen meetings and probably an investment of over 50 hours of our time, of each one of our time, I came to realize that the people of Alliance were people of integrity. Whenever we asked for a concession or change, if possible, they complied. And if not, they told us why. For example, they told us that they couldn't put an underground parking structure there. It would just make the project way too expensive. We asked if they could possibly utilize some of the existing building of the sheriff's building, the mid-century modern building, and they said it wasn't realistic and wasn't practical to do so. Whenever they promised to do something, however, they kept their promise. The size of the project went from 325 units to 290 units, then to 250 units. As far as I was concerned, it was still too large. Our goal was 175 to 200 units. At that time, however, at the same time, I'm also a businessman. I also own 23 rental units of my own. And I knew that they needed a minimum number of units to be able to offer the amenities which they intended to provide, amenities which would draw a more affluent renter. They sought to rent to young professionals, the same clientele that I seek in my rental homes. Whenever I remodel one of my units, I know I need to increase my rent to pay for that remodeling, and I'm doing so right now. I'm remodeling 2 different units and raising rent $400 a month. Likewise, Alliance always told us that their bottom line was 250 units. That was the minimum number of units that they needed to be able to subsidize a $40 million project to make it viable and pay for outdoor swimming pools, exercise centers, community centers, and communal centers, and a Wi-Fi cafe that they proposed. I still thought that 250 units was too many, but we were getting closer. The first time the planning board voted against the proposal, after that time, Alliance approached us once again and asked what it would take to get our support. The results of our discussions is what you guys see before you tonight. Even though I'd still like the project to be 10% smaller, I can live with 225 units, especially since I know that some developer will come by at some point in time, someone that I don't know, it's unknown, and has the zoning there to be able to build 175 units in addition to potentially 150,000 additional square feet of commercial space. Commercial space which will have no height restriction to it. I feel that the LEED Gold certification means that this will be a building the city will be proud of. I would much rather interact with a responsive and responsible developer like Alliance. I would urge council to approve the rezoning of request by Alliance. And by the way, if you do approve it, I will call my architect and restart our plans for our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Bradford is not in favor and does not wish to speak. Pete McClintock, are you still here? Do you still wish to speak? Okay, then you'd be next.
Francis?
Good evening. I guess it's, no, good morning, officially. My name is Francis Pearson. I live at 1950 West Littleton Boulevard, Suite 205, that is in the Littleton Station condominiums. And I happen to be, I'll put this up here, this is blatant self-promotion. I happen to be an architectural critic, historian, and author. This is a book that I have actually written on historical architecture of Denver. So I know a bit about that. And I want to refer to this. Let's see if we can get it all on there. And this is from the often quoted Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study. And one of the things I'm hearing tonight, much of the testimony is that Alliance is not following the comprehensive plan and Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study. And I would say that perhaps last January, when I was approached with this project, I would have agreed with that. I don't believe that's true today. And the reason I say that is because Alliance has worked very hard with a group of us neighbors in order to address our concerns and that sort of thing. And I think that they've gone a long ways towards creating something which does fall within the guidelines of both the comp plan and the community study, the corridor study. Broadstone, I believe, represents a singular opportunity to develop a critical TOD parcel with intelligence and integrity. This is a site that's going to be developed at some point in time, and I think there are those of us who would like to see that development be done with intelligence, with a degree of sensitivity to the neighborhood, as well as to the architectural and historical character of Littleton. Since the process began, Alliance has reduced the scale of the project by about 31%, from 325 to 225 units. They've reduced the maximum building height, which is very important to me, from about 65 feet to 49 feet. So that was about a 25% reduction in height. They have also provided substantial building setbacks compared to what they were first proposing, as outlined in the Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study, where it does state that the building form on Littleton Boulevard should not exceed 3 floors. And that is section 1C1-2 of the design guidelines. It does not say that 3 floors should be the maximum height on the entire site. It simply says along Littleton Boulevard that was the recommended height. It actually recommends a height of 4 floors for other parts of the site, further away from Bemis and Littleton. So these are the same guidelines that were applied to Littleton Station successfully. I happen to live in Littleton Station, and it's virtually the same profile as what's being proposed for this project, at least along Littleton Boulevard and Bemis. Now, naturally, it's a bigger site, so there is more density and more building on the back end. In addition, the architect and the developer both have worked very closely with community members to visually reinforce and adhere to the typology of the historic courthouse. One of the things that we've had several discussions about is really connecting to that courthouse as far as the architecture. And as was stated earlier, you know, the architectural design is still in a very formative stage at this point in time. It is not anything which is finalized. They also agreed to our request to break the building massing into 2 parts because we didn't want that that large monolithic structure that was initially proposed. There's a smaller building to the north and a larger building to the south, away from the streets. This also fits into the recommendations of the Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study. The developer has also increased setbacks both on Bemis and Littleton Boulevard to lessen visual impacts, not only to surrounding residences, but also to the courthouse. And at 49 feet, which is approximately
You need to wrap it up.
Okay, I will wrap up then. Thank you. It's approximately the same height. I would like to say in conclusion that we cannot ignore the fact that this parcel is a natural TOD site which demands an intelligent design and high-quality construction. Alliance has worked hard to provide both and deserves, I believe, our community support. Thank you.
Thank you. No, Pete? And then Sue Young? Okay, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Pete McClintock. I live at 5900 South Bemis Street in what's called the affected neighborhood. We've all heard and seen a tremendous number of issues over the past year or so as to why this proposal is not right for this location. I think we all agree that change in development is good, but it needs to be appropriate. We are very fortunate to have such a quaint downtown in Littleton. I truly hate to see such a highly visible focal point marred by a building of this magnitude and mass and distracting from the true character of the town. I encourage you to do the rational thing and deny this change for this project. I appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion. I have a few items I'd like to reiterate. I've been to a lot of these sessions in the past, and I've now felt compelled to get up and speak as there's so much at stake at this time. While there's discussion about the egress and ingress, traffic will obviously increase on Bemis Street and the surrounding neighborhoods. If these people can afford to pay up to $2,500 a month for an apartment, they must be fairly intelligent and can quickly figure out how to avoid downtown by cutting through the neighborhoods using Lake, Stern Parkway, Spotswood, Bemis, Shepherd, etc. I live in the immediate vicinity and quickly learned to avoid downtown due to congestion. I can also envision with the traffic light at Bemis and Littleton Boulevard, north of the proposed apartment building in the winter when the sun is lower in the sky, the bridge will freeze sooner and people have a chance of getting stuck again on the ice after being stopped at the traffic light at the red light. We're all concerned about the cars. I'm also concerned about the other traffic I see daily: strollers, skateboard, bikes, tricycles, pedestrians, let alone the typical Sunday wedding or two at the War Memorial Rose Garden and the back and forth the street to the reception. The intersection of Bemis and Shepherd is offset, and I often see people who clearly do not make a full stop at the four-way stop sign. I believe increasing the amount of traffic through this intersection will considerably increase the chances for a serious accident, perhaps not car versus car. Those of you familiar with the neighborhood know there are no sidewalks on Shepherd leading to the playground, so introducing that many more cars is asking for trouble. Actually, I saw many of you riding down Shepherd in the horse-drawn carriage today, the Western Welcome Week parade. We often hear about the investors in this project and understand an out-of-state pension fund in this case. Since the very beginning of this process and before the city was even involved, Alliance has maintained that a smaller, more reasonable building wouldn't fit their model and their investors' needs. During the planning board meeting, Andy Clay confirmed the investors have $45 to $50 million to spend on a project. As you can clearly see, this isn't a $45 million site, but a $45 million hammer looking for a nail. The project is simply not appropriate for the neighborhood and is inconsistent with the comm plan for a variety of reasons, as we all know. I'm sure you'll hear more about this and heard enough about this and the inconsistency in the direction of the plans, and a long list of why this project is not appropriate. When I think of the investors, though, I think of people like myself, my neighbors, and the other citizens of Littleton. We're the initial investors and have spent money to buy and upgrade our homes, built businesses, schools, etc., to make the community the type of place we want to live. I don't think that an out-of-state industrial investor has the best interests of the community in mind. The proposed location for this project is simply not a fit $45 million nail to match a $45 million hammer. Also, I find it very disconcerting the applicant is inferring that since 41,900 other people did not show up to voice their opinions, they are in favor of this application. In my personal observation, I have found many people who are strongly opposed to it, but reluctant to say so due to their position within the city. A large majority of people in support of this are the ones who stand and make money from it. And then finally, with the long-standing tradition of Western Welcome Week just in the recent past, and on a final note, I'll leave you with a picture I took the day after the Planning Board unanimously voted against this proposal the first time. The perspective shows the existing three-story building viewed from behind the Colorado Center for the Blind, along with some other residents who are peacefully celebrating community in the shade. I respectfully ask you to search your souls and make the appropriate decision and back the Planning Board and soundly unanimously defeat this proposal. With thousands of apartments on the drawing board, we don't need to rush into making this monumental decision on this project. We all agree that development is needed, but it needs to be rational and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
That tired me out, man. Good job.
Okay. Sally Parsons, you can go ahead. I'm just going to run down the quick names. Sally Parsons, not in favor, doesn't wish to speak. Susan Bergstein, are you still here? You still want to talk? Okay, you're next.
Well, good evening, council members and residents. My name is Sue Young, and I live at 6059 South Bemis Street, and I have been a resident there for 23 years. When I first came to Colorado and was looking for homes, I immediately fell in love with the Littleton area and wanted to live there. When that opportunity prevailed, I was delighted to buy my little house on Bemis Street. I've worked hard to preserve the house and the historic character of that house. I believe the house was built in 1917, and I'm very proud of my home. I have refrained from speaking at the several meetings that I have attended concerning this proposed development and rezoning effort. I wanted to keep an open mind and listen to the arguments, either pro or con. However, after hearing all of the arguments, I, being a resident of Bemis Street, feel that I am highly opposed to this development. Since I have been retired for the last 4 or 5 years, I walk all over Littleton and the downtown area. And I love the beautiful homes there. And as I heard someone mention earlier, the primary goal was to preserve the unique character of the neighborhood. I see that in evidence with the way the homeowners take care of their beautiful little homes. And through the years, I have witnessed people moving in and out of the neighborhood. Most people, once they move in, like to stay because they love the neighborhood. Of late, I have noticed a resurgence of people purchasing and remodeling some of the older homes. And here's a picture of some of the homes that are in about a 6-block radius of this development. And as you can see, these are beautiful homes that people have spent, I'm sure, quite a bit of money and time in remodeling. Here's another view. So I think, you know, it's the iconic charm and the historic character of the neighborhood that attracts people to these single-family residents. And I'm wondering if people who are considering purchasing a home here in this neighborhood, if they know that there is going to be this large development on this very sensitive site that is the gateway to the downtown area, if they might decide that this is not the place for them. So I urge you, as so many people in this audience, residents, have stated, to really take the time to consider what the residents have been asking of you and deny this proposal. Thank you.
Colleen Hicks is not in favor, does not wish to speak. Jeremy Aldrich, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Rosa Reben, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Pam Chadbourne, not in favor, does wish to speak. Pam, you still want to speak? Okay, you're next. Okay.
Susan Bergsteiner, 6120 South Stern Parkway. Before I get into all of my flashing papers here, just a couple of quick notes. I just want to remind the City Council that the Planning Board voted not once but twice against this development, and you should really consider that. The other thing I want to say is we really need to quit talking about the worst-case scenario of building out to the maximum of B2 zoning limits. That's not the issue in front of us. That's not what you guys are voting on. And the scare tactics that just keep coming up about that are completely a moot point. And the other thing I just wanted to point out is that there's a spin going on here that I want to just make sure you understand. Alliance talks a lot about the residents that they've been working with, the residents they've been talking to, and we have the majority of those residents sitting right there. We're only talking about 3 to 5 people. So when you hear this type of the residents are on our side, please note that that's what we're talking about. All right, I'm going to jump right into this. One of the claims is that Broadstone will help develop Littleton's economic independence and emphasize the downtown as Littleton's economic and social center. And this issue really is about the continuing cannibalization of the commercial and retail by increasing all the high-density residential space. And I agree with John Watson's take on this. We're going to have less revenue, increased expenses needed to properly provide services to the citizens. And this is truly a double hit on our future financial health. The numbers that are getting thrown around are just really crazy. They're talking about, in one space, we heard $90,000 in additional sales tax revenue. I pulled out another number that was in the plan, and it went like this. Assumption that individuals will spend 30% of their income on housing, 15% on discretionary income, and if the project's 95% occupied, that would be $2.4 million annually. It's a reasonable expectation that the total would be spent directly in Littleton, and more specifically in historic downtown Littleton. Let me give Linda credit for this, because Linda pulled these numbers together. And I'm going to remind everybody, I made mine a little smaller, a little shorter. Bottom line, Alexan opened up. There's no upward trend. The spikes are lower, and the downs are greater. Same thing. Alta, Aspen Grove opens up, downward trend, spikes aren't as high, the deeps are deeper. I don't know where this $2.4 million is going to come from. Right into transportation and parking. My big complaint about this is that not everybody, I take that back, the ingress and egress from the south end is being completely ignored. Just like the gentleman said, these people, if they're making that much money, they've got a little bit of brains, they are going to figure out all the shortcuts. What happens when Littleton Boulevard is closed for a special event? Where do those people go? Well, down Bemis, hang a right, go straight, take the stop sign, go down Littleton Speedway, Lake Avenue, and then into the neighborhood to get in and out of that whole area. They're going to use that. And it's absurd to ignore it. Parking. Currently, every available space every day on Bemis Street is used as far south as the Rose Garden. There's homeowners, their guests, all the local business clients. I can't tell you how many times I come around that corner, because I come around that corner twice a day, and I have to look out for the little guys going into the Taekwondo studio. And light rail users, where are they going to park when there's another 100-plus cars in the area? And I'm just baffled. The Alliance keeps saying, we're not bringing any more cars into the area.
Susan, you are wrapped up.
I sadly have many more sheets, but I know I can't use them. But I do want to point out two things. Real quick. Some Alliance projects are 3-story developments, just like these. But their niche is our projects 4 stories or more, and they all have large land parcels in non-established neighborhoods. So bottom line, we need to help Alliance build this somewhere else. We need to help the current owner find the perfect developer that will come in and build the perfect building for that spot. And of course, I want you to vote against this.
Thank you. Pam? Richard Moran is in favor and wishes to speak. Richard, are you still here? Do you wish to speak? Okay, you're next.
So I'm Pam Chadbourne, still at Crestline in Nevada, in downtown District 1. I really appreciate that the developers and the owners of this property have taken with their changes to the original proposal. It's a good builder and a good building, but not for this site. And I just want to say how proud I am of my fellow citizens speaking here tonight. The number of points made, the sincerity, the perception that they've displayed is extraordinary. And it could have and should have been done by the staff in a lot of cases. Again, my problem is that the staff should be looking at this from the city impact point of view, and it should be bringing it to you and us and we're not hearing that. So that's vital. I'm really glad and proud that my fellow citizens have done some of that work. Along those lines, I'm going to show a picture of Littleton traffic thoroughfares. And that's a misnomer because there's only 3. Broadway and Santa Fe go north and south, and 470 at the very end goes east and west. There are no other straight-through streets in Littleton that go east and west. Even Mineral to Dry Creek has a jog over, but no other streets go east and west. The issue for me is not just at the site, but you got a bathtub and you got drains. And the issue is how big are the drains? So at rush hour, and again, we got to talk rush hour here, at Broadway and Littleton Boulevard and at Santa Fe and Littleton Boulevard, we already have problems. And it is the obligation of the city, the staff and the council and the planning board to start working on the solution to this problem, not to be approving issues before we understand how to solve the existing problem, much less making it worse. Again, we have a plan to build up Littleton Boulevard, and I want to know the impact of that plan before you go increasing residential occupancy there. One of the planning board members mentioned that we've got a plan for 40 units per acre, and it starts at Windermere and goes to Hickory. Now, what happens if we build that out? In addition to this, does approving this cut back that opportunity for other developers? You folks can't tell me. The staff should be able to tell us. So should you, before you vote on this kind of proposal. So a whole bunch of people have already pointed out how this project does not comply with city regulatory documents. It's 5 stories. It is not 4. And I don't believe that this density of housing at this site will not harm other residential and commercial development on Littleton Boulevard. We're limited by Broadway and Santa Fe, and that's the bottom line. If we don't have a solution to that, so don't make it worse now. Also, I want to know about other low-cost housing. Where are you going to put low-cost housing? Near light rail. It's our obligation to provide that, and it's in our best interests. And if you approve something all luxury, it sounds great for just this, but the city, which you folks represent, is an entire city. And you've got to represent those residents too. And all the projections in America say there's going to be a lot more of low-income and mid-income than there are luxury folks. So I believe also that this project would destroy the character of downtown Littleton because its character and mass do not fit. Other people have said that more eloquently than I can, but it destroys the unique character of downtown. This is not a mix of architectural styles, it's a clash of architectural styles. But it's so huge that any other developer could point at it and say, look, you got that. So don't tell me I have to be historic. You've already got this.
Yep. Thank you, Pam.
So obviously I recommend that you vote against this. I have to say one other thing, sorry, Mayor. Alamo you have to consider the impact on Alamo here. To widen the pedestrian path, mention was made by staff to reduce Alamo to 1 lane going east on the uphill side with the cold weather. This is extraordinary. This is not for general welfare, and it will cost us big bucks later for pedestrian bridge. That alone should cause you to vote against this proposal.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Sure. Good evening. Richard Maureen, 5380 South Logan Drive in Greenwood Village. So why is someone from Greenwood Village here? Well, I live just on the other side of Clarkson. I'm as close as you can be to Littleton without living in it, and you can find me most weekends down here in Old Town. My wife and myself and my children, we're down here to eat and drink and shop, and we just love it. So we really appreciate the character and hopefully appreciate it as much as the folks that live in Littleton and especially nearby. So I'm here to speak in favor of the project for a few reasons, and I'll be very succinct to tell you why I like it. If you look at the site itself, and you look at what's happened around Denver with light rail around the city, and the massive projects that have been proposed along the tech center or up in the Northwest, I think what Alliance has done here is fairly appropriate in size, height, scale. I, among others, wouldn't want it to affect negatively the old historical feel of Old Town Littleton. I'd want something that's appropriate. I wouldn't like a project like this if it were right in the heart of Main Street, but I think it's a buffer site. I think change is challenging and difficult at times, but I would say for this site, change is coming. I don't think anybody would imagine that in 10 or 15 years there are going to be empty C-class office buildings sitting there. I don't think these are historic buildings. There will be future proposals, and I would tell you that Alliance is a quality developer. In a prior life, a few years back, I ran a finance division for GE Capital, and I used to provide equity to apartment developers around the country. Alliance has a national reputation, a local reputation, and they're known for quality projects. They're known for delivering what they say they'll deliver. And when I say they're a top developer, they are one of the top 5 in the country in terms of just volume. But top doesn't mean the biggest, the tallest, the shiniest always. They seem to have a knack for building appropriate projects on appropriate sites. If you go to their Cherry Creek project, it's very different than what they'd propose here to do in Littleton. So I would kind of think about it that way. It's not always the biggest and the tallest, but again, I think they've, from what I've seen and heard, and I haven't lived through it like some of the immediate residents, but what I see is a developer that's worked very hard to accommodate as much as they can to move forward with a project that, you know, they believe will fit into the character of the neighborhood. As I come into Old Town, every time I come down here, which is again about every weekend, I drive on Clarkson, by the high school, over Broadway, and down the stretch of Littleton until I get, you know, over the bridge and into Old Town. And I know the folks at Littleton Capital Partners and what they did with their condo project, and I was hopeful that would be a catalyst to start some meaningful change along that stretch of Littleton Boulevard. You know, where there's an old Safeway that's now a Savers and, you know, sort of a hodgepodge of retail. I would also love to think that this would also serve as a catalyst for future change. I mean, Old Town Littleton's gorgeous, but if there's an action like this, a catalyst that could help further change, go to the east along Littleton Boulevard, I know I'd welcome it. LEED Gold certification. I know some people really love that. Some people, you know, say, well, why not do platinum? That's not such a big deal. I would say, again, just as an example to the developer and their commitment to trying to get this project done, that's an expense. So that means they're willing and able to compromise and spend more money on a project to fit in with the community and get the project completed, and it's absolutely a good thing. In terms of the renters that would be attracted here, I would suggest to you, because again, for 8 years of my career, I dealt with apartment communities and, you know, dozens of developers like Alliance. These renters will be your future homeowners. They will spend money in Old Town. They will take the light rail sometime to go to work downtown or elsewhere, but sometimes they'll stay here and work. Sometimes they'll buy a house right across the street on Bemis or in the neighborhood. They will be your future residents. And garden style is not always the way to go. Sometimes it is appropriate on a TOD site, pure TOD site, to approve a project like this.
You need to wrap it up, please.
So, in conclusion, you know, I know there's some strong opinions on this, and I've been involved in many projects in other cities, but I would say that there are 40,000 plus other folks that aren't speaking tonight. There's some emotion here tonight from folks that are immediately impacted, but I guess I'd ask you not only to consider the folks that aren't here that would find it a very acceptable project, even non-residents who come here to visit and spend money and, you know, dine, but also the retailers who may or may not live here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joel, Gross Boosh, I'm sorry. He does not favor, does not wish to speak. Kevin Starkey is in favor, would like to speak. Is Kevin still here? Okay. George Stragano? Is George still here? George is not in favor, does not wish to speak. Sue Luxa, you wish to speak? Okay, come on down. Chris Cadieu? Is Chris still here? I'm sorry. Do you still wish to speak? Okay, you're next then. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sue Luxa, and I live at 6860 South Delaware Street in Littleton. I live nowhere near this project, and I am still opposed to it. I've lived here since 1969, and I concur with the previous speakers who've talked about the charm, about the traffic, and all the other things that go into my opposition to this project. But I want to talk more about definitions. And so these are words that have been bandied about tonight and previously, and I'm using the word gateway, and according to the Webster's Dictionary, the meaning is opening in a wall or fence that can be closed by a gate. My contention is that there are other gateways, and I will show you several identifiable gateways, and one that we're all familiar with. Oops. Yes. The one to downtown Littleton. This, on the other hand, is a visual barrier. Another phrase that has been bandied about is pitched roofs. This is a pitched roof. This is a pitched roof. These are awnings, not pitched roofs. This is iconic. This is not. This overwhelms the courthouse and the surrounding homes, and there is nothing in this view that would suggest that there are two buildings rather than one massive wall of windows, stucco, and brick. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
I am Chris Cadill. I live at 5960 South Bemis. I stand in opposition to the project. We usually develop to enhance the community. I don't believe this project does that. It creates an exclusive mini community all to itself. We've seen examples earlier on of the Cherry Creek East project, which in itself is with its workout rooms, with its meeting rooms, with its Wi-Fi. It's self-contained. I'm also concerned with the traffic in the area. Our Stern Park community is one of neighbors. We have quite a distinct character in that we have retired people, middle-aged. We have several families with young kids. My concern is that a no right turn sign will not keep the traffic from flowing into the Stern Park area to reach Lake Street for destinations such as Windermere, Prince, and Ridge Road on their way to their jobs at Visa. Our neighborhood is one of walkers. It's one of bike riders. I'd like to call attention to the recent spate of vehicle pedestrian accidents in the metropolitan region, as well as motorcycle fatalities. This building is a massive building. It will dwarf the Rose Garden. It will dwarf Stern Park. It will dwarf the old courthouse. It will take away from Littleton what we have now. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Hooper does not wish to speak, is not in favor. Paul Brady is in favor but does not wish to speak. Cora Devlin, not in favor, does not wish to speak. Frank, do you want to talk? He's not in favor. Brianna Studer is in favor. Stuker, come on down. Is in favor. Tom Hall, are you still here? Do you still wish to speak? Okay, you're next.
Hi, I'm Brianna Stucker from 801 Shadycroft Lane, Shadycroft, Colorado, Littleton, Colorado, 80120. And I'm in favor of the rezoning. Let's see. One thing I'd really like to point out is that this is zoning, so all of this about architecture and what's it going to look like, that's very important. Littleton especially, we want it to look nice. But, you know, this is zoning. That's going to be figured out later. So one thing, like zoning and details like that, I'd like to make sure that we're thinking about the zoning and not just details that will be planned out later. That's not really part of the zoning. But also make sure that you're not muddling up facts with kind of bias also as well. I know there's a lot of fear that's been presented in this room tonight about change. And like someone else said before me, change is really difficult, but you know, it's going to happen whether we like it or not. This site, it's probably going to be built on sometime or another, but this already is a really good building from what I've seen. It's based on what the developers have done, like how much work they've put into it. I'd say that they'd be really good neighbors to have here, just in Littleton, based on how much work they've put into it. And yeah, that's basically what I have to say.
Thank you. Tom? Is Constance Wells still in? Constance? She was not in favor but did wish to speak. Kim Glidden, you still? She was in favor, did not wish to speak. Paula was not in, Paula Sislard, not in favor, did not wish to speak. Joseph Devlin, are you here? Do you still wish to speak? Okay, you be next then. Okay.
My name's Tom Hall. I live at 1500 West Briarwood Avenue, Littleton. I guess I'm one of the 40,000 since I'm not in the affected neighborhood. And I'm here to speak in favor of it and to remind the council that the implied promise that was made to us taxpayers in the RTD district when we agreed to subsidize the construction of the light rail in 2 different elections and pay dearly for it. And this part of that promise was that the communities that would benefit from the light rail would provide the opportunity for transit-oriented development to occur so that we could fill the seats with people that live near the tracks, not just transfer parking from downtown to big parking lots out in the suburbs, which is pretty much what we've done. And I think most of the places I've been along the light rail have taken the commitment fairly seriously and are building, especially in Denver, are building these opportunities for people to live where they can actually use the the light rail. And this is really the only opportunity for the Littleton station that makes any kind of sense that I can see is this particular parcel. I mean, it's zoned very highly in its intensity in a B2, has been forever, and all the people that live around it should have been aware, if they're not aware, should have been aware of that zoning and have known the potential for that site to someday be developed in a very intensive way. And I think by what you have before you tonight is a way to approve a proposal that gives you some control over what's going on there. And it's a planned development. It's not just used by right. And it seems to me from sitting in the audience listening that the developer has spent months of time and effort and expense to try to accommodate the needs of the neighborhood with what the needs of the project to succeed are. I mean, they're throwing in $40 million of investment into our community to do what's right, and I think that's great, and that's what I'm here for. And people always are afraid of, when you say apartments in their neighborhood, they go berserk, and you get all this negative reaction that you received tonight, and you would expect, but you have to keep it on the eye on the whole picture, that there's a right that property has to develop, and there's a responsibility that the community has to the taxpayers that are paying for the light rail subsidy, and it's big. You know, the light rail doesn't come close to paying for its way in terms of the ridership. And to balance those needs and to take advantage of the opportunity you have tonight to approve a project that really makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph? Devlin?
Good morning, City Council members and everyone. I'm
Morning,
Joseph Devlin. I live at 5870 South Bemis Street, right next to Stern Park. My folks built this house in 1951. I grew up there as a little boy. I went through Littleton Public Schools. While I was in Littleton Public Schools, I learned how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 5 floors as I count. I'm concerned about the Stern Park neighborhood having a monster building like that, an apartment building. It's not within what Stern Park should be. I'm also concerned about the high volume of traffic. Sure, you can say, put a sign at no right turn coming out of the apartment, but people, even with a light on the corner of Littleton Boulevard and Bemis, they can't get out. You know, maybe 4, 5, 6 cars can get out on Littleton Boulevard to turn left to go west or go east. Then the light turns red again. They can't get out. So where are they going to go? They're going to head south on Bemis Street. Now, light rail parkers, almost on a daily basis, fill up one side of Bemis Street right up to the corner of our property. Few times why they keep on parking all the way up to Shepherd Street. So Bemis Street is already full of parkers. When you add an apartment building with overflow parking plus their own guests and visitors, where are these people going to park? There's not enough room. Now, if someone parks in front of our house and then someone else parks directly across the street from our house to visit the Rose Garden, Bemis Street is narrowed to just one lane traffic. There's no room for 2 cars to go by. Also, you have little kids that go to the park. With this additional traffic, sooner or later, something's going to happen. I urge you council members to listen to your constituents and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Stoker, is in favor, does not wish to speak. Karen Matusek is not in favor, does not wish to speak. Nancy Kylo is not in favor, does not wish to speak. Norman, do you want to?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I live at 801 Shadycroft Lane, and my office is at 2009 West Littleton Boulevard in the courthouse office building. When I look out my window to the left, I see the existing 4-story Littleton Station project, and when I look out to the right, I see the proposed 4-story Broadstone project. I've attended both Planning Commission hearings, and I have sat through almost 10 hours of presentations on those and another 5 hours tonight for this application. I know that your staff and the chair of the planning board support this project, but a majority of the planning board does not. However, after 10 months of community discussion, it is clear to me that debate is not about the details of the comprehensive plan, but rather it is a referendum on the direction of this city. Simply put, is Littleton moving forward in keeping with the market trends that exist in 2013, or are we looking backwards to a Littleton of the past? Are the historic courthouse building, our charming Carnegie downtown, the serene Rose Garden, the picturesque Stern Park, chains that continually remind us of the Littleton of old? Or can these same features be used to build a Littleton for the next generation that is relevant to our times and optimistic about our future? Did our forefathers build these institutions as anchors to our past or as amenities to a better tomorrow? Are we looking backwards or forwards? Regardless of the outcome of this hearing tonight, this council has done more to move this city forward in 1 year than in the 10 previous years combined, and I applaud you for your efforts. Despite the opposition you may hear from a vocal contingent of the community, I believe the majority of Littleton supports the direction of this city and supports the work that you are doing. So far this year, you have approved projects around the perimeter of Littleton that have added millions of dollars in impact fees to the city, and over time will add tens of millions of dollars to our school district. Equally important, these projects will bring new people, new energy, and new ideas to Littleton. In the face of this progress, you were presented with an irresponsible moratorium put forth by many of the people who opposed the Broadstone project. You unanimously rejected that at the time, and I ask that you reject the same philosophy tonight. For as progress is good for the Santa Fe corridor, the Broadway corridor, and the Mineral corridor, it is also good for the Littleton Boulevard corridor. In an attempt to guide Littleton's future, you have set goals for this council, including 1, assure a financial sound city government. The Broadstone project supports this goal by providing $846,450 in impact fees to the city. Additionally, the residents of the project will support the downtown merchants and increase retail sales tax revenue. 2, provide a safe community. This project will improve the pedestrian sidewalk along Alamo and add a traffic light at Littleton Boulevard. Additionally, the impact fees will fund enhanced police and fire services. 3, preserve and cultivate a quality community. Alliance Residential builds a quality project worthy of this site. Andy Clay has proven himself to be an honest developer throughout this process, compromising when asked to do so. They should be welcomed into our community, as the Broadstone project will raise the bar for what a quality multifamily project looks like. The Broadstone project supports these and other goals you have set for yourself. It is consistent with other decisions you have made, and it should be approved. Denying this application does not advance the goals, but rather it solidifies the status quo. Someone once said, if you have more memories than dreams, your best days are behind you. Tonight, I ask you to dream about a Littleton Boulevard that is vibrant, thriving, contemporary, and fueling both our downtown and our Broadway corridor. The Broadstone project can be a catalyst to that vision. I ask you to reject the line of thinking that would put a moratorium on Littleton or a moratorium on this site. I ask you to move forward in the heart of Littleton, just like you are doing in the perimeter. I ask that you continue to support the goals you have set for yourselves. I ask you to resist the temptation to look back, but that you continue to move Littleton forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm. And the final name on the roster is Jeannie Pearson. She is in favor but does not wish to speak. So I have no more names on the roster. Is there anybody who did not sign up who would be interested in speaking?
Good morning also. I guess I'm the lucky one, maybe going to be the last one or whatever. I'm Tom O'Brien. I reside at 5652 South Cedar Street. I have been in Littleton since 1960 for 53 years. I graduated from Littleton High, so I have seen a lot in these 53 years. I think the city staff is doing a great job with Michael, at the helm, and I do like the new logo and name, and I hope there's some kind of meaning to that. Littleton, anything but little. I'm not sure where that came from or what it means, but I like it. And as for the city council, I feel you guys are doing a great job too. I don't know that I can say the same about the planning board. I'm not sure what's going on there. As for, I know nobody's really read this real quick, but the purpose of this Littleton Boulevard corridor study. It talks about how Littleton Boulevard historically was a main commercial street in Littleton with the heavy development on Broadway and the redevelopment of shopping centers to the west and downtown. Littleton Boulevard has become a street with local services, auto-related uses, and neglected shopping centers. The city of Littleton has improved the pedestrian walks along the street, allowing it to be a friendlier street for pedestrian use. Littleton Boulevard is a seam between the neighborhoods to the north and south and is a major arterial for traffic moving east and west. It is also the spine which generates and connects street, pedestrian, bike connections to downtown Littleton, the Littleton Community Center, which is no longer, it's now the Littleton Station, so that's was part of the success of this. Historic Courthouse, Stern, and Kettering Park to the south and Powers to the north. And it says Littleton Boulevard also serves as a major east-west connector for commuters and city residents. Littleton Boulevard pairs with either Bellevue to the north, Orchard to the south, even though it does not connect, pretty much past Broadway. While this helps to reduce the overall traffic, because of the relatively few east-west connectors in the South Metro, Littleton Boulevard will always have an important role. And back then, in 2002, it said that there was 24,000 cars a day. And it said future users should take advantage of the easy connection to light rail in the centralized location of the corridor. So I live right off of Littleton Boulevard and have done for many years. And I would like to see, it become a major part of Littleton, just like some of the other previous people have said, the gentleman from Greenwood Village that came over. I would like to see this be known as Littleton Uptown. We've got a downtown. I'd like to see an uptown all the way east from the railroad tracks to Broadway. I think that this project that Alliance is proposing, could be the catalyst, as others have mentioned. I see it as coming in and up into uptown rather than coming down into downtown. Other things, I think traffic and parking issues are a good thing, because when you have traffic, parking, and things, it means things are happening. When you don't have it, it's not happening. All the other things, the courthouse, the Stearns Park, the Rose Garden, they're not going anywhere. They're going to be there for, like the other gentleman said, for people to enjoy. So there's a residential community there. They're not going anywhere. They're all going to be there for us to enjoy and look at and all that. So, and I agree. I think a lot of the residents around there, knowing that this site has been there, they should have known that something could and probably someday will be built there. And I feel for them, but this is something that's going to happen or whatever, but I hope that you guys, will, and gals will vote in favor of this rezone so we can move on with this. So, thank you.
Thank you.
They all look different, don't they?
Would you please speak in the mic?
I'm Brenda Stokes,
Need your
5949 South Bemis may have the overhead. So, I was kind of flattered that someone took a picture of my house. Here, to the right. That was the original house. To the left, that is change. And that change represents in keeping with the neighborhood. That's what I call progress. When I first came to Littleton over 10 years ago, I remember driving up Bemis Street and approaching the park. And I knew I was in good company when I saw a sign that had a bunch of geese in front of it with a picture that said crossing. And that's when I knew that this was the Bemis Stern Park neighborhood was a very special place. I have concerns about the level of development that has been occurring in our community. While we shouldn't be blinded by progress, I'm for progress. I've been a big advocate of progress, as long as it's been responsible, well-planned, and it keeps the community in mind, as well as the overall economic stability for the city. And in this case, what I see is probably some developers here that did a pretty good job. In 2008, I do recall when I first came here, there was another similar project that came before us. What was different then was that there was more of an outreach on behalf of the developers. I've lived in my property for 10 years, and not once did I get any kind of mailer or letter for some sort of outreach or community involvement or, input to this project. And I recall the last developer who proposed this similar development in 2008, they were a little bit more conscientious about input from the people, to the point where they had made promises to repair Bemis Street. They had made promises to put adequate sidewalks. They had made promises to even consider putting a roundabout right at Shepherd and Bemis so that it would deter traffic on the south end, so that it would provide some sort of protected area for the park and the rose garden and the weddings and the children who come in busloads from the Willows and the school districts to have their picnics. I'm telling you, that park is so busy on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon, especially in the summer, and it's full of children. I think about Western Welcome Week, and I wonder for moments on end, what would it be like if we got this massive development bringing all of these people, primarily, we say multifamily, but I think what I heard said was it was primarily going to be one-bedroom apartments. And the average renter is going to be between 20 and 30 years old. And I'm wondering, well, how does that fit? And the rent is going to be somewhere in the area about $1,500, maybe $2,400 for a two-bedroom. And I'm thinking, gee, I don't know too many 20 and 35-year-olds that can sustain an income to pay that kind of rent. So I have some concerns about the longevity about renters versus the single-family homes versus the children that occupy this park during the summer times, the weddings, everything else. I just think it's a bad fit. And I'm really looking forward to see some other proposed developments for this site, but I don't think this is the right one. And I would really ask the council to consider rejecting this request.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. And
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Let's see if I can get my notes in front of me.
Okay, we have closed the public hearing. So at this point, council, do you have any questions for staff or the applicant? Jim?
Well, normally under our procedures, we allow the applicant to make some comments after the comments have been made by the public. Sometimes they have responses they'd like to make concerning the comments that were made. Are you going to allow them to make a...
Yeah, I thought we'd see if you had any questions for staff or applicant. Applicant can then do a closing comment before we start deliberation. Any questions? Applicant, do you want to make some closing comments?
Yes, thank you. I won't go through individual factual discrepancies from the comment, but if there are any questions, we're happy to dive into that if you'd like. I think probably the broader comment that I would like to respond to is just the general, I guess, depiction of who renters are and what apartment buildings represent. It is this, the late 20s to mid 30s demographic that we're talking about is potentially the part of the future of Littleton. And there were some discrepancies quoting the unit mix and how many one bedrooms. This is predominantly 2-bedroom, not 1-bedroom. But these are potential home buyers. And certainly they're not all going to be in late 20s to mid 30s. Some are going to be older than that who aren't necessarily looking to buy a home in the near future. But this is the kind of community that'll bring people in and provide and get people familiar with downtown Littleton, the Stern Park neighborhood, and the idea that it's an apartment building that has some kind of difference between whether or not what it even is in the future. This is probably one of the most likely projects in the Littleton pipeline, with the possibility of being condo converted at a time that the statute of limitations runs out or the legislation changes, making it feasible for condominium development or conversion. So, I think what we focus on is the bones of the building. We saw some great photos of homes that have been renovated. The same theory applies. If homes are built well and they're in a great location, they typically get renovated. This is a great location. We're building it with excellent bones. In 20, 30, 50 years from now, it's more likely that this would be renovated than that it would be fall into disrepair or be scraped. It would have more value to somebody in its existing form. So generally, those are the kind of broad stroke comments I wanted to address, and we can answer further questions if you like.
Any questions? No. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks.
Okay. I need a motion in order to open discussion.
I move that the ordinance approving the rezoning of property known as 2100 West Littleton Boulevard and 5759 South Bemis Street from B2 Community Business District and R3 Single Family Residential District, respectively, to PDR Plan Development Residential be approved as revised August 21st, 2013.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Council discussion. Who wants to go first? Bruce?
I'll go first. Since I'm going first, I want to say to those of us that have remained all the way through this, sitting here, thank you. Thank you very much, citizens, for participating, and to the developer for all the work that they've done into it. I don't think there's an idea that hasn't been presented on the floor tonight or in the letters that we were presented that probably hasn't been addressed. I think all ideas are out there. I'm so impressed with the knowledge and common sense of all the people who've participated in this. I want to say thank you. It's been quite a process. My feeling on this is that when we begin to manage change, and that's what this is all about, in Littleton, we really have to put the neighborhoods first. I think the folks who have lived in Littleton, invested in Littleton, and put their lives in Littleton need the first consideration, and then we proceed with how we can do things in the future for their future residents. And fortunately, since this is a zoning matter, we get the opportunity to put the framework of zoning to do that. And I think there's a lot of sense to the issue of protecting the commercial property that we have, because that is for future of Littleton, for the legacy of Littleton. There needs to be an opportunity for those great projects in the future that will provide the revenue that we need to be the city of the future also. And fortunately, this is a zoning, and we get to talk about that too. I feel that the project that's been presented is not consistent with land use policy. I think it fails to preserve the character of the existing neighborhoods, and it fails to preserve the neighborhoods. I think the city's comm plan, Goal 1, which is in the council communication, talks about emphasizing Littleton's social and economic heritage with consideration given to, and it has A, B, C, D, and E. And I would say that there's certainly some challenges in view preservation, landscape preservation, topography, and human qualities. And those were A through D of our goal number 1 in the comm plan. I think the Stern Park neighborhood goal number 1 is to preserve the unique character and quality of life, and I don't feel it's consistent with that. And finally, the discussion about the Littleton Boulevard corridor and the sheriff's site does talk about massing, height, scale, those kinds of things, and the very large footprint that is being offered here really isn't minimized by the setbacks that are provided in the plan. And things like sloped roofs and an attractive west facade really, I think, are missed in the presentation. In summary, I feel like it's somebody who's gone to the car store and really knows they need to buy a new automobile and has heard about the best that's being offered. And I really think this is a tremendous project, just like I would like to buy that car in the dealership. But when I get it home, it has to fit in my garage. And I think this is just not quite fitting into the area and space. So I just feel it's not consistent.
Bill.
We can go down the table here, I guess. Thank you all. Good morning. And thank you to the developers. I definitely appreciate the down zone requests versus the by rights project. Versus the current zoning, this provides at least a potential reduced mass from what could be there. I appreciate the setback constraints or concessions, that it's got to what some folks might interpret as moderate density, and the attempts to be complementary to downtown and the neighborhood and the gateway, except there's a big however now. When you have a chance to make your case, you get to kind of pull the policies and the goals and make your comments on that. And where I think there's a missing piece, and I haven't been convinced that there's evidence there, is when we deal with the citywide goal of economic independence, when we deal with Policy 11, which is on page 12 of the comp plan, and it talks about pursuing new development and redevelopment of commercial and multifamily land uses. When we deal with our economic plan that talks about economic independence for the city, giving up the potential for commercial office and moving away from the potential balance between employment and residential and jobs and commercial sales tax revenue possibilities. I don't have the convincing point that says the case has been made to make the change. So I would say, one, you haven't met all the goals of the comp plan, and I know Glenn has talked about all the boxes aren't checked off. And I think we have something that's really important, because when we talk about particularly the central area, we've talked about attracting new businesses to that. And so the requested rezone doesn't pass muster in my book. And the point that I do want to make is, I think it was Sue that mentioned it earlier, don't feel fear from the future, but the potential for this space still could be a mass that's not dissimilar from some of this, but if it came with commercial and that, there's not really a rezone that would be required on that basis. And so the opportunity and the leverage could be something that's lost. I'm not going to operate from a position of fear on that, but look for something that I would feel more comfortable hits some of the goals for the overall city. Thank you.
Jerry?
I think the applicant has done a thorough job in providing the information to support their project. They have worked with the residents. They've made numerous changes. The citizens, both for and against, have also provided information and their thoughts to support their position. The good part is that the citizens did, in a respectful manner, when speaking to the planning board and the city council, they were very respectful. I think that's a great reflection on the entire city when we have such a polarizing proposal. 3 or 4 years ago, there was the perception that Littleton was closed for business, and we did not welcome new ideas. This city council and city staff have worked to change that negative image. That the negative perception has changed, and Littleton is open for business. I, for one, have encouraged people to support property owners and businesses in District 2, especially along Broadway and Littleton Boulevard. I've met with entrepreneurs, I've met with neighbors, I've met with property owners. Affordable housing was brought up, that we should have some affordable housing in a project like this. Well, being the representative for District 2, District 2, especially the northeast quadrant of District 2, has plenty of affordable housing. I would support a developer buying some of those affordable housing complexes and bulldozing them with proper permits, of course, and build a new expensive complex like what is being proposed tonight. That'd be great if they could do it over that way somewhere. Main Street does bring in people from all over the metro area, and the city must increase our revenues. As I know, at least the folks on city council here, we all know that our revenues, projections versus expenses, those lines are getting ready to cross, and that's not a good thing for us, folks. We have got to do something to bring in more money. With that said, there's thousands of apartment units being built in and around the city of Denver and the metro area. The residents living in those new apartments, they're going to create a demand for places to go for entertainment, places to go to dine out. I put a challenge out there to all you entrepreneurs. Find a way to attract those apartment dwellers and their money to Littleton. Let's get them here. Let's get some of that money to help us out. We need it badly. The message that we must get out there is that the right project will be welcomed. However, not all the proposals that come to City Council will be approved, nor will all of them be denied. And Wendy, thank you very much for giving us 600 pages to read this week.
Holiday weekend.
It was a great weekend. Fortunately, we had time to do it.
We didn't get you anything.
So yeah, really, we'll get you something sometime. But it was a large packet, and that's after the 400-pager we had a few weeks ago. One resident did write, because we get a lot of emails, and thank you again for sending out those emails as soon as you could to all of us. It isn't just one of us that gets the email. If it goes to the city, they make sure all of us get these emails. And we do read those. One resident did write, among other things, they wrote that this project will take away the flavor of downtown Littleton and create traffic problems. District 2 resident, another resident, wrote that the planning and visioning by past city council members and how they establish guidelines to prevent or give pause to certain events that would be inevitable. Like past city council men and women, and there were a lot of former council folks here tonight, I also must plan and have a vision for the city, including the ongoing economic viability of the city. I take that responsibility as a councilman very seriously. The District 2 citizens elected me to represent their interests. The citizens have also entrusted me to make the so-called day-to-day decisions that a city council member must make. The majority of times, these decisions that I make as a councilman are with little or no input from citizens. However, this time, or at times, when citizens make their positions known, they do make it loud and clear on specific issues. During the planning board meeting last June, a member of the planning board, Mr. Andrew Graham, I believe, said something to the effect that the courthouse is the king, and what the king needs is a queen. Well, in my opinion, this project is not a queen. It is not a relative of the king, and it's not a distant cousin of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I have found that throughout the evening there have been credible arguments made, both pro and con. As such, council's responsibility is, in this instance, to render a decision based upon the weight of the evidence that has been presented this evening in a land use quasi-judicial proceeding. How do we do that? We essentially start with the code and code section 10-2-23, which talks about the intent of planned development or PD districts, which are created to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare by allowing more flexible development based on a comprehensive integrated plan. Further, in subsection B, there are 6 attributes of application that the intent of council is to foster and encourage more creative and effective use of land and public public or private services to accommodate change in land development technology so that resulting economies benefit the community. To encourage innovation and efficiency in residential development to meet the growing demands of housing of all types and designs for persons of any social and economic status. To encourage innovative development or redevelopment of all land uses to meet the contemporary needs of the community by providing for a greater variety and mix of uses, including those which may coexist on the same parcel as shown on an approved general PD plan. And let's see, lastly, encourage development as consistencies with the policies and guidelines established and adopted in the comprehensive plan. We also always, and we've done this, I've read the same paragraph a couple on the last sets of rezoning requests we've had, because I think it's important to set the context for with which at least my decision is predicated. So I always refer back to the law is represented in Colorado Land Planning and Development Law, the 8th edition, page 78, which talks about or states that in evaluating a rezoning application, a local government asks whether the proposal complies with the comprehensive plan. If so, the proposed rezoning need only bear a reasonable relationship to the general welfare of the community. If the rezoning would be in conflict with the comprehensive plan, however, the applicant generally needs to show that either that an error was made in establishing the current zoning, or there has been a change in the conditions of the neighborhood that supports the requested zoning change. In the absence of a past error or a material public interest, property owners can generally rely on the existing zoning regulations. So that brings us then to the comprehensive plan, and we've talked a lot about the goals throughout the plan, but what hasn't really been discussed is the preface to the comprehensive plan. And the preface on page 1 of the plan says, in Littleton's approach, planning is a process of preparing for those things which are likely to happen, and it seeks to bring about those things which the citizenry wish to happen. Therefore, the development of a plan involved having the most current knowledge of likely future changes so that accommodations for those changes could be anticipated. The process also included establishment of goals and priorities so that future decisions would give adequate consideration to the desires of the residents. And incorporation of these factors into a plan help assure that the quality of life in Littleton will be preserved and that the quality will improve in the future while accommodating orderly development. I think that's a high bar. It's not just a matter of having a small number of people come down and say, we're not in favor yet. Certainly the input from a large group of people is an important contribution of what broadly construed the citizenry wish to happen and what is the desires of the residents. The first priority of the plan, interestingly, though, then goes on to say that inasmuch as the success or failure of the comprehensive plan is measured by its impact on the community, we feel it to be significant that the following programs and projects have been initiated or significantly influenced by the comp plan. The first is economic development, and the second is downtown revitalization. We've talked also about the community-wide goal of preserving the city's unique identity by protecting historic structures and emphasizing the distinct social and economic heritage. And yet Goal 2 talks about developing Littleton's economic independence and reemphasizing downtown as Littleton's economic and social center. So what are we to take away from all of that? It seems to me that the city plans in their various forms and constructions contain a variety of desirable outcomes that don't necessarily resonate well with one another in this particular instance. As I said initially, I think there are reasonably compelling arguments, both pro and con. My sense is that this is not a bad project. It may or may not be in a great location, but good projects are still good projects, and seems pretty clear that the developer has, in fact, worked diligently and extensively to accommodate many of the stated comp plan, neighborhood plan, and corridor goals, as well as the LEED certification, the noise mitigation, and the economic benefit to the community. One of the other council members mentioned the right by use alternatives, which have been brought up, and frankly, though, that actually is sort of the rub here. The applicant himself initially in your opening remark pointed out that the property would likely get developed and could, I think your words were something to the effect of with the zoning that's in place now, that the use by right might be financeable and built under a B2, which to me argues against a change in the existing conditions that's predicated if there are conflicts with the comprehensive plan, which have been discussed at length here tonight. I think we also look at the breadth and enthusiasm and zeal of the citizen comments, and that does carry a lot of weight in this instance, certainly with respect to the preface to the comprehensive plan. I think there continue to be elements of scale, height, and mass, as well as a lot of the transportation issues that do remain problematic. To the extent that there are changing conditions or changed conditions in this location, certainly the rezoning of the Nevada 2 property and potentially some of the other properties such as Meadows, Littleton Commons, and Marathon further out constitute some level of an argument that those changing conditions could be potentially mitigated by some of the other rezones that have already taken place. We've talked a little bit about the historic preservation of the sheriff's property, which there appear to be some disparate views of as far as its as far as its historic preservation is called out in community-wide goal number 1. Therefore, based upon the evidence presented on balance, I find that the requested change in zoning is in conflict with the comprehensive plan and that the applicant has not satisfactorily shown that an error was made in establishing the current zoning or there has been a change in the conditions of the neighborhood that supports the requested zoning change, and I will vote against the motion. Thank you.
Jim?
Well, the current zoning under B2 has far greater impacts on the neighborhood than what this project is. This is a quality project, and particularly in compared to what could be built there. I think that under B2, if this project came up before us, we'd have the same people who were here tonight would testify against that project as well, but they wouldn't have a chance because under the B2 zoning, there is no public hearing. Currently, under B2, they can build without that public hearing. They can have first floor retail. They can have 3 floors of office space, and they can have 4 floors of residential if they want it. The only criteria they've got to have is that they can only have 50% of their floor area as residential. So B2 is going to have much greater impacts on the neighborhood than what the zoning is for tonight. But as they pointed out, retail vacancy within 1 mile is over 30%. And office vacancy is over 27%. So there's no demand right now for either retail or for office use. That doesn't mean build it and they will come, because that might happen. Historic downtown Main Street has too many non-taxing storefronts, probably because there wasn't enough demand for retail space. So property owners who need to lease will lease it to a non-taxes entity, which is happening all up and down Main Street. Littleton's population of 65 plus is about 16%, and it's growing. Generally, the older you get, the less products you buy, and you participate with more services, which are non-taxable. Younger apartment dwellers tend to be the reverse, and they have more spendable income for goods. As our population ages and we buy less goods and tax revenues go down, and those tax revenues funds our city services. Having a younger demographic move in will cause a buying spree and will increase our tax revenues, which will fund the services that our citizens have come to expect of us. The median income, household income, on the average is lower than the metro average, and this will bring in higher incomes in this project. At a recent Urban Land Institute workshop titled Shifting Suburbs, speakers talked about how the world is changing, how we live, work, and shop is changing. and that home ownership is not for everyone. Younger people are trending to determine where do they want to live first, and then they find a job. And jobs are going where young people live. And because they can do their job anywhere in the world via the internet, they tend to own fewer cars and drive less and tend to be non-owners of property. Shopping malls are being replaced in favor of places that's unique, like a main street, where restaurants are the anchors and not a department store. Event space is another attraction. But younger people are looking for high-quality design and the amenities that comes along with it. Areas around transit stations are areas of change, which tend to be higher density with access to restaurants, jobs, health care, and so forth. You'll need the residential to support the retail, and there is a market demand for rentals. Insurance and financing is difficult to get for the for sale multifamily housing product. The for sale units are restricted by construction defects legislation, which will affect their ability to get insurance or borrow in order to build. This site is the closest to light rail, which has been identified as a catalytic site. Rents are boosted by about 15% if you have good access to light rail, according to Dr. Clark's study. For this site, housing outweighs commercial. There is a demand for apartments, and this location will support Main Street businesses that is within walking distance. And Main Street is one of our lifelines for getting income into our coffers. This plan meets the intent of the Planned Development District. It is a market for Main Street businesses. We have a low vacancy rate in apartments already in Littleton. It's near light rail. It meets the design guidelines for the site. It's consistent with the goals and policies of the COM plan. It meets the intent of the PD district. It also meets the goals, objectives, and design guidelines of the Littleton Boulevard Corridor Study. It promotes the general welfare of the community, and it gives a group with spindle income close to the city's retail establishments. I think this is a good project. It's a quality builder and would be a benefit to the downtown area.
Peggy?
Oh, I'm up here freezing to death, so I'm going to try to talk fast so I can warm up. First, I think this is a super project. I don't think it's good for where you want to put it, but it is super, and I really appreciate that. I don't think that we can figure for downtown Littleton that one complex, as nice as it is going to take care of downtown's retail needs. People will go to downtown when there are things downtown they want, and if the rents don't keep going up on them so they can't afford to operate, they'd stay there, and then when the next time you went, the store would still be there. So I'm sorry, this is not something I love. I mean, that approach to this problem. I live a mile from the downtown RTD and almost 2 miles from the Mineral RTD. And when my husband and I go downtown Denver, we walk one place or the other to the light rail to get downtown Denver. But we walk usually, unless it's icy as the devil. A lot of people walk. So I don't see that everybody has to live right up close. People walk to downtown. They bike to downtown. So there are lots of ways to deal with these things. But Councilmember Beckman said this really wonderfully about the need to consider the neighborhoods. If we don't preserve what is special about the neighborhoods, we won't have anything to be concerned about at all, because we'll lose what we are. Yeah, good memories. I got lots of good memories, but I have lots of, I hope years ahead, lots of vision ahead. In my neighborhood, again, I'm a mile from the RTD station, a mile 0.3 from City Center. In my neighborhood, we have lots of young families with children repopulating. We love it. They love it. So I'm wanting to make sure that we don't sacrifice what is so special about our neighborhoods. I did watch the whole planning board meeting, so I heard what people said, and I thought they gave you all very, very positive feedback, but they wanted some changes. They gave you a variety of insights into their feedback. So I think you could tweak this more, but you heard lots of different feedback about it. But I think based on what you heard, you can tweak this more and still make it a viable financial project for you all and not have the potential negative impact on the Stern Park neighborhood. So I just can't support it as much as I like you all.
Well, certainly appreciate everybody who's still hanging in there. And also, you know, this has been not only for the developer a long process, but also for the community. And it's been a project that has been talked about and followed for quite some time. And that in and of itself kind of creates a level of importance that surrounds this. And I think what I heard repeatedly tonight was that that's a special place in the community, and it really is a gateway to what is what many people refer to as the crown jewel of Littleton, the downtown area, which is a unique and very vibrant and exciting place. And it's a core, it's our core at this point. It's the core of which growth will stem from. The fact that we have in our comp plan and in our other neighborhood plans and our downtown plan, talking about the iconic structures in Littleton, and one of them, of course, is the courthouse, and that being across the street. And I don't think that the intention making development, new development, be respectful of the iconic structures means that it needs to look like them or that it needs to have any kind of replication or share any characteristics. I think what it needs to do is needs to not fight with them. And it needs to look like it's all part of a community and part of a well-planned and well-designed area. As Jerry mentioned, the king and queen, and I think that when I look at the renderings that you've done, I have a great deal of concern with the way that the plan lays out on that piece of property. And I think in terms of our comp plan, particularly goal number 5, preserving existing neighborhood values while encouraging any new development to make the most efficient use of land, resulting in the highest possible standard of living and the best use of natural resources. I'm really conflicted with this. I have a real problem with the berm idea. I also, you said that essentially 22% is a 5-story. That's 20, that's a quarter of the property is essentially 5-story. So in terms of its height and scale, the lay on the land, its compatibility with the courthouse, its compatibility with the neighborhood, I think it misses its mark in terms of what our expectations are via our comp plan and our neighborhood plans. It's a challenge right now in order to take a piece of property that's a commercial property, and it's been sitting there as a commercial property with a for rent sign for as long as I've lived in Littleton, 12 years. It's a property that's struggled. And so it's a property that is really begging for some sort of change. It's begging for something different. It's begging for something else. But what does the community around it need? And I think it's that combination of what does the neighborhood need, what does the downtown need, what does all of that need, what does that piece of property need? And it's that answer that will be what needs to go there and what it needs to look like. You guys have done an incredible amount of outreach. You've done an incredible amount of work. You've listened, you've changed, you've tweaked. You're dealing with issues that we don't even deal with in terms of the financing and what's practical and what you can do and how do you fit this together. So I give you a lot of credit for sticking with this and really trying to make it work and trying to make it happen. But I am not going to be able to support it based on those points in terms of the community-wide goals. I don't think that it matches with our community-wide goals at this point. So council, no other discussion? Are you ready to vote?
So the motion is for, so we oppose.
The motion is to approve the rezone. A yes vote approves, a no vote does not approve.
The vote is 1 in favor, with Councilmember Taylor voting yes. The motion fails.
Okay. Thank you very much. We do have one more order of business. If I don't blame anybody if they want to leave and go home at this point. Please exit quickly so we can continue with our next piece of business. Thank you. Okay. We're going to go ahead and finish up. We're on item 10A. 10A is an ordinance on first reading concerning the regulation and license of retail marijuana establishments. Council, before we introduce 10A, I would like to take a public vote. I would like to make a motion and to prohibit retail marijuana establishments in Littleton and to direct staff to revise this ordinance to reflect that ban. Can I get a second on that motion? Second. Okay, I have a second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Phil.
Thank you.
I have not been a silent opponent of medical marijuana or especially now retail marijuana, and I don't intend to be silent on this. My intent here is to one last attempt to ban retail marijuana in Littleton. And some of my points I wanted just to share. Some of them you've heard before, but I wanted to reiterate them. And I understand and appreciate the voters' intention with Amendment 64. The voters voted to legalize a certain amount of marijuana, to decriminalize it, essentially. We are not denying that vote. We are not denying that decision by the voters by saying that we wouldn't do retail. Adult marijuana use is allowed and will be allowed, and we cannot change that. But Amendment 64 also gives us the right to prohibit the retail. That is not stepping on anyone's rights. That is a right that was given us in that amendment, which was also voted on. I'm concerned about being one of the first cities to enter into this unknown territory. We don't have to pass this now. We don't have to approve retail marijuana by October 1st. We don't have to allow establishments to set up by January 1st. We can say no right now, and we can wait a year or two and see how the dust settles and see what happens and make a different decision at that point when we are, I feel, will be better informed. The state is taking a huge lead on this, and they're incredibly disorganized. They don't have answers to many of the questions. They're still trying to figure things out. And I think it puts our community at great risk to have so much of this still undecided, and particularly by an entity, the state, that is currently so overwhelmed with this. I can't support something we don't have to do. We've got a guesstimate out there that's $120,000 in sales tax revenue. We don't know. It could be more, it could be less. But we also don't know what the cost of this is going to be on our community. And without knowing that, it's very difficult for me to feel as though the $120,000 is worth the risk. All 4 of our medical marijuana dispensaries have said that they want to continue to sell the medical marijuana, and in fact, one of them is not even interested in selling the retail. So by banning the retail, we wouldn't be affecting their current business models and their businesses. I always go back to our meeting with the public schools, with the Littleton Public School Group, and their plea to us to please not put retail shops in Littleton. The struggles that they're dealing with every day with these students and the challenges that these students are faced with continuously being bombarded with risky decisions, and the rise that they're seeing in the use of marijuana and the occasions that they're having to deal with it on kids even younger and younger and younger into middle school and even into elementary school, as we heard them say. Increasing the availability, increasing the access, making it part of our community is really not what I think that Littleton is intended to be. We sit here tonight and we talk about a family-friendly community, family-oriented, neighborhood-driven. I don't see how retail marijuana shops can be part of that fabric of that type of a community. I'm also concerned about economic development. I mean, it's clear that there are businesses that have very strict guidelines and rules and drug testing and these types of things. And I think that the entire state of Colorado will see a backlash with economic development. They've already seen businesses that have shown an interest that are no longer interested because of the challenges that these businesses feel they will face with this legalization. So I think that that's another component that we haven't really even studied much or really considered. But again, making a decision on this to move forward doesn't have to be done. We can hold off on this, and if we want to make a better decision in a couple years or a year, when we have more information, including economic development impacts, I think that that's a smarter way for us to go. Littleton does not need to be an island city in the South. Currently, south of Denver, cities that have illegalized retail marijuana include Castle Rock, Colorado Springs. Centennial has a moratorium on it until September 30th, 2014. It's a year away. Cherry Hills Village, Inglewood, Foxfield, Bennett, Greenwood Village, Lone Tree, Parker, Monument. Lakewood has a moratorium on it until January 1st, 2014. Douglas County, Arapahoe County, Jefferson County. They have all banned retail marijuana. So I just reach out and ask council to please consider a ban on retail marijuana in the city of Littleton at this point. We don't know enough about it. We don't know enough about the consequences. We have 4 dispensaries at this point that will continue to operate. I just don't think we need to be an island city experimenting on what we don't know. So that is my spiel.
I have a point of order. We approved an agenda, and as soon as everybody left after a major item, then you've added this, and I should have said something immediately. I'm not opposing to your raising this issue. I think it should be on an announced agenda, or at least added at the beginning of a meeting. So if someone wanted to say something during unscheduled appearances, they could. I think you pointed out another option yourself, which would be to extend a moratorium, whatever. But I do have a problem with our voting on this when it wasn't even announced on the agenda.
Jim?
And I'm going to support what Peggy said, because this is the first reading. Sending it to a public hearing so we can hear from the public when it is an announced agenda item is the correct thing to do. If you don't like what the public says, then you can vote your conscience at that time. But I think it is unfair to not move forward, since the only thing we had on the agenda for tonight was to have this on first reading and would establish a public hearing date for whatever it is, 2 weeks from tonight or whatever.
Phil?
I was going to talk about the issue before us, not the process, so I don't know whether we want to address that first and look for guidance on that, because a point of order question has been raised, so I don't know if we've answered it.
Okay. Bruce?
To the point of order question, in the staff analysis part of the council communication, it says, if council does not support retail sales of marijuana, council, this is their recommendation, should continue the moratorium beyond that October 1st date, which is, the deadline that's looming. So it may work to bring it to a second reading, have that opportunity, and perhaps there would be a third opportunity to ban it outright, presented at the second reading.
Do you want to?
Well, the part of the intent here was that we have not made a public vote on whether or not to proceed with retail or not. We have had conversation, we've had discussion and study session. So the intent was that I felt it important enough that we do that. This, I guess, I understand the point that you're making. We do have an issue with the timing on this also. We need to have a second reading and vote by October 1st.
Let's go ahead and vote. We have a motion on the table. Let's just get right to it instead of trying to defend it. Let's just go.
Well, I don't, is this something that, Michael, is this something we can proceed with?
I think the way that, because I think as you made the motion, it was just to ban it. I think the intent would be that we would come back with an amended ordinance because we'd still be amending the exact same. Okay, she did say amended ordinance. Okay, then I think that your protocol is appropriate because what you have is a first reading and what you've proposed is an amendment on second reading, and then we would work to determine whether it's a second reading on the same motion or if they're, excuse me, on the same ordinance. But as I talked to Kristen earlier tonight, and I think earlier today, yesterday, Ken also agrees that we're still amending this code section. And so you would just be providing us different direction on how to amend that, and we would come back to you. We make the determination whether it comes back as a second reading or either as an emergency ordinance or as a first reading, depending upon what the ultimate decision by the council is. But you've got the ability to direct us to change it because it is the same code section that you're amending.
Okay. So does that, it will come back?
I'm a little confused because it seems to me a motion that related to an item that's not on the agenda is actually changing the intent of what we discussed in study session to regulate and license. So it seems to me we've got conflicting issues here.
When I talked to Kristen, it is still the same code section. We still have an obligation to provide some information to the state. So you still need to have an ordinance on the regulation of licensing marijuana. So the code section is still the same code section. What I heard the mayor ask was to revise it substantially from regulating licensing in this fashion to prohibiting it, but it still has, the state has some requirements, and Ken may recall what those, I believe there's 2 requirements that you still have to have. So we still, that's why I said it's still the same code section would be amended that council would have to take action on if you chose to ban it. You can't have an ordinance that says you ban it.
But it's quite a different concept.
But it's the same code section.
Councilmember Cole and members of council, I guess I would just add this. You gave direction at a study session to come back with an ordinance, which is the ordinance you have before you tonight. And as Michael noted, you now have a motion to change the substance of that ordinance. It would still amend the same section of the code, but council, basically, if you support Mayor Brinkman's motion, then the council is changing its position on the direction that you gave in the study session. The charter is very clear on the adoption of ordinances. Council can change its mind 100 different times on the direction of the ordinance before final approval. You still have a study or a public hearing coming up on second reading. You can change direction again and go a different way, whether you approve this motion or don't approve the motion. So admittedly, the substance of the direction as proposed by the amendment is different than what was on the agenda and is different than what the direction was at study session, but council has a prerogative to do that very clearly.
Now with the answer to that, I'll comment on the motion.
Bill.
Okay. Mine's a very practical and I think pragmatic approach, which is there still are a significant number of issues yet to be resolved at the state with regard to things such as packaging and when they're referring to product being not accessible to the public until time of sale, how is that going to look? And as Deb has mentioned, being on the front edge and having retail outlets in January doesn't seem to be very prudent to me at this point in time, and we do have the opportunity to change at a later date, but I don't want to be first out, and I would rather take a position that says we're not going to be at the bleeding edge.
So can I ask a question? So if we wanted to extend the moratorium, what would be the legitimate process at this point, right this second?
Saying the same thing.
On second reading.
Pardon?
Do it on second reading.
To do
And
to
even
do
if you
that
ex-
on second reading?
Yeah, even if you extend the moratorium, as I stated earlier, we still would bring back as part of the amended ordinance the requirements that the state has for you to comply with the state law. So you would extend the moratorium for X period of time. I have to say it is late, and I didn't hear exactly the words of the mayor on the motion, but I believe what she stated was a ban as opposed to an extension of the moratorium.
I know, but that's another option.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get clarified what
And
our
a ban and a
options are.
moratorium, the difference between the two of them relative to the authority the council has is one has a fixed term end date and the other stays in place until such time that the council takes affirmative action to remove the ban. But the flexibility is there by council in either circumstance. So it's almost a nuance of whether you want to have that fixed end date.
My concern a bit is truth in advertising of what it is that we would actually be voting on the second reading. I understand, yeah, we can change things, but I think it's only fair that the citizens know what the devil it is on the agenda. So, anyway.
Well, I would just state again, it's the same code section that you're amending. And as Ken pointed out, there was a study section direction on this, and I wish I could remember what the two conditions that the state has that we have to. I think one is notifying who our licensing representative is, which would be the city clerk, and I don't recall what the other one is. And then based upon the motion on the table, we would bring back those two conditions in the ordinance along with currently, as stated, a ban with it. And then if this motion fails and you wanted to have one with a extension of the moratorium, we would bring back whatever that date of the moratorium plus the two conditions for the state.
Bruce?
Yeah, I'm going to, my initial supposition when we talked about this in the study session was that essentially the dispensaries, the medical marijuana dispensaries, was just broadly speaking and pragmatically, retail sales with sales clerks wearing scrubs. I do think, though, that this is somewhat new information for me was this issue that frankly all the communities around us have either banned retail or put a moratorium on it, and that frankly has caused me to reconsider the whole thing. I think it isn't in the community's best interest to be the only community in how many square miles that's got a retail presence, because you're just inviting the law of unintended consequences. So I'm going to support the motion.
Anybody else? Yeah.
I'll go back to the same thing. I think that we need to move forward with the ordinance that's before us tonight. And if we want to change that, we change that in 2 weeks. It may require it to come back to us a third time, but that's all right. We can make that happen. There's still time to get that to make that occur. So again, I think it goes back to the public notice that we've given, and we determined what that public notice was going to be in a study session that was televised and was open to the public. And I believe we should move forward with the ordinance that's here now. If we change our mind in 2 weeks, that's different. People will have a chance to come in and express their opinions about what we've written as our ordinance, our potential ordinance.
Okay.
I'm gonna, Jim, I agree with you. I think while we do have the authority to accept what we've been told by the attorney, I think it's just not the proper thing to do. It was like the last applicant before us. We did something that we had the authority to do, but it really was just, it looked kind of shady to me. I would rather just take what we have before us and either vote yes or up or down on it, and We have a motion on the table, let's vote up or down on it and get out of this place, man. It's like almost 2:30.
Well, if we vote on Debbie's motion, we still have another
Yes,
one. Okay, I'm just making sure I know.
right.
No.
I don't believe, I'll look to Ken, but I believe that this is an action on this particular first reading, that the motion on the table amends the direction of the council, or to the staff, I'm sorry.
It was a motion to prohibit marijuana, not to amend.
It is
She
this.
did say amend the ordinance.
It's a ban.
She said ban on retail sales in the city of Littleton and amending the ordinance.
To revise, it says, my motion was to prohibit retail marijuana establishments in Littleton and direct staff to revise this ordinance to reflect the ban. And that would be what would come back at second reading.
Again, which is an accurate request to staff because it is the same, and I apologize, Jerry, because I know it's getting on 2:30, because it's amending the same code section. It's not a different code section that would have to come back to the council. It is still concerning the regulation and licensing of retail marijuana.
Again, I think it just has a little bit of shadiness to it. While we do have the authority to do it, I think we're doing something that the public is now, for the most part, gone. Paul is, of course, here. But I think it's just a little shady maneuver on our part, again, to do this. We should vote on what's on the agenda. If we want to add something to another meeting, let's do that. But let's not be messing around with these things. We did that a couple weeks ago, and I don't think it looked good.
Well, I would have to say that my intention was not to do something shady, and I don't think we are doing anything shady. We have motions all the time that we amend and amend and amend and amend. We had one up here a couple months ago that we amended 9 times. It didn't look anything like it did when we started. This is a first reading. There will be a second reading and a public hearing, and council can, you can vote on this one, yes or no, and then on the second reading, see what happens there. You can vote again. I mean, we're not making a law tonight. We are asking staff to move in one direction or another. So
I'd like to call the question. Let's,
Okay.
we keep talking about it. Let's just vote on it.
all right, ready to vote? The yes vote would approve the motion to prohibit retail marijuana in establishments in Littleton and direct staff to revise this ordinance to reflect that ban.
The vote is 4 in favor, with Councilmember Cole, Councilmember Taylor, and Councilmember Valdez voting no. The motion carries 4-3.
Done. Okay.
Unless you want to do council comments.
Can we have an exec session?
I have none.
Can we postpone those?
Jim?
There is a comment I want to get on the record, and that is I am constantly, and this is primarily from Glenn, I think, constantly and consistently getting more and more comments made about the Circle K, that it is getting to be a more and more of an eyesore, and frankly, people are getting very tired of it. And so whatever we can do, I've even had people suggest that the city condemn the property so we can move forward with doing something about that piece of property. So whatever we can do, we need to move forward on getting something done about that Circle K at Bowles and Platte Canyon Road.
Michael?
Mayor, 2 things. Sorry. First, I just real quickly want to let council know that Wendy has earned her designation as the Master Municipal Clerk,
Nice.
which is awarded by the International
But you look
Institute of
different.
Municipal Clerks.
Excellent.
So at 2:30 in the morning on a Wednesday morning, I want to let you know. And the other, I know council was pushing us hard on moving on updating the impact fees, and we have contacted CIRSA, and we're waiting to hear back from them on whether we can get our renewal updated from mid-2014 to even the end of this year. And in that vein, and I think I updated council's spreadsheet, but there had been some statements about projects sliding through the cracks, not paying the impact fees, but that is absolutely untrue. There's no project that has slid through the cracks, so to speak. In the council motion, you exempted anybody who had already passed the site development plan, and that was 3 projects. out of the 17 projects that we had identified in the current queue, and that equated to about $540,000 by letting those 3 projects, which had already made it through the site development plan. But that's unrealized revenue, obviously, because that was a policy decision by the council, so it wasn't real money. But just to let you know, everybody's going to be paying fees. Even those 3 projects will be paying fees. They'll just do it under the previous ordinance, not their previous fee amount, not the current fee amount. Thanks.
Okay.
And just,
Anybody else, Phil?
just real quick reminder, 6:30 tonight.
Yeah. Oh,
This
yeah.
is what he's talking
Tonight. Yeah.
6:30 tonight is interviews.
Oh,
Do we
that's
have
right, that's
material?
Yes, I emailed it to you this afternoon,
Okay, didn't see the email. And then,
today afternoon.
did?
Yeah, we did get, I got it, Wendy.
Okay. And then the second piece is for those of us that are planning far enough ahead, budget discussions on Monday.
Tuesday.
Tuesday and Wednesday? I thought it was
Monday
Monday.
and Tuesday.
I thought it was Monday and Tuesday,
Here's my
with the possibility of Wednesday.
Monday.
Monday and Tuesday starts at 6.
God forbid Wednesday.
Okay, anything else?
Yes, I'm going to make one more plea to move our reports to the beginning of the meetings where they used to be. I think having them here at the end, I said it's great for us to hear it, but I really don't think the public is, for the most part, is watching the TV.
Is that a
Certainly don't-
motion?
Sorry?
Is that a motion?
I'm not making a motion. I'm just suggesting that, I think I was a minority on not wanting to change it, and I would like to put it back. I think it's, I think the information Mr. Penny just gave, I think was good information, but it's, for the most part,
No,
people
I
did not
believe
hear
I
it.
said I supported you in that.
Well, we don't normally have meetings that go this late either, so.
Well, but regardless, I would rather have the meetings at the beginning where they used to be.
Anything else? We're adjourned.
All right, let's get out of here.